What if Harry Potter wasn't raised by the Dursleys, but by a powerful telepath who taught him how to defend his mind? Now, as Voldemort's presence grows stronger inside his scar, Harry must survive a hidden war between magic, psychic powers, and two worlds that were never meant to meet. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to like, subscribe, and let's begin.
Chapter 1. What the fire left behind John Winchester knew the difference between an empty village and a frightened one. An empty village had silence. A frightened village had curtains twitching behind dark windows. It had doors locked before sunset and fireplaces burning brighter than the cold required. It had people who refused to look toward the hill at the end of the road, even when something flashed green against the clouds. Godric's Hollow was frightened. John drove through it with both hands tight around the steering wheel of the Impala, the engine rumbling far too loudly for the narrow English streets. The car looked as out of place as a wolf in a church aisle. Black paint, American plates, a trunk full of weapons that would have earned him several uncomfortable conversations with local authorities. He had already had one uncomfortable conversation that evening. The old man at the petrol station had insisted there was no house on the hill. John had been able to see its chimney from where they stood. When he pointed that out, the old man's face had gone pale. "There's nothing up there for you," he had whispered. People who said things like that were almost always wrong. There was usually something waiting. John parked beneath the shadow of a stone wall and killed the engine. The sudden quiet pressed against him. For 3 nights, he had been following a string of deaths across southern England. No torn bodies, no sulfur, no missing hearts or drained blood. The victims had simply collapsed in their homes, their faces twisted into expressions of such complete terror that the local coroner had refused to examine the third one alone. Each house had carried the same faint residue: cold air, burned herbs, and something John had never encountered before, an invisible pressure that made the fillings in his teeth ache. Bobby had called it magical fallout. John had called that explanation useless. They had argued over the telephone for nearly an hour. "You're in a country with castles older than our entire government," Bobby had said. "Maybe don't assume every freaky thing over there crawled out of the same American hole." John had reminded him that monsters did not care about borders. Bobby had reminded him that stupidity did not require a passport. Then the line had gone dead. John stepped out of the Impala, shrugged into his canvas jacket, and checked the weapons hidden beneath it. Silver knife at his belt, iron blade strapped to his forearm, rock salt shells loaded into the sawed-off shotgun resting beneath the passenger seat. The handgun at the small of his back held ordinary bullets. Ordinary was relative. Each round had been soaked overnight in holy water, etched with a crude protective mark, and packed by Bobby in a basement that smelled permanently of whiskey and burnt coffee. John had learned not to mock Bobby's ammunition. He took the shotgun and moved toward the hill. The closer he came to the cottage, the quieter the village became. No dogs barking, no night birds. Even the wind seemed to bend around the property rather than cross it. The house itself stood behind a low gate, warm light glowing from 2 downstairs windows. For half a second, John wondered whether the entire trip had been a mistake. Then the green light came. It filled the upper floor without warning, bright enough to turn the windows into emerald squares. The flash lasted less than a heartbeat. The pressure in the air vanished. Every window on the 2nd floor exploded outward. John threw himself behind the stone wall as glass rained across the road. A sound followed, not thunder, not an explosion, but something deeper. The world seemed to inhale sharply and forget how to breathe. Then part of the roof collapsed. John raised his head. Smoke drifted from the broken cottage. There was no fire. He had seen buildings struck by lightning. He had seen houses ripped apart by angry spirits and barns turned inside out by things nobody had ever bothered to name. This was different. The damage had started inside one room and moved outward, but the walls were not blackened. The roof tiles had been thrown into the garden. A section of the upper floor hung open to the night, revealing wallpaper decorated with tiny broomsticks and stars. A child's room. John was over the wall before the last pieces of glass had finished falling. He crossed the garden with the shotgun raised. The front door stood ajar, no forced entry, no broken lock. He stopped at the threshold. "Federal agent," he called automatically. The lie sounded particularly ridiculous in an English village. No answer. He pushed the door open with the shotgun barrel. The entrance hall was warm. A coat had fallen from its hook. A framed photograph lay face down near the stairs. The air smelled of cooked vegetables, old wood, and something sharp enough to sting his eyes, not sulfur, not smoke. Ozone, perhaps. John took one step inside. The photograph on the floor moved. He froze. A young couple waved at him from behind the cracked glass. Not a video. Not a trick of candlelight. The man in the picture repeatedly placed an arm around the red-haired woman beside him. She laughed silently, shoved him away, and then moved back into his embrace. The scene repeated every few seconds. John stared. The woman in the picture suddenly looked toward him. Not toward the camera, toward him. John aimed the shotgun at the frame. The image continued looping innocently. "Yeah," he muttered. "That's not disturbing at all." A sound came from above, a baby crying, every instinct sharpened at once. John moved toward the stairs. A man lay at their base. He was young, perhaps 21. Black hair. Glasses broken beneath one cheek. One hand remained stretched toward the stairs as though he had fallen while trying to climb them. There was no wound, no blood. John crouched without lowering the shotgun and pressed 2 fingers against the man's throat. Nothing. The skin was still warm. John searched quickly for signs of poison, strangulation, or trauma. There were none. The man looked untouched except for the terrible emptiness of his eyes. John had seen that kind of death once before. A woman in Nebraska had been killed by a spirit that stopped the heart without touching the body. The expression had been different, but the lack of injury was the same. The baby cried again. John stepped over the body. "I'm coming," he called. The stairs creaked beneath his boots. Halfway up, he noticed scratches carved into the wooden rail. They looked like letters. At first he assumed they were decorative. Then he realized they formed words in a language he did not know. The marks shimmered faintly before fading back into the grain. John touched one with the tip of his iron knife. A blue spark snapped against the blade. He withdrew it. "All right," he whispered. "Magic!" The word still felt stupid in his mouth. He had hunted witches. Real witches, not women with black cats and crystal bowls. People who traded blood for curses and buried teeth beneath doorsteps. Their magic required objects, rituals, ingredients, and time. Whatever had happened in this cottage had required none of those things. There were no candles arranged in circles, no bowls of blood, no bones tied with red thread. Only the dead man below and the child crying above. John reached the landing. A woman lay in the doorway of the nursery. She had red hair. The woman from the photograph. Her body partially blocked the entrance, one arm extended behind her as though her final act had been to shield whatever remained inside. John lowered the shotgun. "Ma'am!" He knew she was dead before he touched her. Her eyes were open, fixed on nothing. Like the man downstairs, she carried no visible injury. John looked through the doorway. The nursery had been torn open. One wall was completely gone. Moonlight spilled through drifting dust. A wooden crib stood near the center of the room, one side scorched but intact. The baby inside it screamed. John stepped over the woman and approached carefully. He did not rush to pick the child up. That was how people died. Anything that survived a room capable of killing 2 adults and destroying half a house deserved caution. He placed the shotgun on a changing table, drew his silver knife, and moved around the crib. The child could not have been more than a year old. Black hair stuck out in every direction. His face was red from crying. A thin line of blood ran down from a cut shaped almost like a lightning bolt on his forehead. John studied him. No black eyes, no sharpened teeth, no strange shadow moving beneath the skin. He held the silver blade close enough to test for a reaction without touching him. Nothing. He replaced it with the iron knife. Still nothing. The child saw him. The crying changed immediately, not silence, but confusion. The baby stared up through wet green eyes, breath catching in uneven little gasps. "Hey," John said. The word came out rougher than he intended. The baby reached toward him. John glanced around the room. A broken wooden stick lay near the dead woman's hand. Across from the crib, a dark shape rested beneath the collapsed section of wall. John almost mistook it for a piece of burned timber. Then the shape moved. He snatched up the shotgun. A man rose from the debris, tall, thin, dressed in black robes rather than ordinary clothes. His skin was whiter than bone, his features flattened and inhuman. Red eyes fixed on John with an expression caught somewhere between rage and disbelief. The man looked as though he had been burned without heat. His body flickered. For an instant, John saw the wall through his chest. Not alive then, not fully. The thing looked toward the crib. John stepped between them. "Don't!" The figure's face twisted. A sound filled the room. Not a voice exactly, but a whisper coming from every broken surface at once. "Mine." John fired. The rock salt blast struck the figure in the chest. The effect was immediate. The robed shape flew backward and slammed into the exposed beams. Its body broke apart like smoke caught in a strong wind. A shriek tore through the cottage, high and furious enough to shake dust from the ceiling. John pumped the shotgun. The shape reformed near the missing wall. It looked less human now. The red eyes burned brighter. Its mouth opened too far. John fired again. This time the salt passed through it. The figure barely moved. "Of course," John muttered. He dropped the shotgun and drew the iron blade. The thing lunged. John slashed across its arm. The blade connected with enough resistance to numb his hand. Black vapor spilled from the wound. The creature recoiled, staring at the iron as though offended by the idea that something so simple could hurt it. John drove forward and struck again. The figure raised one hand. An invisible force hit John in the chest. He flew across the nursery and smashed into the changing table. Wood cracked beneath him. The impact drove the air from his lungs. The iron knife skidded away. The baby screamed. John forced himself upright. The figure was already moving toward the crib. He pulled the handgun from behind his back and fired 3 times. The first bullet crossed the room uselessly. The second passed through the figure's shoulder. The third struck the center of its back. The etched round flared gold. The creature stopped. It turned slowly. John did not know whether the holy water, Bobby's mark, or blind luck had made the difference. He did not care. He fired again. The 4th bullet caught the figure in the chest. Gold light spread through the black robes in thin cracks. The thing shrieked and folded inward. For a moment its face changed. The pale, serpentine features became those of a handsome young man, then an older one. Then a child, then something less human than any of them. Images flashed through the room. A ring, a cup, a locket, a crown-like diadem, a book covered in black leather, a great snake opening its mouth. And for less than a second, the crying infant in the crib. John saw them without understanding. The figure collapsed into a spinning knot of darkness and was pulled through the broken wall into the night. The pressure vanished again. John kept the handgun aimed at the empty space. Nothing returned. He crossed the room, recovered the iron knife, and checked the corners. He examined the ceiling, the broken furniture, and the shadows behind the crib. Clear for now. The baby's crying had weakened into exhausted sobs. John holstered the handgun and approached. "Okay," he said. "Let's figure out what you are." He lifted the child from the crib. The baby weighed almost nothing. He clutched the front of John's jacket with both hands, buried his face against the canvas, and continued crying. John stood completely still. He had expected cold skin, unnatural strength, or some sign that the child was part of whatever had appeared in the room. Instead, the baby was warm, terrified, and heartbreakingly ordinary. John looked down at the dead woman in the doorway. She had died facing the threat. The man downstairs had died trying to reach them. Whatever these people had been involved in, their final choices were clear. John adjusted the child against his shoulder. "Your parents put up one hell of a fight." The baby's grip tightened. From outside came the distant sound of an engine. John moved toward the missing wall and looked down at the road. A motorcycle was approaching at impossible speed. Its headlamp cut through the darkness. The rider was enormous, broad enough to make the machine look like a child's toy. A second light appeared farther down the road, moving without the sound of tires. John did not wait to discover who they were. He had arrived at enough crime scenes to recognize the beginning of a cleanup. The magical world, if Bobby's ridiculous theory was correct, was coming to collect its dead. And its survivor. John looked at the baby. The cut on the child's forehead had stopped bleeding. "People are gonna want you," he said. "Question is whether they deserve you." He stepped over the woman's body, carried the baby downstairs, and paused beside the dead man. A pile of letters sat on a small table near the kitchen. Most were ordinary envelopes. One bore the names James and Lily Potter. John searched the entrance hall quickly. A framed wedding photograph, James Potter and Lily Potter, so the child was a Potter. A knitted blanket lay in a basket beneath the stairs. John wrapped it around the baby and tucked the photograph into his jacket. He took the letter as well, not stealing. Evidence. The motorcycle engine grew louder. John left through the back door. He moved across the garden, passed through a gap in the hedgerow, and entered a narrow lane behind the property. The baby had become strangely quiet. He watched the darkness over John's shoulder, green eyes too alert for someone so young. John kept one hand on the child and the other near his weapon. "Don't worry," he said. "I don't know what's happening either." He reached the stone wall where he had parked the Impala. The enormous motorcycle landed on the road rather than turning onto it. John froze. Landed. The machine dropped from the sky, tires striking the ground hard enough to make the suspension groan. The rider dismounted. He was even larger up close, nearly twice John's width, with tangled black hair and a beard that covered most of his face. He wore a heavy coat made for a much colder night. The giant man stared at the destroyed cottage. "No," he breathed. Grief transformed him. His shoulders fell. One enormous hand covered his mouth. John backed toward the Impala. The child made a small sound. The giant turned, his eyes fixed on the bundle in John's arms. "Harry." John's hand moved toward his handgun. The giant raised both palms. "Easy," he said. His voice was deep but unexpectedly gentle. "I'm not here to hurt ye. You know the kid." "Course I know him. That's Harry Potter." John glanced down. Harry, the child, looked toward the giant but did not reach for him. "Who are you?" "Rubeus Hagrid, keeper o' keys and grounds at Hogwarts." John stared. "That's supposed to mean something to me?" Hagrid looked confused. Then his eyes dropped to the shotgun in John's hand and the American car behind him. "You're a muggle." John had been called worse. "You're about 5 seconds away from finding out what kind." Hagrid's expression hardened, though he kept his hands raised. "I was sent by Professor Dumbledore to get Harry somewhere safe." "Safe from what?" Hagrid looked toward the house. "From him." "The dead thing upstairs." The giant flinched. John watched the reaction closely. "So you know what it was?" "Don't say his name." "I didn't." "Good." John shifted Harry higher against his shoulder. "Whatever attacked this house wasn't dead when I got here." Hagrid stared at him. "That's impossible. Been hearing that a lot lately." "It was you-know-who." "That his actual name?" Hagrid glanced toward the village as though expecting the darkness itself to answer. "He killed James and Lily. Tried to kill Harry too." "Why?" Hagrid opened his mouth. No answer came. John's jaw tightened. "You came here to collect a baby, and nobody told you why a mass murderer wanted him dead." "Professor Dumbledore knows. I asked you." Hagrid stepped forward. John raised the shotgun. The giant stopped. "Harry has family," Hagrid said. "His aunt, his mother's sister. Professor Dumbledore says he'll be protected there." "Protected how?" "Magic." John almost laughed. He looked at the shattered cottage. "Seems reliable." Hagrid's face reddened. "You don't understand." "No, I understand plenty. 2 people are dead. Something came after their kid. Your people knew enough to send you here within minutes, but not enough to stop it. It was the darkest wizard in 100 years. And now he's smoke." Hagrid's expression changed. John saw uncertainty. That worried him more than anger would have. "You saw him?" Hagrid whispered. Saw something? Shot it twice with salt, cut it with iron, then put 2 marked rounds through its chest. Didn't kill it, but it left. Hagrid stared at the shotgun as though John had claimed to fight a hurricane with a kitchen knife. You shot you-know-who? I shoot most things that enter rooms full of dead parents. Harry stirred beneath the blanket. John felt the child's small fingers curl around the collar of his jacket. Hagrid noticed. The giant's face softened again. Please, he said. Harry belongs with his own kind. John knew the argument. He had heard versions of it from cults, packs, and families that thought blood excused everything. He had heard monsters use it to justify dragging children into dark places. His own kind. Sometimes those were the most dangerous words anyone could say. His own kind left him in a blown-apart house. We came as fast as we could. So did I. A second figure appeared on the road behind Hagrid. A woman in emerald green robes stepped out of the darkness. She had square spectacles, dark hair pinned beneath a pointed hat, and a posture so rigid it might have been carved from stone. John aimed the shotgun at her. She stopped. Mr. Hagrid, she said calmly, why is an armed muggle holding Harry Potter? Was just trying to explain, Professor McGonagall. You were doing poorly. Her gaze moved from Hagrid to John and then to the baby. For one exposed second, her composure broke. Harry, she stepped forward. John did not lower the weapon. That's close enough. The woman's eyes narrowed. You are pointing a firearm at a professor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And you're dressed like every witch I've ever had to set on fire. Hagrid looked horrified. Professor McGonagall looked insulted. John considered that progress. Her hand moved toward something hidden inside her robes. John cocked the shotgun. Take it slow. McGonagall stopped reaching. You misunderstand the situation. So explain it. She studied him for a long moment. Lord Voldemort came to this house tonight with the intention of murdering James Potter, Lily Potter, and their son. James and Lily are dead. Voldemort appears to have been defeated by the curse he cast at Harry. Appears. We do not yet understand what happened. I saw what happened after. McGonagall's gaze sharpened. John described the shadow upstairs, though he left out the images of the ring, cup, and snake. He did not know what they meant, and hunters survived by keeping useful information until they understood its value. When he finished, McGonagall looked deeply unsettled. Hagrid looked ill. Professor, he said. Could he still be? We will discuss that later. John nodded toward the cottage. You should discuss it now. McGonagall ignored him. Mr. Winchester, you have intervened in circumstances far beyond your understanding. People keep telling me that right before I save their lives. You cannot simply take this child. John's expression hardened. I didn't take him, I found him. He has family, so you said. His aunt's home offers protections you cannot possibly provide. You mean magic? Yes. Magic didn't save his parents. McGonagall flinched. John regretted the cruelty, but not enough to take the words back. The professor looked at Harry again. Petunia Dursley is Lily's only living blood relative. There are protections that can be built upon that connection. Ancient protections. Is she expecting him? No. Does she know someone murdered her sister? No. Does she know people might come after the kid? McGonagall hesitated. John laughed once without humor. So your plan is to leave him on a doorstep. Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. McGonagall's silence gave John the answer. He had seen children passed between government departments and distant relatives. He had watched adults speak about safe homes without entering them. A blood connection did not guarantee kindness. A locked door did not guarantee protection. You don't know me, John said. That's fair. I don't know you either, but I know what happens when a kid gets dropped into somebody else's life with no explanation. You intend to raise him yourself. John looked down at Harry. He had not thought that far. Hunters did not plan their lives in decades. They planned until dawn, then until the next town, then until the next job. Children required schools, doctors, permanent addresses, and nights without creatures clawing at the windows. John had none of those things. He had a car, a collection of false identities. A contact list filled with people who answered the telephone at 3 in the morning, and a stubborn refusal to leave anyone behind. Harry's eyes were half closed now. He had exhausted himself. One tiny fist still held John's collar. "I intend," John said slowly, "not to hand him over until I know where he's going." McGonagall's voice became colder. "You do not have that authority. Neither do you. I represent his world. I represent the person holding him." Her eyes flashed. The shotgun jerked from John's hands. It flew across the road and landed in the grass. John drew his handgun before it touched the ground. McGonagall now held a slender wand. Hagrid stepped between them. "Stop, both of ye!" John aimed past the giant. McGonagall kept her wand raised. Harry began crying again. The sound cut through all three adults. John lowered the handgun first, not because he trusted them, because he could feel the child trembling. McGonagall lowered her wand a moment later. Hagrid breathed out. "Right," the giant said. "Nobody needs to curse or shoot anybody." John retrieved his shotgun without taking his eyes off the professor. McGonagall watched the way he checked the weapon and returned it to a ready position. "You are accustomed to this," she said, "people trying to take things from me. Violence." John looked toward the ruined house. So was whoever came here. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Then McGonagall reached into her robes again, slowly this time. She withdrew a small silver instrument that resembled a cigarette lighter. With one click, every lamp along the street went dark. John raised an eyebrow. "Subtle. The villagers must not see more than they already have. They saw a house explode. They will remember a gas leak. Will they?" McGonagall did not answer. John understood. Memory alteration, cleanup, a world hidden behind the ordinary one, controlling what witnesses were allowed to know. He disliked it immediately. McGonagall looked at Harry. "We cannot settle this here. More people will arrive soon, and some may react less patiently than I have." John believed her. "What do you suggest? You will accompany us to speak with Professor Dumbledore?" "No, Mr. Winchester. I don't go anywhere I haven't scouted, especially with people who can throw guns out of my hands." Hagrid gestured toward the motorcycle. "Could meet somewhere else." John considered him. "Public place. Wizarding matters cannot be discussed in public," McGonagall said. "Then pick somewhere neutral." "Such as—" John opened the rear door of the Impala. "A church." McGonagall's expression suggested she would have preferred a prison cell. Hagrid scratched his beard. "There's an old chapel outside the village." John nodded. "An hour after sunrise." "Sunrise?" McGonagall repeated. "You intend to keep Harry all night." "I intend to make sure nothing follows us. You cannot protect him from Voldemort." John looked at the cottage. "Tonight I did." McGonagall had no immediate reply. John placed Harry carefully on the back seat, still wrapped in the knitted blanket. He used a rolled jacket to brace the child and secured him as well as the car allowed. Harry stared up at him. "You ever been in an Impala?" John asked. The baby blinked. "Best car in the world. Don't let anybody tell you different." John closed the rear door and turned. McGonagall stood beside Hagrid, her face caught between anger, concern, and reluctant calculation. "If you fail to appear," she said, "we will find you. Get in line." "If harm comes to that child," John stepped closer. "Listen carefully. Something murdered his parents tonight. Something else came looking for him before their bodies were cold. I don't care whether it calls itself a lord, a ghost, or the king of magic. If it comes near that kid again, I'll find a way to put it down." McGonagall searched his face. Perhaps she saw the truth there. Perhaps she saw only another dangerous man claiming certainty. Either way, she finally nodded. Sunrise. John entered the Impala and started the engine. Hagrid moved aside. McGonagall remained in the road until the last moment, her green robes illuminated by the headlights. As John drove past, she looked through the rear window at Harry. John saw grief in her face. That troubled him. People who loved a child could still make terrible decisions for him. Sometimes love made them more certain those decisions were right. The Impala left Godric's Hollow behind. John checked the mirror every few seconds. No headlights followed. No dark figure appeared in the road. Harry stayed awake. The child watched passing hedges and moonlit fields through the window, one hand pressed against the knitted blanket. The scar on his forehead had become a thin red line. John drove until the village was several miles behind them. Then he pulled onto a narrow farm road and stopped beneath a cluster of trees. He took out a small leather pouch and poured salt across the dashboard, the windows, and the floor beneath the doors. He carved protective marks into the interior metal with his knife. Harry observed the entire process silently. "Salt keeps spirits out," John explained. The baby made a soft sound. "Iron hurts most things that don't have enough sense to stay dead." Another sound. "And fire," John paused. He looked at the faint red mark on Harry's forehead. "Fire works on almost everything else." He climbed into the back seat. Harry did not resist when John lifted him. The child settled against his chest with the complete trust of someone too young to understand how dangerous trust could be. John examined the scar carefully. The skin around it was warm, but not infected. When he brushed one finger near the wound, a brief pulse ran up his arm, not pain, a memory that did not belong to him, green light, a woman screaming, a high, cold voice speaking 2 words. John pulled his hand away. Harry began to fuss. "Easy." He rocked the child awkwardly. John knew how to load a shotgun in darkness. He could stitch a knife wound, break into a morgue, and identify a dozen kinds of supernatural tracks. He had no idea how to comfort a 1-year-old. He tried humming. The only song he could remember was an old rock track from the Impala's cassette deck. He hummed the melody badly. Harry gradually became quiet. John looked through the windshield at the empty road. His original hunt no longer mattered. The unexplained deaths across England, the magical residue, the frightened villagers, they were connected to whatever war had reached the Potter house. Perhaps the victims had been witnesses. Perhaps they had been targets. Perhaps they had simply stood too close to something powerful. He would investigate later. First came the child. That was the rule, saving people before hunting things. The order mattered. John reached beneath the front seat and pulled out the small radio telephone he had modified for long-distance use. The signal was unreliable, but after several minutes of static, the call connected. "Yeah," Bobby Singer answered. His voice was thick with sleep and irritation. "It's me." "John, it's 3 in the damn morning. Different time zone. It's 3 in my time zone, genius. I found something." "You always find something. A kid." Silence. John looked down at Harry. Bobby's voice became fully awake. "What kind of kid?" "Human, far as I can tell." "That answer raises more questions than it solves. Parents are dead, no marks, some kind of curse, and the kid survived." "Yeah." More silence. "What happened to the thing that killed them?" "I think the curse bounced." "You think?" House exploded. Whatever was left of the attacker came back as smoke. Salt slowed it down. Iron hurt it. Marked rounds drove it off. Driven off isn't dead. "I noticed." Harry shifted against him. Bobby heard the sound through the receiver. "John." "What? You still have the child with you? Wasn't gonna leave him in the rubble. That doesn't mean you put him in the car." "What was I supposed to do?" "Call somebody." "I did calling you now." Bobby made a noise that seemed to contain several different curses. "Who are the parents?" "James and Lily Potter." Paper rustled on Bobby's end of the line. John frowned. "You know the name?" "Maybe." "Bobby, hold on." A chair scraped across the floor. A drawer opened. Bobby muttered while searching through something. Finally, he returned. "I've got a ledger. You've got 1,000 ledgers. Old men of letters copy, mostly European cases. Potter family gets mentioned twice. For what? Don't know yet. Half this thing's written in Latin, and the other half looks like somebody spilled whiskey on it." "That was probably you." "Shut up." John heard pages turning. "Here," Bobby said. "Potter, old magical family, defensive enchantments, artifact storage, war records. Whatever you walked into, it wasn't a regular haunting. I figured that out when the dead man's photograph waved at me." "The what?" "Tell you later." Bobby sighed. "What are you doing with the kid?" John looked at Harry. The baby had finally fallen asleep, meeting some people at sunrise. "What people?" "Witches. Actual witches. Pointed hats, magic sticks, flying motorcycles." Bobby was silent for several seconds. "You hit your head." "Only once." "John, do not start a war with an entire magical society before breakfast. No promises. Bring the kid here." John's grip tightened around the telephone. You sure? No, but we've got salt lines, iron doors, and enough warding to make demons take the scenic route, better than a motel. John watched Harry breathe, small chest rising, small chest falling. Alive because two people had placed themselves between him and death. Now they were gone. Someone else had to stand there. I'll call after the meeting, John said. You planning to give him back? John looked out at the darkness. I don't know. Bobby understood what that meant. John. What? Finding a kid at a hunt site doesn't automatically make him your responsibility. No! John adjusted the blanket around Harry, leaving him wood. He ended the call. Dawn was still several hours away. John remained in the back seat with the child asleep against his chest. He did not close his eyes. Every few minutes he checked the mirrors and listened for movement beyond the salt-lined doors. Nothing came. The night gradually softened from black to gray. Harry woke shortly before sunrise. He looked up at John without crying. Morning, John said. The baby touched the edge of John's jacket. John took the photograph from his pocket and held it where Harry could see. James and Lily Potter smiled and waved behind cracked glass. Harry reached for them. John allowed him to touch the frame. The moving figures could not see their son. They repeated the same small moment endlessly, the father pulling the mother close, the mother laughing, both of them alive in a way they would never be again. John swallowed. You should know them, he said. Nobody gets to take that from you. Harry pressed his palm against the glass. John thought about the professor waiting at the chapel, about blood protection, hidden societies, and a dark wizard who might not be as dead as everyone hoped. He thought about the shadow looking toward the crib and whispering one word. Mine. John had heard monsters say that before. They said it about towns, about houses, about children. The answer was always the same. No, John said quietly. Harry looked up at him. You're not his. John put away the photograph and climbed into the driver's seat. The Impala started on the first turn of the key. As the sun rose over the English countryside, John drove toward the chapel with an orphaned child in the back seat, a shotgun beside him, and no understanding of how completely his life had changed. He did not know about prophecies. He did not know about Horcruxes, blood wards, or the hidden war unfolding behind the ordinary world. He did not know that the broken soul he had driven away would spend years rebuilding itself. He knew only what the fire had left behind: 2 dead parents, 1 living boy, and a job that was not finished. Chapter 2. Salt, iron, and the Impala. Harry Winchester learned to draw a salt circle before he learned to write his full name. The letters were difficult. Salt was simple. You poured it in one unbroken line. You checked beneath furniture, around floorboards, and beside door frames. You never assumed the circle was complete just because it looked complete from where you stood. Most importantly, you never stepped outside it because something wearing a friendly face asked you to. John taught him that lesson in a motel outside Bristol when Harry was 4 years old. The room smelled of damp carpet and cigarettes, although a metal sign beside the bed insisted smoking had been forbidden for several years. Rain tapped against the window. A television bolted to the wall displayed a football match with the volume turned low. Harry sat cross-legged on the bed, carefully pouring salt from a paper container. His hands were small enough that he needed both of them to control it. Slow, John said from the table. You rush, you leave gaps. Harry stopped pouring. He leaned closer to inspect the section near the pillow. There was a break no wider than his little finger. He corrected it. John nodded once. Again. Harry looked at the circle surrounding him. It's finished. It's finished when you've checked it. I checked it. You checked one side. Harry frowned but crawled around the edge of the bed and examined the entire line. Near the wall, the mattress had pressed into the salt and scattered a few grains. Another gap. Harry repaired it. Now it's finished, he said. John continued cleaning a shotgun at the table. How do you know? Harry sighed. Because I checked all of it. That's right. Dean lay on the second bed, turning the pages of a comic book. At 6 years old, he had already developed the expression of an exhausted older brother. He knows how to do it, Dad. John did not look up. And he'll still know tomorrow because he practiced today. Dean whispered something rude into the comic. Harry smiled. Outside, thunder rolled across the sky. John slid the shotgun barrel back into place. All right. What keeps spirits away? Salt. What hurts them? Iron. What kills them? Harry thought carefully. Burning the bones, usually. Sometimes the object. What object? The one they're attached to? John nodded. What do you do if you don't know where the bones are? Stay inside the salt. And call you. And Harry looked at Dean. Dean raised his comic to hide his face. Harry returned his attention to John. Don't believe anything the ghost says. Good. John stood and crossed the room. He dragged one boot through the salt line. The circle broke. Harry stared at the gap. Dad. John moved back. What happened? You broke it. How? With your boot. Exactly. Salt isn't a wall, it's a line. People can disturb lines. He pointed toward the television. Wind can disturb them. Water can wash them away. Somebody who doesn't know better can walk straight through. John handed Harry the container. Fix it? Harry poured another small line. John inspected it. Better. Dean lowered his comic. Can we eat now? In a minute. You said that an hour ago. I said it 20 minutes ago. Feels like an hour. John's expression did not change, but Harry noticed his mouth twitch. Harry liked the moments when John almost smiled. They were rare enough to feel like secrets. A knock came from the motel door, 3 soft taps. John's amusement vanished. Dean sat upright. Harry stopped breathing. They were not expecting anyone. John picked up the shotgun and gestured toward the bathroom. Dean grabbed Harry's hand. Another 3 taps. John, a woman called through the door. Are you in there? Harry knew the voice, Mrs. Cartwright. She owned the little shop beside the motel. Earlier that afternoon, she had given Harry a chocolate bar and told John his sons were too thin. John moved silently toward the door. John, please, the woman said. Something happened outside. Dean pulled Harry into the bathroom. They left the door open only a few inches. John stood beside the motel entrance rather than directly in front of it. What happened? He called. A man's hurt. What man? I don't know. He fell near your car. John looked toward the boys. His eyes moved to the salt line around the bed. Stay there. Harry nodded. Dean nodded too. John opened the door. Mrs. Cartwright stood in the rain. Her dress was soaked. Gray hair clung to her face. She looked frightened. John kept the shotgun hidden behind his leg. Where is he? She pointed toward the parking area. John stepped outside. Mrs. Cartwright turned toward him. Her eyes became black. Dean slammed the bathroom door. Harry heard John shout. Something struck the motel wall hard enough to shake the mirror. Dean locked the bathroom door and pulled Harry into the bathtub. Stay down. What is it? I don't know. Another crash came from the main room. The television fell silent. Harry stared at the bathroom threshold. A thin white line of salt crossed it. Dean had poured it earlier while John checked the rest of the room. Harry had watched him. The line was complete. Something scratched against the other side of the door. Dean, Mrs. Cartwright called. Her voice was gentle again. Dean held one finger to his lips. Dean, sweetheart, your father's hurt. Harry looked at his brother. Dean's face was pale. He needs you. Dean said nothing. The handle turned, but the lock held. Open the door. The scratching stopped. For a moment there was only rain. Then John spoke from the other side. Dean? Harry moved instinctively. Dean grabbed his shirt. Don't. It's Dad. Dean shook his head. Say the password, he called. Silence. Harry had forgotten there was a password. John used different ones every few weeks. This one was the name of a car part Harry could never pronounce properly. The voice outside tried again. Dean, open the door. That's not it. The thing stopped pretending. It struck the door, wood cracked around the hinges. Harry covered his ears. Dean reached beneath the sink and pulled out the iron fireplace poker John had placed there before sunset. The door shuddered again. A dark hand pushed through the cracked wood. Dean swung. The iron poker struck the wrist. Black smoke exploded through the hole. Mrs. Cartwright screamed in 2 voices at once. The hand vanished. Dean pulled Harry backward. Salt. Harry stared at him. What? The line. A piece of broken wood had fallen across the threshold, scattering the salt. The circle was open. Harry grabbed the container from beside the bathtub. The door burst inward. Mrs. Cartwright entered, her head tilted at an unnatural angle. Black veins spread beneath the skin of her throat. Rainwater dripped from her dress. Dean raised the poker. She threw him against the wall without touching him. Harry screamed. Mrs. Cartwright turned toward him. "You're the special one." Harry did not understand. She stepped forward. Harry looked at the broken salt line. His hands shook. He poured too quickly. Half the salt landed on the bathroom tiles. The rest struck the piece of wood blocking the threshold. Mrs. Cartwright crossed into the room. Harry backed against the bathtub. "You smell strange," she whispered, her black eyes fixed on the scar beneath his hair. Broken. Harry dropped the container. The thing wearing Mrs. Cartwright reached for him. A shotgun fired from the motel room. The blast caught her in the back. She collapsed in a cloud of black smoke. John appeared in the doorway, bleeding from his forehead. He worked the shotgun and fired again as the smoke twisted across the ceiling. The black cloud fled through the ventilation grate. Mrs. Cartwright's body dropped to the floor. Her eyes returned to normal. Dean sat up slowly. John looked from him to Harry. Then he noticed the spilled salt. He crossed the room and knelt beside Harry. "Are you hurt?" Harry shook his head. John checked anyway. Arms, face, neck, no injuries. Dean pushed himself upright. She broke the door. "I saw. She knew your voice." "I heard." John helped Dean stand and checked the back of his head. Harry stared at Mrs. Cartwright. "Is she dead?" John followed his gaze. The woman breathed weakly. "No." "What was inside her?" "A demon." Harry had heard the word before, but this was the first time he understood that demons could look human. "Why did it call me broken?" John went still. Dean noticed. Harry noticed too. John examined the lightning-shaped scar. The mark had faded over the years, but it never disappeared. "Demons lie." John said. That wasn't an answer. Dean looked impressed. John did not. "It was the answer you're getting tonight." He stood and lifted Mrs. Cartwright. "Pack the bags. We're leaving." "What about her?" Dean asked. "We take her to Bobby." Harry picked up the empty salt container. His fingers were still shaking. John saw. He put Mrs. Cartwright down long enough to kneel again. "You froze." Harry looked at the floor. "I spilled it." "You froze, then you tried." "I did it wrong." "Yes." Harry's eyes filled with tears. John's voice softened by a degree. "That's why we practice." Harry looked toward the ruined door. "What if you didn't come back?" John glanced at Dean. His oldest son still gripped the iron poker with both hands. "Then you and Dean would have found another way." Harry did not believe him. At 4 years old, he had already learned that adults sometimes said things because the truth was too frightening. John touched Harry's shoulder. "You stayed together. You tested the voice. Dean used iron. You tried to repair the line." "I failed." "No, the salt failed." Harry frowned. John picked up the broken piece of wood. "This hit it, not you." "But I spilled the rest." "Because you were scared." Harry waited for the criticism. It did not come. "Being scared isn't the same as being useless," John said. "You're allowed to be scared. You're not allowed to stop thinking." Harry wiped his face with his sleeve. John stood. "Next time, slow down." Harry nodded. That night became the first rule Harry truly remembered. Not salt, not iron, not fire. Slow down. Fear wanted everything done immediately. It wanted doors opened before passwords were checked and triggers pulled before targets were identified. Fear told hunters that movement was the same as survival. John taught him otherwise. Slow down. Look, think, then act. By the time Harry was 6, Bobby Singer's house felt more like home than any motel. The building stood at the edge of a scrapyard in South Dakota, surrounded by dead cars, rusting machinery and fences that appeared ordinary until someone attempted to cross them without permission. Symbols were carved into the doorframes. Iron had been hammered into the foundations. Salt filled the walls in narrow channels Bobby had designed himself. The place smelled of old books, engine oil, and coffee strong enough to remove paint. Harry loved it. Bobby owned more books than any person Harry had ever met. Some were written in English. Others used Latin, Greek, Enochian, and languages Bobby claimed had no proper names. Harry was not allowed to touch the black volume chained beneath the desk. He touched it once. The book whispered to him. Bobby caught him standing beside it and locked the entire volume in an iron box. "What did it say?" Bobby asked. Harry hesitated. "It knew my name." Bobby stared at him. "Which name?" Harry. Did it say Potter? Harry shook his head. Winchester? No, Bobby crouched. What did it call you? Harry looked toward the iron box. The door. Bobby did not speak for a long time. Then he stood, carried the box into the basement, and spent 3 hours surrounding it with traps. Harry never saw that book again. Bobby did not punish him. That was worse. He gave Harry 300 pages on cursed objects to read, and made him write a report explaining why curiosity was not an acceptable substitute for caution. John approved. Dean laughed until Bobby assigned him the same report. Sam, still small enough to escape most punishments, drew monsters in the margins of Harry's notes. For a few months, life followed something close to routine. John hunted. The boys stayed with Bobby. Dean learned engines. Harry learned symbols. Sam learned how to climb bookshelves no matter how often people moved the chairs away. At night, Bobby cooked food from cans and complained that John was teaching the boys everything except how to live like normal human beings. "What's normal?" Harry asked once. Bobby stared into his coffee. "Damned if I know." Harry accepted that answer. Bobby treated ignorance like an unfinished job rather than a personal weakness. When he did not know something, he opened a book. When the book was wrong, he found another. When every book was wrong, he wrote down what happened so the next hunter would begin with better information. The ledgers filled an entire wall of his study. Each case had a name, a date, a location, and a conclusion. Vengeful spirit, bones burned; Raksasa, brass blade; shapeshifter, silver to heart. Some conclusions were less satisfying. Unknown entity escaped. 9 dead. Method ineffective. Harry understood the importance of those pages before he understood multiplication. A monster killed once was a victory. A monster understood became a victory other people could repeat. That was the difference between hunters and survivors. Survivors escaped. Hunters left instructions. Bobby made Harry copy one sentence onto the first page of his own notebook. Never confuse what worked with why it worked. Harry wrote it carefully. His handwriting was terrible. Bobby made him write it again. Harry's first hunt outside a salt circle came when he was 7. John did not call it a hunt. He called it observation. The distinction lasted until something tried to eat them. They had driven to a farming town in Iowa after 3 children disappeared near an abandoned railway tunnel. Local police blamed runaways. John found scraps of cloth 30 feet above the ground and tracks that began like bare human feet before changing into something with hooked claws. Bobby believed it was a Wendigo. John disagreed. "Wrong feeding pattern," he said. They stood beside the Impala beneath a sky filled with stars. Dean loaded flare guns. Harry held a flashlight and tried not to look nervous. Sam had stayed with Bobby after developing a fever. "Wendigos take adults too," John continued. "This thing only wants children." Dean glanced at Harry. "Then why bring him?" John checked the fuel in a metal can. "Because it senses age." Harry looked at him. "You're using me as bait." "I'm using its assumptions." Dean stared at his father. "That sounds like bait." "You're both staying behind me." The tunnel entrance waited at the bottom of the hill. Wind moved through it with a low, whistling sound. John gave Harry a small iron knife. "Only if something gets close." Harry turned it in his hand. He had practiced with wooden blades for years, but this was the first real weapon John had given him during a case. "What if it's not hurt by iron?" "Then you run." "What if it's faster?" "Then Dean fires." Dean lifted the flare gun. "What if I miss?" John looked at both of them. "Then I don't." He started down the hill. Harry followed. The tunnel smelled of water and rotting leaves. Old train tracks disappeared beneath mud. Names had been painted across the walls by teenagers daring one another to enter. John moved in front, shotgun raised. Dean stayed beside Harry. They found the first backpack 60 yards inside. Pink fabric, child-sized. The second backpack lay farther in than a shoe. Harry's breathing became shallow. Dean touched his shoulder. "Don't look." Harry looked anyway. A dark stain covered the ground near the shoe. John crouched beside it. "Old," a sound came from above. All 3 lights moved toward the ceiling. Nothing. Then someone laughed deeper inside the tunnel. A child's laugh. Harry recognized it. One of the missing children had been shown on the evening news, a little girl named Emily. The report included a recording from her last birthday. The laugh was exactly the same. "Emily," Harry called. John turned. "I didn't tell you to speak." The laugh came again. "Help me." Harry stepped forward. John blocked him with one arm. "That's not her." "How do you know?" "Because it wants us to come closer." Dean raised the flare gun. Could still be her. John removed a small mirror from his pocket and angled it around the tunnel bend. A little girl stood 20 feet away. She wore a torn yellow dress. Dark hair covered her face. Harry's heart leapt. John adjusted the mirror. The girl's reflection did not appear. He put the mirror away. Not human. The thing lifted its head. Its face was smooth, no eyes, no nose. Only a mouth stretching from one side of its skull to the other. Dean fired. The flare struck its chest. Flames spread across the yellow dress. The creature screamed and ran along the wall, not beside the wall, along it. Its hands and feet clung to the stone like an insect. John fired the shotgun. The blast tore into its shoulder but did not stop it. It dropped behind them. Harry turned. The creature struck Dean and sent him rolling through the mud. The flare gun flew from his hand. John fired again. The creature moved before the shot reached it. It seized Harry. Long fingers closed around his throat and lifted him from the ground. Harry stabbed with the iron knife. The blade entered its side. Nothing happened. The creature's mouth opened. Harry remembered John's instructions. If iron failed, run. He could not run. If it was faster, Dean fired. Dean had lost the gun. Then John did not miss. Except the creature held Harry between them. Fear demanded movement. Harry forced himself to slow down. Look! The creature wore the yellow dress. The dress was burning, but the creature was not. Fire did not hurt it. Iron did not hurt it. The shotgun did not stop it. Its smooth face leaned closer. Harry smelled soil, not the wet earth of the tunnel, dry soil, grave soil. An object hung around the creature's neck. A small silver locket. Emily's photograph had shown her wearing it. The creature had taken more than the child's voice and clothing. It had taken something she owned. Harry drove the iron knife through the chain. The locket fell. The creature screamed. Its fingers loosened. Harry dropped, grabbed the locket, and threw it toward John. John caught it. He understood immediately. He emptied the metal fuel can across the object, struck a match, and dropped it. The locket ignited. The creature collapsed. Its body folded inward as though every bone had broken at once. The yellow dress fell empty against the mud. Something dark moved beneath it. John fired. The blast scattered a swarm of black beetles across the tunnel. Dean fired the second flare. Flame rolled along the floor. The insects burned. When it was over, John found the 3 missing children inside a chamber beyond the tunnel wall. 2 were alive. Emily was not. The creature had been using her voice because she had been the first. Harry sat outside while paramedics arrived. Mud covered his clothes. Red marks circled his neck. John stood beside the Impala, speaking to Dean in a voice too low for Harry to hear. Dean looked angry. John looked angrier. Eventually, Dean walked toward the ambulance. John came to Harry. "You disobeyed me." Harry stared at his boots. "I called her name." "Yes, I thought she might be alive." "She wasn't." "I didn't know." "That's why you listen." Harry nodded. John crouched. "What hurt it?" "The locket." "Why?" "It took Emily's voice. And her dress. And," Harry thought, "it needed something that belonged to her." "Good." John examined the bruises on his neck. Iron failed. Fire failed. Bullets failed. But the locket worked. Burning the locket worked. Harry looked at him. "Why?" John's expression remained hard, but his anger had shifted. It was no longer directed at Harry, because monsters have rules. "What if we don't know them?" "Then we learn before they kill us." Harry watched the paramedics place a blanket around one of the surviving children. "Did I do good?" John's answer took too long. "You found the weakness." "That's not what I asked." John looked toward Dean. His oldest son had stopped beside the ambulance and was watching them. "You should never have been close enough to need it." Harry's stomach sank. Then John placed a hand on the back of his head. "But you kept thinking." It was the closest John came to praise. Harry remembered it for years. The first time Harry asked for a wand, he was 8. Not because he wanted to become a wizard, because he had nearly died again. The creature in Michigan had not been a spirit, demon, or monster recorded in any of Bobby's books. It had looked human until John trapped it inside an abandoned church. Then it had spoken words Harry did not understand and produced a thin wooden wand from its sleeve. The church pews had exploded. John fired. The stranger moved the wand. The bullets stopped in midair. For one impossible second, 6 rounds hung between them, then they dropped harmlessly to the floor. John switched to rock salt. The stranger laughed. He flicked the wand again. John struck the stone wall hard enough to lose consciousness. Harry had been hiding behind the altar. The stranger approached him. "You," the man whispered. "I know that scar." Harry held an iron knife behind his back. "You're supposed to be dead." The man raised the wand. Harry threw the knife. The stranger stopped it in the air, but he looked at the blade. That was enough. Dean came from the side and struck him with a fire extinguisher. The stranger fell. Harry grabbed the wand. It vibrated in his hand. Warmth traveled up his arm. The candles around the church ignited at once, flames rising nearly to the ceiling. The stranger stared at him. "You have no idea what you are." Harry pointed the wand. He did not know any spells. The man knew that too. His smile returned. Then John shot him from behind. The rock salt struck the wizard across the shoulders. He dropped the second wand hidden in his other sleeve. Dean tackled him. The fight ended with iron restraints, a devil's trap, and 3 hours of questions. The wizard called himself Corvin Rowell. He claimed to have left Britain after the fall of a dark lord, whose name he refused to say. He had been killing people in America while searching for magical objects he believed were hidden inside churches. John asked about Harry. Rowell stopped speaking. Bobby asked about the scar. Rowell spat in his face. They never learned what he knew. By morning, the wizard had bitten through his own tongue and drowned in his blood rather than answer more questions. Harry kept the wand until John found it in his bag. They stood outside the church while Dean loaded weapons into the Impala. John held the wand between 2 fingers. "You stole evidence." "I took it. That's stealing." "It worked for me." John looked toward the church windows. "You lit candles. All of them. You almost set the building on fire." "I could learn." John snapped the wand in half. Harry stared at him. The wood broke easily. Something inside it, thin, silver, and hair-like, curled in the air. John dropped both pieces into an iron container. Harry's shock became anger. "Why did you do that?" "Because you don't need it." He stopped bullets. And Dean stopped him with a fire extinguisher. "That's not the same." "No." John sealed the container. "It's reliable." Harry followed him toward the car. "A fire extinguisher is more reliable than magic. Anything's more reliable than a weapon you don't understand." "I could understand it." "From who?" "Other wizards." John stopped walking. Harry nearly collided with him. "You remember the people at Godric's Hollow?" Harry knew John meant more than James and Lily. He meant McGonagall, Hagrid, Dumbledore, who had arrived at the chapel wearing half-moon spectacles and an expression Harry remembered only in fragments. They had argued until sunrise. Dumbledore claimed Harry would be safest with Lily's sister. John demanded to inspect the home first. Dumbledore refused. John refused to surrender Harry. McGonagall threatened legal intervention. Bobby arrived by midday carrying forged custody papers, an iron crowbar, and enough information about magical disappearances to make even Dumbledore pause. The argument continued for 2 days. It ended with an agreement nobody liked. John could keep Harry temporarily. The magical world would observe him. At age 11, Harry would receive a choice. Until then, Dumbledore insisted he remain hidden. John agreed only after Bobby added his own conditions. No memory alterations, no magical surveillance inside their homes, no removal without direct proof of danger. Harry knew these details because Bobby had written down every word. "We don't trust them," Harry said. "We don't know them." "That's different. Not enough." John opened the Impala's trunk. Inside lay shotguns, knives, first aid supplies, and containers marked with symbols. "A gun is metal, powder, and aim," he said. "A knife is reach, angle, and strength. Salt works until the line breaks. Iron works against what iron works against." He held up the sealed container. That thing stopped bullets, threw me across a church, and almost burned the roof because you touched it. I didn't mean to. That's the point. Harry folded his arms. Magic has rules too. Then you learn those rules before using it? How? John closed the trunk. When the people who make the rules finally decide to explain them, Harry glared. You're scared of it. Yes. The answer disarmed him. John rarely admitted fear. You tell us being scared isn't the same as being useless. It isn't. Then why destroy the wand? Because fear tells me to respect a loaded weapon in a child's hand. I'm not a child. You're 8. I hunt. John's expression changed. For a moment, Harry saw something beneath the hard surface, regret. You survive hunts, John said. That's not the same thing. Harry looked away. John placed the container in the trunk. Wands make people think distance keeps them safe. It doesn't. They make people think power replaces preparation. It doesn't. That man had 2 wands and still got hit with a fire extinguisher. Dean leaned around the open car door. It was a really good hit. John ignored him. If you learn magic one day, you learn it as a tool, not an answer. Harry looked at the closed container. What if magic is the only answer? Then we use it. John walked toward the driver's side, but we prove that first. At 10 years old, Harry could dismantle a shotgun, identify 5 kinds of possession, and draw 19 protective symbols without looking at Bobby's books. He could also lie convincingly to motel clerks, climb through windows too small for John, and sleep through Dean's music, while the Impala crossed 3 states overnight. He had scars on both knees. A thin white line crossed his right palm from a cursed mirror. His lightning-shaped scar remained unchanged. Sometimes it burned. The pain never came without a reason, a witch nearby, a cursed object, a dream filled with green light. John recorded every incident. Bobby created a separate ledger. Harry pretended not to know. On the night the Colt entered his life, rain hammered Bobby's roof with enough force to drown out the scrapyard dogs. John had been gone for 6 days. The case involved something killing entire families in Missouri. No signs of forced entry, no footprints. Each victim found kneeling beside the dining table. Dean had gone with him. Sam was asleep upstairs. Harry sat at Bobby's desk, translating a page from Latin with a dictionary open beside him. Bobby entered carrying a wooden case. He locked the front door, then the second lock, then the iron bar. Harry looked up. What's that? Nothing you need to touch. That's what you said about the whispering book, and you touched it. I learned from that. Learn a little more. Bobby carried the case downstairs. Harry waited 40 seconds, then he followed. Bobby's basement contained weapons, traps, and objects too dangerous to keep near ordinary rooms. Most were locked inside cabinets marked with warnings. The wooden case rested on the central table. Bobby stood over it. You're bad at following instructions. You're bad at answering questions. I'm the adult. Means I'm allowed. Harry moved closer. The case was old, made from dark wood and reinforced with metal at the corners. Symbols had been carved into the lid, not protective symbols Harry recognized. Older ones, the kind of marks that seemed to change when viewed from different angles. What is it? Bobby sighed. He opened the case. A revolver rested inside. It looked simple, old-fashioned, heavy, dark metal with a wooden grip. Strange inscriptions covered the barrel. Harry felt the atmosphere of the room change, not magical pressure like a wand, something quieter, final. What does it kill? Harry asked. Bobby looked at him. Wrong question. Harry remembered the sentence in his notebook, never confuse what worked with why it worked. What doesn't it kill? Bobby's expression showed reluctant approval. Better, he removed the revolver carefully. This is the Colt. Samuel Colt, the same. He made guns. He made this one. Bobby turned it beneath the basement light. Legend says he built it in 1835 for a hunter at the Alamo. 13 original bullets. Anything hit by one of them dies. Anything? That's the story. Harry looked at the cylinder. How many bullets are left? Not enough. Bobby opened a drawer and removed a wrapped bundle. Inside lay a single brass cartridge. The metal had been carved with tiny symbols. Harry leaned closer. What are those? Parts are Latin, parts aren't. Demonic. Maybe older. Harry's hand moved instinctively toward the gun. Bobby drew it away. I said, "Look." Harry lowered his hand. "Has it killed demons?" "Yes, spirits. Things with bodies. Vampires? Yes. Werewolves? Yes. Wizards?" Bobby paused. "Don't know." Harry studied the weapon. "So it can kill anything, most things." "That isn't what the legend says." "Legends leave out the parts that make bad stories." Bobby returned the cartridge to the table. "There are 5 things in creation it supposedly can't kill." "What things?" "If I knew that, I wouldn't say supposedly." Harry looked at the old revolver. "What happened?" Bobby's gaze moved toward the shelves of ledgers. "Most hunters tell the same version. Colt made the gun. Gun never failed. Bullets ran out. End of story." "But," Bobby set the revolver down, "there's another version." He crossed the basement and removed a ledger from a locked cabinet. Unlike Bobby's ordinary case books, this one was bound in cracked brown leather and wrapped with wire. Harry recognized it. The European ledger mentioning the Potter family. Bobby placed it beside the Colt. Men of letters kept records hunters never saw. Half of them are nonsense written by men who thought wearing matching robes made them geniuses. "That sounds like wizards. Plenty of groups like robes." Bobby opened the ledger. The pages smelled of dust and old smoke. He turned to an entry marked with a faded black ribbon. 1888. A hunter named Elias Finch used the Colt against something outside Prague. "What kind of something?" "Entry calls it the Hollow Man." Harry read the lines. The handwriting was small and uneven. "It says the target had killed 32 people. Keep reading." Harry followed the text. "Finch fired at its heart. The bullet entered the body. And nothing happened." Bobby tapped the next line. "The first recorded failure." Harry looked at the Colt. What did the Hollow Man do? "Killed Finch. And the gun, recovered 11 years later from a monastery." Harry read farther. The account described the Hollow Man as a wealthy noble who had survived hanging, burning, and dismemberment. Witnesses claimed he stored pieces of himself inside religious relics stolen from churches. Harry frowned. Pieces of his body? That's what Finch thought. But the writer disagreed. Bobby nodded. The final sentence had been underlined twice. The weapon struck the vessel, yet the subject remained distributed. Death could not claim what was not wholly present. Harry read it again. "What does distributed mean?" "Spread out. Like a ghost attached to different objects." "Maybe. Did they kill him?" "Ledger doesn't say." "What happened to the objects?" "Doesn't say." "Who wrote this?" "Doesn't say." Harry looked irritated. "This is a bad ledger." "That's why we don't build plans on one page." Bobby turned several more pages. The later entries had been torn out. "What's missing?" "Everything useful." Harry studied the damaged binding. "Someone removed them." "Looks that way." "Why?" Bobby closed the book. "That's the question." Harry looked between the ledger and the Colt. "So the gun doesn't kill everything." "Nothing kills everything. Fire almost does. Fire kills you too, makes it a poor universal solution." Harry smiled faintly. Bobby wrapped the cartridge again. "The Colt works against things that are here. One body, one target. Whatever Finch shot wasn't entirely inside the body." Harry touched his scar. The gesture was unconscious. Bobby noticed. "What?" "Nothing." "Harry," he lowered his hand. "Sometimes I dream about objects." Bobby did not move. "What objects?" "A ring, a cup, a necklace." The basement seemed to become colder. "Anything else?" "A book." Bobby's eyes shifted toward the European ledger. "A crown." Harry hesitated. "And a snake." Bobby leaned against the table. "How long?" "Since I was little." "Does John know?" "He knows about the dreams." "Does he know what's in them?" "No." "Why not?" Harry looked at the Colt. "Because he'd tell me demons lie. Dreams aren't demons." "He'd say magic lies too." Bobby considered that. He wouldn't be entirely wrong. Harry traced one of the carved symbols on the wooden case without touching the gun. "Do you think the shadow from Godric's Hollow was like the Hollow Man?" Bobby's face revealed nothing. "Don't know. But you've thought about it." "Every day since John called. Was it spread out?" I said I don't know. Harry stared at him. Bobby rubbed a hand across his beard. "The honest answer is we don't know what survived in that house. The magical people think their Dark Lord's gone. Some think he's dead. Some think he's hiding. And you!" "I think John shot something that shouldn't have been walking around." Bobby looked at the Colt. And I think there's a reason it didn't look alive. A telephone rang upstairs. Both of them froze. The second ring came moments later. Bobby closed the wooden case and picked up the Colt. "Stay here." Harry followed anyway. Bobby answered the telephone in the kitchen. "Yeah," static filled the line. Then John spoke. "Bobby." His voice sounded weak. Bobby gripped the receiver. "What happened?" "Case went bad." "Where are you?" "County Road outside Lebanon, Missouri." "Dean." "Alive." Harry moved closer. John coughed. Something wet followed the sound. "Creature's still moving." "What is it?" "Don't know. Looks human. No eyes. Silver slowed it. Fire didn't." Harry felt the tunnel around him again. Smooth face, child's voice, a stolen object. "Dad," he said. John went silent. "Harry, did it take anything from the families?" Bobby looked at him. John breathed heavily. "Photographs." "What kind?" "Family pictures." Harry understood. "It needs the people together." Bobby covered the receiver. "You don't know that. It killed families at the table. It took photographs." "Could mean anything." Harry took the telephone. "Did it attack Dean?" "Yes." "Did it hurt you first?" Another pause. "It came after me when Dean was down." "It's copying families." Bobby's expression changed. Harry continued. "The photographs are the object. Burn them." John said nothing for several seconds. Then the line went dead. "Dad." No answer. Harry stared at the receiver. Bobby took it from him. "Get your coat." They drove through the night. Bobby's truck shook at every speed above 50, but he forced it faster. The wooden Colt case rested beneath the seat. Harry noticed. "You brought it." Precaution. "Would you use it if nothing else works?" "What if the creature isn't all in one place?" "Then the shot fails, and Dad dies." Bobby's jaw tightened. "That's why the gun goes last." The words stayed with Harry. The gun goes last. Not because it was weak, because believing too much in a powerful weapon was more dangerous than having none. They found the Impala near dawn. It had left the road and struck a tree. One headlight remained on. Dean sat against the rear tire with blood covering one side of his face. He held a shotgun across his lap. John lay nearby. Harry jumped from the truck before Bobby stopped moving. "Dad?" John opened his eyes. "Photographs burned," Dean said. "Thing dropped dead." Harry knelt beside John. His shirt was torn across the stomach, but the wound beneath it was shallow. John caught Harry's wrist. "How did you know?" Harry looked toward the Impala. The missing family's photographs burned in a metal bucket beside the road. It took something that represented all of them. John nodded weakly. "Good. Bobby arrived with the medical kit. You can congratulate him after I make sure your insides are still inside." While Bobby treated John, Harry noticed the wooden case beneath his coat. The Colt had never left it. The most powerful gun in the world had traveled hundreds of miles and done nothing. The case had been solved with a photograph and a match. Harry finally understood what Bobby meant. Power did not win hunts. Correct answers did. 3 months later, an owl crashed into the window of Bobby's kitchen. It struck the glass, tumbled into a pile of empty cans, and immediately stood up as though nothing had happened. Everyone in the room stared at it. The owl shook its feathers indignantly. Dean lowered his sandwich. "That bird just attacked the house." Sam looked delighted. Harry approached carefully. A thick envelope was tied to the owl's leg. Bobby examined the bird for signs of possession. John checked the windows. Dean suggested cooking it. The owl bit him. Harry untied the letter. The envelope was made of heavy yellow parchment. Green ink covered the front. "Mr. H. Potter, the upstairs bedroom singer, Salvage Yard, Lawrence County, South Dakota." Harry read the name twice. Potter, not Winchester. John stood behind him. Bobby's expression darkened. Dean rubbed his bitten finger. "Well," he asked, "open it." Harry turned the envelope over. A red wax seal bore a large letter H surrounded by 4 animals. His scar began to burn, not painfully. Expectantly, John saw him touch it. "Harry, I'm fine." The owl watched from the counter. Harry broke the seal. The parchment inside unfolded beneath his hands. The first line read, "Dear Mr. Potter." Harry stopped. 10 years of salt lines, motel rooms, burned bones, and late-night lessons stood between him and the name on the page. Potter was the name of the people in the cracked photograph. The people who had died for him. Winchester was the name spoken when John shouted for him during a hunt. The name Bobby wrote on school forms. The name Dean used when he complained Harry had stolen the front seat. One name explained where he had come from, the other explained who had stayed. Harry continued reading. Outside, more wings beat against the morning sky. Chapter 3, the letter and the name The First Owl was followed by 12 more. They struck Bobby Singer's house from every direction. One hit the kitchen window. 2 landed on the roof. Another flew directly into the chimney and emerged moments later covered in soot, furious but otherwise unharmed. By noon, the scrapyard looked as though it had been occupied by a very disorganized army. Owls perched on rusted cars, fence posts, broken engines, and the roof of Bobby's truck. Some carried letters in their beaks. Others held envelopes tied to their legs. One enormous brown owl sat on the hood of the Impala and refused to move even when Dean leaned on the horn. "This is harassment," Dean said. The owl stared through the windshield. Dean pressed the horn again. The owl spread its wings and struck the glass with one claw. Dean stopped. "Okay, it's organized harassment." Harry stood on the porch holding the original letter. He had read it 7 times. The words remained the same. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry expected him to attend at the beginning of September. He would require robes, books, a cauldron, several unusual ingredients, and most importantly, a wand. A wand. Harry's eyes stopped on the word every time. At 8, he had held one for less than a minute. It had warmed in his hand and lit every candle inside a church. John had snapped it in half before Harry could learn anything else. Now an entire school wanted to give him another. John stood in the kitchen with both hands braced against Bobby's table. He had not spoken since the owls began arriving. Bobby closed the curtains. 3 owls immediately landed on the windowsill and began tapping their beaks against the glass. Bobby glared at them. You'd think a secret society would understand subtlety. Sam sat on the floor, opening envelopes. They all say the same thing. "You were told not to open those," John said. They're addressed to Harry. "That doesn't make them yours." Sam opened another. "This one says the downstairs hallway." Harry looked toward him. The address had changed. The first letter named the upstairs bedroom. The next mentioned the kitchen. This one knew they had moved into the hall. "They can see us," Harry said. John looked at the ceiling. Bobby followed his gaze. "House is warded. Against demons and spirits, fairies, witches, shapeshifters, and 3 types of Scandinavian corpse. Not wizards." Bobby pointed toward the owls. "Apparently not against birds either." John took the letter from Harry. He read it again, though Harry knew he had already memorized every line. At the bottom was the signature. Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. John's thumb rested over the name. Harry watched his face. "You know her," he said. John folded the parchment. "I met her at Godric's Hollow." John's eyes shifted toward him. "Yes." Harry had always known pieces of that night. James and Lily Potter had died in their home. A dark wizard had tried to kill Harry. The curse had failed. John had arrived before the magical people and found him in the wreckage. There were details Harry remembered only through dreams. Green light. A woman screaming. A pale figure turning into smoke. But he remembered the chapel more clearly. A giant man filling the doorway. A woman in green robes. An old man with a long silver beard who watched John as though trying to decide whether he was a danger or a solution. Harry remembered being passed between adults while they argued about him. He remembered John's jacket. He remembered falling asleep against it. "What did she want?" Harry asked. "To take you." "Where?" "To your aunt." Harry had heard of Petunia Dursley. He knew she was Lily's sister. He knew she lived in England. He knew John had never allowed the magical world to bring Harry to her home. "Why didn't you let them?" John placed the letter on the table. "Because they wouldn't let me inspect the house first. That's all." It was enough. Harry looked at Bobby. Bobby scratched his beard. "Your aunt's place had some kind of blood protection tied to your mother. Dumbledore said it was the safest place in Britain." "Then why didn't we go there?" "Because protection from one thing doesn't mean protection from everything," John said. "And because people matter," Bobby added. "The old man could explain the wards, couldn't tell us whether the family wanted you." John's jaw tightened. "They planned to leave you outside." Harry looked at him. On the doorstep? At night? Sam stopped opening letters. Dean's expression hardened. Harry imagined a bundle left beside a door. No explanation. No one watching except perhaps a cat or a passing neighbor. What happened after the chapel? Dumbledore brought papers, John said. Rules, agreements, threats dressed up as concern. Dad brought guns, Dean said. John looked at him. Dean shrugged. He did. Bobby poured coffee. The final agreement gave John temporary guardianship until your Hogwarts letter arrived. Their world stayed out of the house. We informed them if anything magical happened around you. At 11, you got a choice. Harry looked down at the letter. And now I'm 11. Almost, John said. My birthday's next week. I know. Harry noticed the way John said it, not defensively, carefully, as though the date carried more weight than an ordinary birthday. What's the choice? John leaned back against the table. You can go. Dean turned. What? John ignored him. Harry stared at his father. You'd let me. It's your life. You broke the last wand I touched. You were 8. You said wands make people careless. They can. You said magic wasn't the answer. It isn't. John stepped closer. But it's part of you? Harry waited for the condition. There was always a condition. John looked at the owls filling the yard. I can teach you what I know. Guns, knives, tracking, research. Bobby can teach you every language still spoken by people with teeth. Dean can teach you how to ruin an engine and blame the manufacturer. I fixed it, Dean protested. Eventually. John returned his attention to Harry. But I can't teach you what happened in that house. I can't teach you why the scar reacts to cursed objects. I can't explain how you lit a church with a broken stick. It wasn't broken yet. You know what I mean? Harry did. John's voice lowered. If you go, you learn everything, not only what they want you to know. Harry looked at the list of school supplies. You think they'll lie? I think people protect what gives them power. Hunters do too. John's expression changed. That's true. The agreement between them shifted. Harry had expected John to attack every weakness in the magical world. Instead, his father had admitted their own. Bobby slid a sheet of paper across the table. It was covered in questions. Who controlled the school? What protections surrounded the grounds? How were emergencies handled? Could students leave? Could outside guardians enter? Were dangerous creatures present? What qualified instructors to teach children how to use lethal magical force? Harry read the last question twice. You wrote this today. Started 10 years ago, Bobby said. There were 9 pages beneath the first. Dean picked them up. You asked whether the castle has fire exits? Old building full of candles and children. It's a magic castle. That's supposed to make fire less hot. Dean placed the pages down. Fair. A hard knock struck the front door. The owls became silent. John reached beneath his jacket. Bobby glanced at the hidden devil's trap painted across the ceiling. Dean moved Sam behind him. Harry felt the scar on his forehead grow warm, not painful. Aware, the knock came again. 3 measured taps. A woman's voice followed. Mr. Winchester, I know you are inside. John removed his handgun. Bobby picked up an iron crowbar. Harry looked at both of them. That might be Professor McGonagall. Could still knock, Bobby said. John approached the door. Name, Minerva McGonagall. Prove it. There was a brief silence. You pointed a firearm at me in Godric's Hollow while holding a 1-year-old child. Dean looked impressed. John remained unmoved. Could have learned that from somebody else. You suggested burning me because I wore a pointed hat. Bobby looked toward John. You did what? She surprised me. McGonagall continued from outside. You insisted that Harry be taken to a church. You refused tea because you suspected the cup was enchanted. You searched Professor Dumbledore's beard for concealed objects. Harry slowly turned toward John. You searched his beard. He could have hidden anything in there. A sound from outside resembled an impatient breath. John opened the door but kept the chain fastened. Professor McGonagall stood on the porch. She looked almost exactly as Harry remembered. Green robes, square spectacles, dark hair arranged tightly beneath a pointed hat. Age had added a few lines around her eyes, but her posture remained rigid enough to make the porch seem untidy around her. A tall man stood beside her. He wore dark blue ministry robes, polished black shoes, and an expression of complete disgust. His gaze moved across the scrapyard, taking in the rusted vehicles and owls perched on twisted metal. "Good heavens," he murmured. "People live here!" Bobby tightened his grip on the crowbar. John opened the door. McGonagall entered first. The ministry man followed reluctantly, lifting his robe so they would not touch the floor. "I must insist we conduct this discussion somewhere sanitary." Bobby closed the door behind him. "You can insist outside." The man looked at the devil's trap painted across the ceiling. "What is that?" "Decoration," Bobby said. McGonagall saw the lie immediately. Her eyes moved to the iron nails in the walls, the salt line beneath the windows, and the protective symbols carved into the doorframe. "You have altered the house since my last visit." Bobby rested the crowbar against his shoulder. "Learned a few things." The ministry official pulled a handkerchief from his sleeve and wiped the chair before sitting. John remained standing. Harry stayed near the table with the Hogwarts letter in his hand. McGonagall saw him. Her stern expression softened. "Mr. Potter?" The name settled strangely in the room. Harry did not correct her, not yet. McGonagall examined him with open curiosity. His clothing was ordinary, worn jeans, dark shirt, boots that had been repaired twice. A leather cord around his neck held a small iron charm Bobby had made. No robes, no wand. No visible sign that he belonged to the same world she did. "You have grown," she said. "That usually happens," Bobby replied. McGonagall ignored him. "Do you remember me?" "A little. I visited when you were an infant. You tried to take me." The ministry official shifted uncomfortably. McGonagall did not deny it. "I attempted to place you under protections I believed were necessary." "Were they?" She studied the question. "I still believe they would have shielded you from Lord Voldemort's followers." "Would my aunt have wanted me?" The professor's face tightened. "I did not know her personally." "That wasn't my question." John looked at Harry but did not interrupt. McGonagall's answer came slowly. "I cannot say what she would have wanted." Harry nodded. "Then Dad was right." The ministry man made a small sound of disapproval. McGonagall turned toward him. "This is Septimus Wimple, from the Department of Magical Family Affairs." Wimple gave the room a stiff nod. "I have been appointed to review the boy's living conditions and resolve the irregularity concerning his education." "Boy has a name," Bobby said. Wimple looked at Harry. "Harry James Potter." Harry's fingers tightened around the letter. John noticed. Wimple opened a leather folder. Under Clause 7 of the International Statute of Secrecy, magical children raised in non-magical households must be assessed prior to entering wizarding society. Ordinarily, a ministry representative would conduct the assessment at age 7. "Ordinarily, ministry representatives don't get past the fence," Bobby said. Wimple smiled without warmth. "Yes, we have received several reports regarding your security arrangements." Bobby glanced at the crowbar. "Must be working." Wimple continued. "Harry Potter has been denied proper magical instruction, cultural education, and contact with his rightful community for nearly 10 years. "He got a letter," John said. "That was the agreement." "The agreement was temporary. So was your Dark Lord being dead." McGonagall's eyes sharpened. Wimple looked alarmed. "We do not discuss such matters in front of children." Harry spoke before John could. "I was there when he tried to kill me." Wimple's mouth closed. Harry touched his scar. "I think I'm allowed to know his name." The ministry official looked toward McGonagall, expecting support. She offered none. Instead, she removed her hat and placed it on the table. "You have questions," she said to Bobby, "several hundred." "I expected no fewer." Bobby handed her the first stack of papers. McGonagall sat and began reading. Wimple opened his folder. "Before we waste time on irrelevant details." "Fire exits aren't irrelevant," Bobby said. "Hogwarts is protected by enchantments." So was the Potter house. The room became quiet. McGonagall looked up from the papers. Bobby did not apologize. Harry understood why. Nobody in the house trusted protections because someone important had declared them powerful. A ward was only as good as the threat it had already stopped. McGonagall returned to the questions. The castle possesses multiple evacuation routes, though I admit several are not listed on ordinary maps. Why? Some move. Dean leaned toward Harry. The exits move, Harry whispered back. Magic. That's terrible fire safety, McGonagall continued. Students are divided into 4 houses. Each has a head responsible for discipline and welfare. Medical emergencies are treated by Madame Pomfrey, our matron. Guardians may be contacted by Owl or Flu. Telephone? John asked. Hogwarts does not possess one. No telephone. Electronic devices do not function reliably around concentrated magic. John folded his arms. How quickly can I reach the school by car? You cannot. Why? The castle is concealed. From me. From everyone not granted access. Can I be granted access? McGonagall paused. Under ordinary circumstances, parents of students do not enter without invitation. John's face became unreadable. Harry knew that expression. It meant the discussion was about to become worse. I'm not sending him somewhere I can't reach. Dad. John looked at him. Harry held the letter against his chest. You said it was my choice. It is. Then let her finish. John's jaw tightened, but he nodded. McGonagall watched the exchange. Perhaps she had expected John to command and Harry to obey. Perhaps she had expected Harry to be frightened of him. Instead, she saw what the magical world had never understood about the arrangement made 10 years earlier. John did not possess Harry. He protected the space in which Harry was allowed to choose. That distinction did not make him gentle, but it made him different. Wimple shuffled his papers. The ministry's position is that Mr. Potter should be placed under temporary magical guardianship for the duration of his education. John laughed once. No. This household is manifestly unsuitable. You've been here 5 minutes. I have eyes. So do most things I kill. Wimple's face reddened. This child has been raised among weapons, occult symbols, and criminal activity. Occult symbols keep demons outside, Harry said. Wimple looked at him. You have been taught to believe in Muggle superstitions. Harry pointed toward the devil's trap above him. There's a demon under that trap right now. Everyone looked up. The ceiling was empty. Wimple scoffed. Harry smiled faintly. Not really. Dean covered a laugh. John did not smile, but his eyes did. Wimple closed the folder. This is precisely the kind of behavior that concerns us. You have turned a wizarding child into a participant in your primitive hunting culture. Bobby's expression hardened. John's hand lowered toward his belt. McGonagall placed one hand on the table. Mr. Wimple. The warning came too late. Wimple looked around the house with open contempt. I fail to understand why the ministry tolerated this arrangement at all. These people are not guardians, they are glorified poachers. The room changed. Harry had felt similar moments during hunts, the instant before a spirit crossed a salt line. The instant before a monster realized the trap had closed. John became completely still. Bobby placed the crowbar on the table with deliberate care. Dean moved in front of Sam. McGonagall closed her eyes briefly. Wimple seemed not to notice. They roam from place to place, interfering in matters they do not understand and destroying creatures without regulation or oversight. Harry studied him. You regulate monsters, we regulate magical beings. Do you stop them from killing people? When proper complaints are filed. What if the people are already dead? Wimple frowned. The department follows procedure. Harry looked toward Bobby's shelves. The ledgers contained hundreds of names, families, children, hunters. Some had died because authorities dismissed their fear. Others had died because nobody believed their attacker was real. What do you do when procedure fails? Harry asked. Wimple adjusted his robes. The ministry does not fail, John spoke quietly. Everybody fails. Wimple looked at him. John's voice remained controlled. Hunters fail. Salt lines break. Bullets miss. Research is wrong. People die. He stepped forward. The difference is Bobby writes it down. Bobby glanced toward the shelves. John continued. He writes what killed them, what didn't work, and what the next person should try. We don't hide failure because it makes us look weak. Wimple's lips thinned. You compare handwritten folklore with centuries of magical governance. I compare results. McGonagall looked at the ledgers. May I see one? Bobby hesitated. Then he selected a volume and placed it in front of her. McGonagall opened it. The first entry described a haunting in Nebraska. Dates, witness statements, methods attempted, injuries, final resolution. She turned the page. A possession in Texas. Another page. A cursed object in Ohio. The writing shifted between hunters. Some entries were detailed. Others were brief and written by exhausted hands. She found one marked in red, 3 civilians dead, salt ineffective, iron ineffective, exorcism incomplete, entity escaped. Below it, Bobby had added later notes, possible identity, new ritual, warning signs. Locations where the creature had reappeared. McGonagall read silently. Wimple looked bored. These are anecdotes. They're dead people, Harry said. Wimple stared at him. Harry met his gaze. The official's polished robes, soft hands, and perfect posture told a story Bobby's ledgers did not. Wimple had never held a door closed while something screamed from the other side. He had never tried to remember a ritual while a friend bled out. He had never wondered whether the weapon in his hand would work before the creature reached a child. Harry did not hate him. But he knew Wimple had no right to call hunters primitive. McGonagall closed the ledger. You maintain these records for other hunters? For anyone who needs them, Bobby said. Do you have files concerning magical entities? Bobby's eyes moved briefly toward the basement door. Harry noticed. So did McGonagall. Some, Bobby said. What kind? Witches, cursed objects, things that use wands, things that don't. May I examine them? No. Wimple made an offended sound. McGonagall accepted the refusal. Why not? Because I don't know you. The professor considered that. A reasonable answer. Wimple turned toward her. Professor, surely you cannot be taking this seriously. I take any organized record of supernatural threats seriously. They are muggles. Mr. Wimple, I am aware. They have no formal training. Harry looked at the iron charm around his neck. Formal doesn't mean correct. Wimple stood. I will not continue this absurdity. The ministry has jurisdiction over the child. John moved between him and Harry. No, Mr. Winchester, you possess no magical standing. I don't need it. You will surrender Harry Potter to the appropriate authorities. Harry's scar suddenly burned, a sharp pulse. He inhaled. John saw it. What? Something's wrong. McGonagall rose. Her wand appeared in her hand. The windows darkened. Every owl outside took flight at once. A shadow moved across the curtains. Bobby grabbed the crowbar again. Dean reached beneath the table for the shotgun hidden there. Wimple drew his wand. What is happening? Harry closed his eyes. The pressure felt familiar, not the broken presence from his dreams. Not the cold pain of the shadow at Godric's Hollow. This was thinner, searching. A whisper crawled along the walls. Potter. Harry turned toward the front door. Something struck it from outside. The entire house shook. McGonagall raised her wand. Pratigo. A pale shield appeared across the door. The second impact shattered the porch railing. John pulled Harry behind the kitchen wall. Bobby opened a cabinet and removed a jar filled with gray powder. What is it? McGonagall asked. Don't know yet. You have wards. Something's testing them. The symbol carved above the window flared red. Harry had seen that response before. Which, he said. John looked at him. How do you know? That mark reacts to spellwork. A voice called from the yard. Harry Potter. It belonged to a woman, older, desperate. I only wish to see him. McGonagall moved toward the window. John blocked her. Don't. She may be from the magical community. That doesn't make her safe. Wimple stepped around them. This is ministry business. He opened the front door. John cursed. A bolt of purple light crossed the threshold. It struck Wimple in the chest. He flew backward and crashed through Bobby's kitchen table. McGonagall slammed the door. Stupefy. Her red spell passed through the wood. A woman screamed outside, then laughed. The sound became 2 voices. Bobby threw gray powder across the doorway. Symbols hidden beneath the floorboards ignited. A human-shaped shadow appeared on the other side of the door. Something had become visible within the wards. McGonagall's face changed. That is not a witch. Possessed one, Harry said. John loaded the shotgun. Salt. Demons wearing a magical body, Bobby replied, could react differently. Then we test. McGonagall turned. Test. John opened the small viewing panel Bobby had installed beside the door and fired through it. Rock salt struck the figure outside, the possessed witch screamed, black smoke burst from her mouth but immediately returned. "Salt works," John said. "Not enough?" Bobby replied. McGonagall stared at them. Harry understood her surprise. They had not discussed theories. They had gained information. The demon recovered and lifted the witch's wand. Bobby shouted. The front wall exploded inward. John threw Harry to the floor. Wood, glass, and plaster filled the kitchen. Dean covered Sam. McGonagall's shield expanded, catching much of the debris. The possessed witch stepped through the ruins. Her eyes were black. Blood ran from her nose. She smiled at Harry. "There you are." John fired. McGonagall cast at the same time. Rock salt and red light struck the witch together. She collapsed against the doorway. The demon remained inside. "It's anchored," Bobby shouted. "To what?" McGonagall demanded. Harry looked at the witch's hand. A black ring encircled one finger, not a normal ring. Symbols moved across its surface. The ring. John fired at it. The witch twisted. The shot struck her shoulder. McGonagall flicked her wand. "Expelliarmus!" The wand flew from the witch's hand. The ring remained. Dean emerged from behind the overturned table carrying the iron fireplace poker. He swung at the witch's arm. The iron struck the ring. Black fire erupted. The witch screamed. The demon released her. Smoke poured from her mouth and struck the devil's trap painted across the ceiling. The lines ignited. The black cloud stopped. For a moment it hung above them, trapped inside the symbol. Bobby opened his exorcism book. The demon thrashed. Its voice filled the room. "He is marked." Harry felt his scar burn. John stepped in front of him. Bobby began the Latin ritual. The demon laughed. "You think the Dark Lord was the first thing to leave a piece behind?" Harry's breath stopped. The room seemed to tilt. Ring, cup, locket, book, crown, snake. Bobby's voice continued. The demon slammed against the invisible walls of the trap. He opened the door. The final words of the exorcism struck. The black smoke collapsed inward and vanished through the floor. Silence followed. The witch lay unconscious among the broken wood. John checked Harry first. McGonagall checked Wimple. Bobby examined the ring. It had split down the middle. Dean looked toward the ruined wall. "So much for the wards." "They worked," Bobby said. "The wall's gone." "The demon's gone too." Harry stared at the broken ring. "What did it mean?" Nobody answered. Harry looked at Bobby. "You know, I know demons lie. That's Dad's answer. Sometimes your dad's right." McGonagall rose slowly. She had heard every word. "What dreams have you been having, Harry?" John looked at Bobby. Bobby looked at Harry. The secret had lasted until a demon shouted it across a room filled with witnesses. Harry touched the scar. "Objects." McGonagall's face became still. "What objects?" "A ring. A cup, a locket, a diary, a crown, a snake." Wimple groaned beneath the broken table. Nobody looked at him. McGonagall's voice was barely audible. "How long?" "As long as I remember." "Have you seen a face?" "Sometimes." "What face?" Harry thought of the pale figure shifting through ages. A man who isn't all in one place. Bobby's eyes moved toward the basement. McGonagall noticed again. "What are you keeping down there?" "Records," Bobby said, "about divided souls." John turned sharply. Harry felt the entire room narrow around that phrase, divided souls, the hollow man. The Colts only recorded failure, Bobby's European ledger. "I have one case," Bobby admitted. "Maybe." McGonagall stepped closer. "Show me." "No, if this concerns Voldemort, you don't know that it does." "I recognize those objects." Harry stared at her. "All of them?" "Not exactly, but enough." John looked between them. "Then everybody stops hiding things." McGonagall's mouth tightened. "That information is not mine to disclose." John nodded toward the unconscious witch and the destroyed wall. "Something just attacked my house looking for my son." "He is not your son." Wimple's weak voice came from the floor. Everyone turned. The ministry official pushed broken wood from his robes. His face was pale, but his contempt had survived intact. "He is Harry Potter. He is a ward of the magical world, and this incident proves he cannot remain here." John moved toward him. Harry stepped forward first. "No." Wimple blinked. Harry stood between the ministry official and his family. The room was broken around him. Bobby's table had been destroyed. The wall was open to the scrapyard. Dean held the iron poker. Sam remained behind an overturned cabinet. John's shotgun smoked. None of it looked safe. Harry knew that. Safety had never been the same as peace. This house had been attacked because he was inside it. John had been injured because he found him. Dean and Sam had grown up with danger partly because Harry carried another world's war behind his scar. Perhaps Wimple was right about one thing. Harry belonged to the magical world, but belonging did not mean ownership. He picked up the Hogwarts letter from the floor. Dust covered the parchment. The green ink still read, Mr. H. Potter. Harry looked at McGonagall. "I'll go." John's face gave nothing away. Dean stared at him. Wimple smiled with relief. Harry continued, "I'll learn magic. I'll learn what happened to my parents. I'll learn what the dreams mean." McGonagall nodded. "That is wise, but I'm not going with him." Harry pointed toward Wimple. The official's smile disappeared. "I'm not living with a ministry family. I'm not giving up Bobby's books. I'm not pretending hunters are stupid because they don't use wands." Wimple stood. "You are a child. You do not set the conditions." Harry looked at John. "Dad says it's my choice." The words settled over the broken kitchen. Dad. Not guardian, not temporary caretaker, not the muggle who had removed Harry Potter from the magical world. Dad. John's expression changed slightly. Harry turned back to McGonagall. "I'll attend Hogwarts if my family can contact me, if I can leave during holidays, if nobody changes my memories, if I'm allowed to keep my own notes and protective equipment. Students may possess personal items within reason." "My knife." Wimple laughed. "No student will carry a weapon inside Hogwarts. Wands are weapons. They are educational instruments. So is my knife." McGonagall looked at the iron blade strapped beside Harry's boot. "Why iron?" "Because some things don't care about spells." The professor glanced toward the unconscious witch. "Perhaps a compromise can be reached." Harry nodded. "One more thing." He held out the letter. "It has the wrong name." McGonagall looked at the address. "Your legal name is Harry James Potter." "That's the name my parents gave me?" "Yes. I'm keeping it." John watched silently. Harry had imagined this choice many times without understanding that he was imagining it. Potter was not an insult. It was not a chain. James and Lily Potter had died protecting him. Their name belonged to him because their final act had made his life possible. He would never erase them, but a name could describe more than blood. It could describe who taught him to check the salt twice, who drove through the night when he was hurt, who kept the photograph of his dead parents so he would know where he came from, who argued with wizards for 2 days because they planned to leave him on a doorstep. Harry placed the letter on the remains of the table. "I want the school records changed." "To what?" McGonagall asked. Harry looked at John. His father seemed almost afraid to move. "Harry James Winchester." Wimple made a choking sound. "That is impossible." "Why?" "The Potter name is one of the oldest in magical Britain." Harry looked around Bobby's house. "So, it carries history, status, and inheritance." "Winchester carries history too." "Not magical history." "No," Harry smiled faintly. "It carries me." John looked away. For a second, Harry thought he had made the wrong choice. Then John rubbed one hand across his mouth and looked back. His eyes were wet. He would deny it later. Harry decided not to mention it. McGonagall examined him for a long time. "You understand that taking another name does not change your parentage." "I don't want it to." "You will still be James and Lily Potter's son." "Yes. And the magical world will continue to call you Potter." "Then they'll be wrong." Bobby smiled. Dean lowered the iron poker. Sam emerged from behind the cabinet. Wimple looked as though Harry had personally destroyed a national monument. "The ministry will never approve this." McGonagall placed her hat back on her head. "The ministry does not control the Hogwarts register." Wimple stared at her. "Professor, I am deputy headmistress. Student records fall within my authority." She looked at Harry. "If your legal guardian submits the appropriate documents, the school will recognize the name." Harry looked at John. John's voice was rough. "You sure?" Harry nodded. "You didn't ask me to." "No, you never said I had to choose." "No, you kept the Potter photograph." John glanced toward the cracked frame hanging beside Bobby's shelves. "Figured you'd need both." Harry stepped closer. "I do." John placed one hand on his shoulder. Then Winchester it is. The decision was quieter than magic. No lights flashed, no invisible force shook the house. A boy chose a name, and a man accepted that he had been chosen with it. Yet something changed, not in the room, in Harry. For 10 years, two worlds had pulled at him from opposite directions. The magical one claimed his blood, scar, and destiny. The hunter's world claimed his habits, loyalties, and scars earned by ordinary steel. He had assumed choosing one meant betraying the other. Now he understood. James and Lily had given him life. John, Bobby, Dean, and Sam had taught him how to live it. He did not have to abandon either. But only one family had asked what he wanted. McGonagall gathered Bobby's questions. "I will arrange a formal meeting with Professor Dumbledore." John's hand remained on Harry's shoulder. "This one happens on neutral ground." McGonagall looked at the missing wall. "Given the condition of the house, I believe Hogwarts may now qualify." "No," Bobby gestured toward the debris. "This can be fixed." Wimple retrieved his folder. "This matter is not concluded." Dean handed him his dirty handkerchief. "You've got dust on your robes." Wimple ignored it and stepped through the ruined doorway. An owl immediately defecated on his shoulder. Dean laughed so hard he nearly dropped the poker. Wimple disappeared into the yard without another word. McGonagall paused beside Harry. "When you arrive at Hogwarts, many people will already believe they know you. Because of the scar. Because of what happened around it. They'll call me Potter." "Yes." Harry looked down at the dusty letter. "Then I'll correct them." Something close to amusement appeared in McGonagall's eyes. "I suspect you will." She stepped outside. The remaining owls rose with her departure, circling over the scrapyard before flying east. One stayed behind. The same owl that had delivered the first letter remained perched on the impala. Dean approached it carefully. "We're good now." He said yes. The owl stared at him. Dean looked at Harry. "Why is it still here?" Harry noticed a second envelope tied to its leg. He removed it. The address had changed. Mr. H. Winchester, beside the ruined kitchen wall, Singer Salvage Yard, Lawrence County, South Dakota. Harry smiled. He opened it. The letter inside was identical except for the first line. "Dear Mr. Winchester," John read over his shoulder. "They work fast." "Magic," Harry said. John looked at the wand listed among the required supplies. "You still have to learn the rules." "I know." "And the knife compromise isn't settled." "I know. You do exactly what McGonagall says while you're there." Harry raised an eyebrow. John reconsidered. "You do most of what she says." Bobby examined the ruined wall. "Somebody's fixing this before sundown." Dean pointed toward the road. "Ministry guy broke it." "The witch broke it. She was magical. Same department." "That's not how repair bills work." Sam picked up one of the scattered Hogwarts envelopes. "Can I go too?" "You're not magical," Dean said. Sam looked offended. "You don't know that." Harry folded his acceptance letter and placed it inside his jacket. In 1 month he would cross into the magical world. He would hold a wand again. He would enter a castle hidden from ordinary people and meet children who had grown up knowing the rules he had been denied. They would know his parents' names. They would know the man who had tried to kill him. Some of them might know why his dreams were filled with objects. Harry looked toward the basement door. Bobby's ledger waited below, a divided soul. A weapon that could kill almost anything. A single recorded failure against something that had not been wholly present. The questions were beginning to connect, not enough to form an answer, enough to form a job. Harry had learned that jobs began the same way. Someone died. Something impossible happened. People with authority explained why nothing could be done. Then a hunter opened a ledger and started asking better questions. Harry Winchester touched the scar on his forehead. Far away, beyond oceans, borders, and the protections of the magical world, something touched the other end of the connection. The pain came suddenly. Green light filled Harry's vision. A cold voice whispered from somewhere without a body, "Potter." Harry gripped the edge of the ruined table until the vision passed. John caught him before he fell. "What did you see?" Harry breathed slowly. "A ring, a cup, a locket, a book, a diadem, a snake, and a pair of red eyes opening in darkness." "He knows," Harry whispered. "Who?" Harry looked down at the new letter, at the name written in green ink. He knows I'm going back. John drew the handgun from beneath his jacket and looked toward the empty yard as though the darkness might already be approaching. Bobby moved toward the basement. Dean took Sam upstairs. No one laughed at the fear in Harry's voice. No one told him it was only a dream. The family moved the way it always did when a hunt began. Weapons checked, doors reinforced, information gathered. Harry held the letter against his chest. Hogwarts believed it had invited the boy who lived. The Ministry believed it was recovering Harry Potter. The thing hiding beyond death believed an old enemy was returning to the world that had made him famous. All of them were wrong. Harry Winchester was coming, and he had been raised to hunt things that did not stay dead. Chapter 4. A job with no precedent. The chapel outside Godric's Hollow had not improved in 10 years. Rain had worn the names from several gravestones. Ivy covered half the western wall, forcing its roots between stones that had already begun to separate. The roof sagged above the empty nave, and the wooden cross over the entrance leaned far enough to look tired. The place had no electricity, no caretaker, no congregation. That was precisely why John Winchester chose it. He arrived 3 hours before the meeting. Dean checked the road. Bobby checked the building. Harry checked the graves. That had not been part of the plan, but John allowed it because Harry had been quiet since they crossed into the village. James and Lily Potter were buried together beneath a white stone near the edge of the churchyard. Harry stood before it with both hands inside his jacket pockets. The names were simple. No moving photographs, no magical symbols. No mention of the war that had reached their home, only 2 people and the dates that marked how little time they had received. Harry had seen the grave in photographs before. McGonagall had sent one after he turned 7, along with a brief letter explaining that she believed he had the right to know where his parents rested. John had studied the picture for enchantments. Bobby had tested the envelope for curses. Dean had called both of them paranoid. Then he had checked it himself. Harry crouched and cleared wet leaves from the base of the stone. "Do you want a minute?" Dean asked. Harry looked over his shoulder. Dean stood several feet away, pretending to examine the church wall. "I've had 10 years. "That isn't what I asked." Harry returned his attention to the grave. The magical world called him the boy who lived. Bobby called that a description, not a name. John called it something worse when he thought Harry could not hear. A target. James and Lily's deaths had become a celebration for strangers. Their son's survival had become a story told so often that the people inside it had stopped feeling real. Harry touched Lily's name. "I'm going to their school," he said. Dean waited. "I thought I should tell them. They probably know." "Maybe." Rain gathered along the edge of the stone. Harry wiped it away. "I changed the name." Dean moved closer. "You didn't replace it." "Some people will think I did. Some people are idiots." Harry smiled slightly. Dean shoved his hands into his coat. "James and Lily got you first?" Harry looked at him. "We got the rest." "That sounds greedy. We're Winchesters. That isn't a defense." "It usually is." John called from the chapel entrance inside. Harry stood. Before leaving the grave, he placed a small iron charm against the stone. It was not magical. Bobby had made it from a piece of the Impala's first engine block after John replaced the damaged component. The charm had no protective value anyone could prove. That was not why Harry left it. He wanted his parents to have something from the family they had never met. Then he followed Dean inside. Bobby had transformed the ruined chapel into a temporary fortress. Salt crossed every entrance. Iron nails had been hammered into the doorframes. Protective symbols covered the underside of the pews, hidden from anyone who did not know to look. A large devil's trap had been painted beneath an old carpet at the center of the nave. The meeting table consisted of 2 doors laid across wooden supports. On it rested maps, ledgers, holy water, 3 knives, and a metal box containing the Colt. The gun itself remained inside. John had refused to display it before the magical delegation arrived. "Everybody memorize the exits," he said. Dean pointed toward the back. "Main door, sacristy, broken window." "Basement passage," Bobby added. Harry looked at him. "There's a basement." "There's always a basement. You found it?" "I found 3. Dean stared. How can one chapel have 3 basements? Bad planning. Bobby opened one of his ledgers. The eastern passage comes out near the river. The northern one collapsed. The third has bones in it. Human? Harry asked. Mostly. Dean looked toward the floor. I hate old buildings. You love haunted buildings. I like the part where we leave them. Headlights appeared through the chapel windows. John checked his watch. Early. A black car stopped outside the gate. Not a magical carriage, not a flying motorcycle. A normal ministry vehicle with official plates. 2 men emerged first. They wore dark suits beneath traveling cloaks. Both carried wands openly. John counted them through a gap in the boards covering the window. Security. A second car arrived. Minerva McGonagall stepped out. Albus Dumbledore followed. Harry remembered him as an old man. 10 years had not changed that impression. His beard remained long and silver. His robes were dark gray rather than the colorful ones Harry vaguely recalled from the chapel meeting, and his half-moon spectacles caught what little light remained beneath the clouds. A third person left the vehicle after him. Alastor Moody looked as though the war had attempted to kill him repeatedly and grown frustrated with the results. One leg was wooden. Scars covered his face. A magical eye rotated independently inside its socket, examining the road, churchyard, and chapel simultaneously. The eye stopped on Harry's position behind the boarded window. Moody pointed directly at him. Found you. Harry stepped away. Dean glanced at him. I like that guy. You haven't met him. He looks prepared. The magical delegation approached the entrance. John opened the door but did not invite them across the salt. McGonagall looked down. You have surrounded a church with seasoning. Salt, John said. I am familiar with salt. Good, step over it. One ministry guard looked offended. Moody examined the line with his magical eye. Unbroken? He said. Bobby appeared behind John. You sound surprised. I'm surprised by anything done properly. Moody stepped across. Nothing happened. McGonagall followed. Dumbledore paused at the threshold. His eyes moved along the iron nails, carved symbols and thin bundles of dried herbs hidden above the door. You have been busy, Mr. Singer. Bobby folded his arms. You've been watching, observing. John's expression hardened. Dumbledore raised one hand, only the exterior. The terms of our original agreement have been honored. By you, Bobby said. Can't say the same for your ministry. The guards entered last. One brushed the salt with his heel. Harry immediately crouched and repaired the break. The guard watched him. What are you doing? Keeping the line complete. It is table salt. And that's a wand. The man frowned. Harry rose. Things don't have to look impressive to kill you. Moody barked a short laugh. McGonagall gave him a disapproving look. He ignored it. Dumbledore approached Harry. For several seconds, the old wizard said nothing. Harry felt as though he were being read. Not with legilimency. Bobby's charms would have burned warm if someone entered his mind. But through observation sharpened by years, Harry could not imagine. Dumbledore looked at the iron charm around Harry's neck, the knife at his ankle, the mark on his forehead. Finally, he extended one hand. Mr. Winchester. Harry accepted it. The correction mattered, Professor Dumbledore. I understand you intend to join us at Hogwarts. I intend to learn there. Dumbledore's eyes brightened slightly, an important distinction. John remained close. Dumbledore released Harry's hand. We should begin. No, John said. We start with terms. One ministry guard sighed. Moody turned toward him. You keep sighing like that. Dawlish, somebody might assume you don't want to be here. The guard, Dawlish, straightened. Dumbledore nodded. Very well. John pointed toward the meeting table. No spells without warning. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. That may prove difficult if we are attacked. Warning can be one word. Such as, move. Moody nodded. Practical. Wands stay visible, John continued. Nobody enters anybody's head. Nobody alters memories. Nobody summons or removes anything from the building without saying what it is first. Dawlish looked at the weapons on the table. And your firearms stay visible. You expect armed ministry personnel to sit beside Muggle weapons? John stared at him. You brought armed ministry personnel to a meeting with my 11-year-old son. Dawlish stopped speaking. Bobby added, Nothing crosses the salt unless we approve it. Dumbledore looked toward the windows, and if Voldemort himself appears outside, we close the doors. You believe salt will stop him? No, Bobby said. Doors might slow him half a second. Dumbledore studied Bobby's face and seemed to realize he was serious. McGonagall sat first. The others followed. John remained standing until Harry took the chair beside him. The metal Colt case stayed near Bobby. Moody's magical eye rotated toward it. What's inside? A gun, Bobby said. I can see that. Then why ask? I can see through the case. Can't see through whatever's carved inside the lid. Bobby's expression changed. You can see through anything, most things, useful, usually. Bobby moved the case farther from Moody. Rude, the aura said. Dumbledore placed a narrow file on the table. Before we discuss Harry's education, there is another matter. John sat slowly. This is the part you left out of the invitation. Yes. Why? Because written messages can be intercepted. You sent birds to the house. The letters contained nothing dangerous. One of them gave the exact room Harry was standing in. McGonagall looked mildly embarrassed. The addressing charm can be overly specific. Dean leaned against a pillar. It knew when he moved into the hallway. The charm's intent is reliable delivery. It's creepy. McGonagall looked as though she had no defense against that accusation. Dumbledore opened the file. Inside were 6 photographs. The first showed a young Tom Riddle in Hogwarts robes. The second showed an older man with the same handsome features. In the third, the face had become thinner. The fourth was nearly inhuman. The final photograph showed the pale figure John had described from Godric's Hollow. Red eyes, flattened nose, black robes. Harry felt his scar become warm. John noticed pain. Not yet. Dumbledore arranged the photographs in order. This was Tom Marvolo Riddle. Dean moved closer. The Dark Lord? Yes. Voldemort, Harry said. McGonagall's shoulders tightened. Harry looked at her. If we're planning to kill him, we should use his name. Dawlish appeared scandalized. Moody grinned. Dumbledore did not correct Harry. Tom Riddle attended Hogwarts several decades ago. Exceptionally intelligent. Exceptionally ambitious. He possessed a fascination with death and an inability to accept that it applied to him. Most monsters don't, Bobby said. Tom was not born a monster. No, John replied. He chose it. Dumbledore's face became sad. Yes, he removed several pieces of parchment from the file. 1 year after the attack on Godric's Hollow, I began investigating the possibility that Voldemort had survived. 1 year, John asked. You told everybody he was gone. I told them his body had been destroyed. You let them hear what they wanted. I allowed a terrified society to believe the immediate war had ended. It hadn't. No. The words settled heavily. Dumbledore looked toward Harry. The creature your father encountered in the nursery was not a ghost. Didn't act like one, John said. Nor was it a complete human soul. Bobby opened his ledger. Harry saw the marked page before Bobby turned it toward Dumbledore. The Hollow Man, Elias Finch, the Colt's first recorded failure. Dumbledore read the final underlined sentence. Death could not claim what was not wholly present. He looked at Bobby. Where did you acquire this, Men of Letters Archive? I believe that organization extinct, mostly. Dumbledore touched the old page. Do you understand what it describes? Something split itself across multiple objects. McGonagall became still. Dawlish glanced at Dumbledore. Moody's magical eyes stopped moving. Harry saw the reactions. They knew not everything enough. Dumbledore folded his hands over the file. In the darkest branches of magical study, there is an object known as a Horcrux. Bobby took out his pencil. What does it do? It houses a portion of a human soul outside the body. Dean looked toward Harry. John's gaze dropped to the photographs. How? He asked. Dumbledore hesitated. Moody answered. Murder. McGonagall looked at him sharply. He needs the truth, Moody said. Dumbledore nodded. The act of murder damages the soul. There are rituals capable of tearing the damaged portion free and placing it inside a vessel. Bobby wrote quickly. Object or living thing, usually an object, usually means not always. A living vessel may be possible. Harry thought of the snake. The dreams returned with perfect clarity, yellow eyes, a mouth opening, scales sliding across stone. "The snake," he whispered. Dumbledore turned. "What did you say?" Harry looked at the photographs. "My dreams show 6 things: a ring, cup, locket, diary, diadem, snake." McGonagall inhaled. Dumbledore's composure cracked for the first time. 6. That's what I told you. I had hoped some were symbolic. They don't feel symbolic." John touched Harry's shoulder. "Tell him everything." Harry closed his eyes. The images were never complete. They arrived like flashes of lightning, showing a room for an instant but leaving no map. "The ring is black, cracked near the stone." Dumbledore removed a blank sheet and began writing. "The cup is gold. 2 handles. There's something engraved on it." "What? A badger, maybe?" McGonagall's face paled. Harry continued. "The locket has a snake shaped like an S. The diary is black, old. The diadem looks silver, but it's dirty. The snake is alive." "And the 6th?" Bobby asked. Harry frowned. "I listed 6. Ring, cup, locket, diary, diadem, and snake," Bobby said. "Yeah." He looked at Dumbledore, plus the piece still in the body. Dumbledore's eyes closed briefly. 7. John looked toward the Colt case. 1 soul in 7 places. "Precisely," Dumbledore said. Harry remembered Bobby's explanation in the basement. 1 body, 1 target. The Colt worked against things that were here. Voldemort was not. John tapped the case. Would the gun kill the body? Everyone looked at him. Dumbledore's eyes shifted toward the Colt. "I do not know." "It kills demons," Dean said. "Some demons," Bobby corrected. "It killed an alpha vampire." John said. "It has killed creatures that survived decapitation, fire, and exorcism," Bobby added. "When it works, they stay dead." Dawlish looked doubtful. "You expect us to believe an antique firearm possesses power greater than the killing curse?" Bobby turned toward him. "Killing curse work on Voldemort?" Dawlish's mouth tightened. "Didn't think so." Dumbledore regarded the case with something more cautious than disbelief. "If the weapon can destroy a body absolutely, the Horcruxes would still tether Voldemort's soul to life." "Meaning?" John asked. "He could return." "How quickly?" "Weeks, years, decades. It would depend upon assistance, preparation, and the state in which the surviving soul remained." John's face hardened. "So we shoot him now, we start over." "Against an enemy who would know the weapon exists," Moody said. "That was the worst part." Harry saw John understand it. Voldemort adapted. Every failed attempt taught him something. A bullet fired too soon would not merely fail, it would explain the threat. Bobby rested one hand on the case. "That's why the gun goes last." Dumbledore looked at him. "Have you tested it against a divided soul?" "Once, according to the ledger. And did nothing." Dumbledore read the Prague entry again. The vessel was struck, yet the subject remained distributed. "The body wasn't the whole target," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. "The bullet may have killed what it touched." "But not enough of him was there to matter," Bobby finished. Dean looked between them. "So we destroy the 6 objects, make the soul one thing again, and then use the Colt." Dawlish laughed quietly. Everyone turned toward him. He shook his head. "You speak as if locating 6 of the darkest magical artifacts in existence is a matter of checking cupboards." Dean folded his arms. "How many have you found?" Dawlish's expression darkened. "None." "Then maybe let the cupboard people talk." McGonagall pressed her lips together, hiding something dangerously close to amusement. Dumbledore spread a map of Britain across the table. "I do not yet know the location of each object. I have suspicions concerning 2. "Which?" Bobby asked. "The ring may be connected to Voldemort's maternal family, the Gaunts. Their home stood near Little Hangleton." He marked the location. "The diary belonged to Tom Riddle during his school years." "Where is it now?" Harry asked. "I do not know." John leaned back. "You said 2. "I believe the diary entered the possession of a Death Eater after Voldemort's first defeat." "Name?" Dumbledore hesitated. John's voice cooled. "If we're sharing, we share. Lucius Malfoy." McGonagall looked toward Dumbledore. "That is not proven." "No," Dumbledore said. "But Tom rewarded his closest followers with objects he considered valuable. Malfoy Manor housed a substantial collection of dark artifacts before Ministry searches began." "Searches find anything?" Bobby asked. Dawlish answered defensively. The Malfoy family cooperated fully with the Ministry. Moody's magical eye rolled toward him. Lucius claimed he was under the imperious curse, donated a large sum to St. Mungo's, and invited 3 officials to dinner. Dawlish looked offended. The investigation found no evidence sufficient for prosecution, because the evidence had dinner plans. John looked at the map. How protected is the house? Magical wards, McGonagall said. House elves, concealed rooms, possibly cursed guardians, armed occupants? Dean asked. Lucius Malfoy is a trained wizard, Moody said. His wife comes from the Black family. Their household staff may include former loyalists. Bobby drew a line in his notes. Now we classify. Dumbledore looked interested. Classify? Bobby moved the photographs aside and placed 5 index cards on the table. He had prepared them before the meeting. Harry recognized his handwriting. Bobby wrote a number on each, 5 through 1. Every bad job turns into a worse job when people treat all threats the same. He placed the card marked 5 near Dawlish. The aura looked insulted. Bobby ignored him. Tier 5. Rank and file. Lookouts, junior followers, enchanted guards. Dangerous in groups. Predictable alone. Moody nodded. Standard Death Eaters. Resolved by ordinary tradecraft when we can choose the ground. Ambush, iron, salt if anything non-human is involved, guns if their human and lethal force is necessary. McGonagall's expression tightened at the bluntness. Bobby placed 4 beside it. Tier 4. Trained combat threats. Experienced followers, Ministry enforcers, anyone who's survived enough fights to stop making easy mistakes. Lucius Malfoy, Harry said. Probably. How do we handle them? Numbers, preparation, and never fighting fair. Moody smiled, definitely like him. Bobby placed 3 down. Tier 3. Elite specialists, Bellatrix Lestrange if half the stories are true. Cursed constructs, guardians built for a specific object. Dumbledore's face darkened at Bellatrix's name. Resolved by, McGonagall asked. Coalition tactics. Expect injuries. Assume the first plan fails. The 4th card carried 2 Horcrux anchors, Bobby said. Everyone is its own job. What works on the diary might not work on the ring. What kills the snake won't necessarily damage the cup. Why rank them above Bellatrix? Dawlish asked. A stationary object cannot cast a curse. Bobby tapped the Hollow Man entry. Because until the object is gone, your war can't end. Dawlish fell silent. Bobby placed the final card at the top. 1 Voldemort. The chapel became quiet. Not because he hits harder than everything else, Bobby continued. Maybe he does, doesn't matter. Tier 1 means no tactic below him applies directly. We don't duel him. We don't test ourselves against him. We don't walk into a room and hope we're faster. Harry looked toward the Colt case. We make him 1 target. Then the gun gets 1 chance, Bobby said. Dumbledore studied the cards. You have reduced a war to a series of hunts. No, John said. He made it survivable. McGonagall looked at the top card. Wars do not remain inside classifications. Neither do monsters. Bobby replied, That's why we update the board. Moody reached over and moved Dawlish away from Tier 5. Dawlish stared. Moody placed a pencil on the card instead. More useful. Mad Eye. Constant vigilance includes accurate rankings. Dumbledore's amusement faded quickly. There is another complication. John's shoulders tightened. There always is. Voldemort may not know the exact condition of his Horcruxes, but he is likely capable of sensing their destruction. Likely, Bobby asked. Horcrux magic is poorly documented. Most surviving texts discuss creation, not consequences. So every object we destroy tells him somebody understands the system. Yes, Dean looked at the map. Then we hit all 6 at once. We don't know where they are, Harry said, and we don't know how to destroy them, McGonagall added. Bobby drew 6 circles on the map. This becomes a campaign. Locate, observe, test containment, identify the rule, destroy, move before he adapts. Dumbledore looked toward Harry. You describe this as though you have done it many times. Harry remembered motel rooms, graveyards, basements. Children found inside tunnels. Not this, he said, but every hunt starts with something people think can't be killed. And every hunt ends, Dumbledore asked. Harry thought of the entries marked escaped. It doesn't. The honesty surprised the magical delegation. Harry continued. Sometimes the thing gets away. Sometimes people die. Sometimes the rule in the book is wrong. He looked at the Colt case. That's why we don't test the gun on Voldemort. Dumbledore's eyes rested on him. You understand what destroying these objects would mean. It means he can die. It also means entering places built to protect them. John's hand settled against the table. He doesn't enter anything. Harry turned. Dad, you're 11. I'm the one seeing the objects. You can describe them from home. Dumbledore spoke carefully. I did not arrange this meeting to recruit Harry as a soldier. John looked at him. Then why is he here? Because the connection is his. Excluding him from the truth would not sever it. That doesn't mean he goes into the field. No, Dumbledore folded the map. Harry will attend school. He will learn to control his magic. He may assist with research if he chooses. Adults will conduct the searches. Moody grunted. Adults die too, McGonagall glared. He is not helping your argument. I'm not making one, I'm stating a fact. Harry looked at John. I'm not asking to raid a house. Good. I'm asking not to be lied to. John said nothing. That demon knew about the objects, Harry continued. Voldemort knows I'm alive. If I sit at Hogwarts and pretend this isn't happening, I'm still part of it. John's expression became painfully familiar. It was the look he wore before every difficult hunt, when instinct told him to put the boys in the Impala and drive until the danger disappeared behind them. Danger had never stayed behind. John knew that too. You research, he said. Harry waited. You train. You tell us every dream, every scar pain, every strange feeling. I already do. Everyone. Harry glanced at Bobby. Bobby examined the ceiling. John noticed. Everyone from now on. Harry nodded. You don't go near an anchor without me. Or me, Bobby added. Dean raised a hand. And me. John looked at him. What? You think I'm staying home while an evil wizard tries to murder Harry again? You're 16. Old enough to drive. Not in Britain. Dean looked betrayed. Harry almost smiled. Dumbledore opened a second file. This contains everything I have gathered on Tom Riddle's early life, known associates and possessions. He pushed it toward Bobby. Bobby did not touch it immediately. What do you want in return? Dumbledore's gaze moved toward the metal case. The truth about the Colt. John's hand lowered beside it. You got the important part. I would like to examine it. No, without touching. Bobby considered. No magic. Dumbledore inclined his head. Bobby opened the case. The Colt rested inside the dark wood. Even the magical guards became silent. The gun did not glow. It released no visible energy. It simply existed with a weight that had nothing to do with metal. Dumbledore leaned closer. His eyes moved across the inscriptions. I do not recognize the language. Neither do we, Bobby said. Moody's magical eye spun. Can't see the cylinder? Wards inside the metal, Dumbledore whispered. You said no magic, John warned. I am only looking. Harry watched the old wizard's face. For the first time, Dumbledore seemed genuinely uncertain, not cautious, not secretive, uncertain. It feels wrong, McGonagall said. Bobby looked at her. Evil? No, she struggled for the word. Final. Harry had felt the same thing. Dumbledore straightened. The killing curse tears life from the body. John looked at the Colt. And this? I believe this weapon may do something simpler. Which is? It refuses survival. Nobody spoke. Dumbledore closed the case himself without touching the gun. If it is fired after the final Horcrux is destroyed, it may prevent every form of return available to him. May, Harry said. Yes, you don't know. No. Harry appreciated the answer. Dumbledore looked around the table. That uncertainty must remain with us. No prophecy guarantees the result. No magical lore explains the weapon. We cannot build the campaign upon faith that the final shot will work. Bobby closed his ledger. We don't have to. Dawlish frowned. Then what is the point? The point is Voldemort loses 6 ways to come back. And if the Colt fails, John answered, then we find something else. Dumbledore studied him. You would continue. John looked at Harry. As long as the job takes. The scar on Harry's forehead suddenly ignited. He grabbed the table. Images struck harder than before. A dark room, tall windows, shelves filled with silver objects. a pale hand placing a black diary inside a hidden compartment, a blond man closing it. Then another image, the same diary resting inside a drawer beneath folded children's robes. Harry heard a voice. Not Voldemort, a woman, Lucius, it should have been destroyed. The vision vanished. Harry opened his eyes. John held him upright. Dumbledore had drawn his wand but kept it lowered. "What did you see?" he asked. Harry described the room, the blond man, the drawer, the woman's warning. McGonagall looked at Moody. Malfoy manner. Moody's magical eye narrowed. Could be. Dumbledore removed a small photograph from the riddle file. Lucius Malfoy stood beside his wife, Narcissa, and their young son, Harry pointed. Dean leaned over the table. "Where's the diary now?" Harry closed his eyes again. The vision had left impressions rather than directions. Wood polish, lavender, children's clothes, a silver serpent handle. "Not a vault," he said. "A bedroom." "Draco Malfoy's," McGonagall said. Harry looked at the boy in the photograph. "He's my age." "Yes." John's face hardened. Voldemort gave one of his soul pieces to a family with a child. "He may not have told Lucius what it truly was," Dumbledore said. "Doesn't make the kid less dead if it wakes up." Bobby pulled a clean page toward him. "First anchor, Black Diary, Malfoy Manor." Stored near the son's room, Dawlish stood. "You cannot invade the home of a respected magical family based upon a child's vision." Harry looked at him. A demon attacked Bobby's house based on less. "That is irrelevant." "The diary can hurt Draco," McGonagall said. Dawlish hesitated. Dumbledore collected the photographs. "The Ministry cannot act officially." John laughed without humor. "Of course it can't." "I did not say we would do nothing." Moody smiled in a way that made Dawlish step back. Bobby wrote a title across the top of the page, "The Diary Job." "What destroys a Horcrux?" Harry asked. Dumbledore's expression darkened. "Damage beyond magical repair." "That means what?" "Certain substances, exceptional destructive magic, methods capable of damaging the soul fragment as well as its container." Bobby underlined the title, "So you don't know?" "I know of several possibilities." "Have you tested them?" "No, then you don't know." Dumbledore accepted the correction. Bobby closed the ledger. "We treat it like a haunting." McGonagall frowned. "It is not a ghost." "Soul fragment living in an object influences people, maybe takes control if they spend enough time around it." Bobby looked at Harry. "What does that sound like?" "Haunted object." "Exactly." Dumbledore looked unconvinced. "Salt will not destroy a Horcrux." "No," Harry said. "But it might contain what comes out." The old wizard became still. The idea had not occurred to him, not because he lacked intelligence, because wizarding tradition taught him to view the diary as dark magic. Hunters viewed it as a thing with behaviors. Behaviors could be tested. Rules could be found. Bobby packed the Colt case. The gun stays locked. John gathered the maps. "Harry goes to Hogwarts as planned." McGonagall nodded. "His place is ready." He gets a direct line home. "We cannot install a telephone." "Then teach an owl to find us without telling every other owl what room we're in." "I will make arrangements. No surveillance." "Agreed." "His knife." McGonagall looked tired. "We will discuss the knife." "That means no," Harry said. "It means I am postponing the argument until I have eaten." Dean nodded approvingly. "She's learning." The meeting ended at dusk. Dumbledore remained beside the table while the others moved toward the door. Harry approached him. "Professor?" "Yes, you called it a Horcrux." Dumbledore waited. "Did Voldemort invent them?" "No, the practice is much older." "Then other people have destroyed them." "A small number." "Records." "Restricted." Harry looked at Bobby's ledger. "Restricted records get people killed." Dumbledore's expression became weary. "I once believed some knowledge was too dangerous to share. And now I believe hidden knowledge often becomes the private weapon of the worst person willing to seek it." Harry nodded. "Bring the records." Dumbledore smiled faintly. "That sounded remarkably like your father." "Which one?" The question surprised them both. Harry looked toward the graveyard. James Potter lay beneath the white stone. John Winchester stood by the Impala, checking beneath the vehicle for magical tracking charms. Dumbledore followed his gaze. "I suspect both would have asked." Harry considered that. "Bring everything?" "I will." Outside, the rain had stopped. John opened the passenger door for Harry. Dean had already claimed the driver's seat and was arguing that British roads were unnecessarily complicated. "You're not driving," John said. "I drove here. You nearly killed 3 sheep. They were standing in the road. It was a field." Harry climbed into the back. Bobby placed the Colt case beside him. For a moment, Harry's hand rested on the lid. One undivided soul, one body, one bullet. They were nowhere near that moment. 6 objects stood between them and the final shot. 6 hunts with different rules. 6 chances for Voldemort to notice. 6 chances for the hunters to fail. The Colt was the most powerful weapon Harry had ever seen. It was also useless. For now, John started the Impala. As they drove away from the chapel, Harry looked back at the graves. James and Lily disappeared behind the stone wall. The magical delegation remained near the chapel entrance, discussing a war that most of their world believed had already ended. Bobby opened the riddle file beneath the back seat light. Dean adjusted the mirror. "So what's the plan?" Bobby turned to the first page. "We learn everything about Lucius Malfoy." John shifted into gear. "We find a way into the house." Harry touched his scar, and we get the diary. Dean smiled. "Sounds easy." Nobody answered him. That was how Harry knew the job had truly begun. Chapter 5. The diary job. Harry Winchester's first impression of Hogwarts was that it had too many entrances. Doors stood inside walls that had not contained them moments before. Staircases moved while students were still standing on them. Portraits opened into passageways. Suits of armor stepped aside to reveal alcoves that disappeared once Harry turned his back. Nobody had marked the exits. Nobody appeared concerned. Harry found this unacceptable. By the end of his first week, he had drawn 3 maps. The first showed the routes teachers expected students to use. The second showed routes the castle preferred on different days. The third showed how to escape if the first 2 became unusable. Hermione Granger found him updating the third map beneath the Gryffindor table during breakfast. "What are you doing?" Harry covered the parchment with his arm. "Eating." "You're drawing the western staircase." "No, I'm eating porridge." Hermione leaned closer. "You marked a passage behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. It's a shortcut." "That passage isn't on the school map." "The school map is wrong." "It was issued by Professor McGonagall." Harry looked toward the staff table. "That doesn't make the corridor exist where the map says it does." Hermione lowered her voice. "You can't simply decide an official map is wrong. The staircase moved. It's supposed to move. Then the map should mention that." Across the table, Ron Weasley stopped buttering his toast. "He's got a point." Hermione stared at him. Ron returned to his toast. Harry folded the parchment and slipped it inside his robes. His Hogwarts robes had required alteration before John considered them usable. A narrow pocket had been sewn into each sleeve. A loop inside the belt held a small flashlight. The hem concealed packets of salt in waxed paper so they would not spill if Harry fell. Professor McGonagall had rejected the iron knife. John had rejected her rejection. They compromised. The knife remained locked in Harry's trunk unless a teacher authorized its use. Harry carried 3 iron nails instead. McGonagall had called that excessive. Bobby had mailed 7 more. Harry's wand occupied a holster beneath his left sleeve. 11 inches. Holly, phoenix feather. It had chosen him in Ollivander's shop after several other wands cracked lamps, rang bells or threw boxes from shelves. John had watched the entire process with his hand near his handgun. When Ollivander mentioned that the feather inside Harry's wand came from the same phoenix as Voldemort's, John had asked for another wand. Ollivander refused. Harry kept it, not because he trusted the connection, because connections revealed rules. The wand worked well enough in lessons. Harry could levitate a feather. He could ignite the tip of a match and turn a beetle into something that resembled a button if viewed from a generous distance. He did not enjoy dueling practice. Most students became excited when Professor Flitwick demonstrated defensive spells. Harry watched how long each spell took to pronounce. A second mattered. Sometimes half a second mattered. The wizarding world treated the wand as the beginning and end of every answer. Harry treated it as one more item on a very long list. He was reaching for his cup when pain struck his scar. The great hall vanished. Harry saw polished wood, silver handles, green fabric folded inside a trunk, a black book lying beneath it. The vision lasted less than a heartbeat. His hand closed around the cup hard enough to crack it. Pumpkin juice spilled across the table. Ron jumped. Hermione pulled her books away. Harry, he breathed slowly. The pain faded. Across the great hall, Draco Malfoy stood from the Slytherin table. His face was pale. He held one hand against his chest as though something beneath his robes had suddenly become hot. Their eyes met. Harry saw fear before Draco covered it with contempt. Then Draco turned and left the hall. Harry was already moving. Hermione caught his sleeve. "Where are you going?" "Class. Charms isn't for 40 minutes. Early." Ron looked toward the doors Draco had used. "Does early usually mean following Malfoy?" "No." Harry removed Hermione's hand gently. "Stay here." That guaranteed she would not. He knew it the moment he said it. Harry left the great hall and counted footsteps behind him. One person, then two. Hermione and Ron followed at a distance they probably considered subtle. Harry allowed it because stopping to argue would cost time. He found Draco's trail near the marble staircase. Not footprints. Drops of ink, tiny black circles marked the stone every few yards. Harry crouched beside one. The ink moved. It drew itself into a narrow line pointing upstairs. Ron nearly walked into him. What happened? Harry held one finger to his lips. Hermione saw the ink. "That isn't normal." "Thank you," Ron whispered. "We would have missed that." Hermione ignored him. Harry touched the iron charm around his neck. Cold. The temperature in the corridor had dropped several degrees. Portraits slept inside their frames despite the morning light. One knight snored with his helmet closed. Another portrait showed an empty chair beside a dying fire. Something had pushed the painted occupants away, a haunting sign. Harry removed a salt packet from his pocket. Hermione stared. "Why are you carrying salt?" "For ghosts. Hogwarts has ghosts." "Exactly. The ghosts aren't dangerous." "Most aren't." Ron leaned closer. "Most." Harry continued upstairs. The ink led them toward the third floor, past 2 classrooms and a corridor blocked by an old rope barrier. A sign read, "Restricted due to structural instability." Harry examined the floor. No cracks, no fallen stone. The dust had been disturbed recently. "Malfoy went through there," Ron said. Hermione looked alarmed. "We should get a professor." "Yes," Harry said. Neither of them moved. Harry looked at Hermione. "Go." "Why me? You follow instructions occasionally." "I follow sensible instructions." "Get McGonagall. Tell her the diary is here." Hermione's expression changed. She knew about the diary only as a dark object Dumbledore was searching for. Harry had not told her it contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul. He had not told anyone. Which diary? She'll know. Hermione looked toward the dark corridor. "What are you going to do?" "Watch the entrance." Harry stepped over the rope. Ron followed. Harry stopped. "I said watch." "I'm watching you. From the other side." "No, this could be dangerous." Ron gave him an incredulous look. "That's why I'm not leaving you." Harry considered arguing. From deeper in the corridor came the sound of a child crying. Ron's face paled. Harry drew his wand with his left hand and held an iron nail in his right. "Stay behind me." "You're shorter than I am." "Then crouch." They entered. The crying stopped. A classroom door stood open at the end of the corridor. Black ink covered the threshold. It had formed words. "Harry Potter." The letters changed while Harry watched. "Come inside." Ron read over his shoulder. "It knows you." Harry felt his scar pulse. "It knows the scar." "That isn't better." Harry poured salt across the threshold. Nothing happened. He drew a second line behind them. "What does that do?" "Makes 2 places it has to cross." "You don't know what it is." "I know part of it lives in an object." Harry pushed the door open with his wand. Draco Malfoy sat at a desk in the center of the classroom. His back faced them. A black diary lay open before him. Draco's hand moved across the page, writing without a quill. Words appeared beneath his fingers in dark red ink. Harry entered. "Malfoy." Draco stopped writing. His shoulders shook. Ron raised his wand. Draco turned. His eyes were entirely black, not demonic black ink. Thin streams ran from their corners like tears. "You took your time," he said. The voice did not belong to an 11-year-old. Harry recognized it from his dreams. Younger than the cold voice inside the green light, smoother, human enough to be more frightening. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. Draco smiled. "Dumbledore has been talking. Not enough. Never enough." Draco's head tilted. Tom studied Harry through him. No glasses. Harry said nothing. Different clothes, different posture. Draco's ink-black eyes moved toward the iron nail, and such primitive little tools. Primitive works. "Did your muggle teach you that, my father?" The smile weakened. Tom did not like the word. "James Potter is dead. I have two fathers." Draco's expression became confused for a fraction of a second. The diary had memories, not current knowledge. Tom Riddle had expected an orphan entering Hogwarts hungry for answers. He had not expected John Winchester. That mattered. Harry lowered the wand slightly. "You're inside Malfoy." "I am speaking through him." "That wasn't the question." Tom's smile returned. "You have been trained to sound brave. I've been trained to keep you talking." Ron whispered behind him. "Harry," the diary pages were turning, not from wind. Each page showed writing, sketches, and fragments of faces pressed beneath the paper as if people were trapped inside. Draco's skin looked gray. The diary was draining him. Harry moved one step closer. Draco's hand lifted. A desk flew across the room. Harry dropped. The desk smashed into the wall. Ron cast. "Expelliarmus?" The spell struck Draco's arm. Nothing happened. Tom looked amused. "He isn't holding a wand." Ron fired again. The red spell hit the diary. The book slid 2 inches across the desk. Tom screamed. Draco screamed with him. Every window in the classroom shattered. Harry covered his face. Ink burst from the diary, spreading across the floor in twisting lines. The lines formed hands. Black fingers reached for Harry's boots. He threw salt. The ink recoiled. Tom's scream changed. Surprise. The black hands struck the salt line and flattened against it as though pressing into glass. Harry stared. Salt did not destroy the fragment. It limited the projection. A rule. "Ron, more salt." "I don't have salt." Harry tossed him a packet. Ron caught it badly, spilled half, and managed to pour the rest across the floor. The black ink pulled away. Draco collapsed against the desk. Tom's voice came from the diary now. "You think seasoning can contain a soul?" "No," Harry said. "I think it contained that." The classroom door slammed shut. Harry's second salt line broke beneath it. Ink rushed toward the gap. Ron jammed an iron nail into the floor. The ink struck the metal and hissed. Ron stared at the nail. "That worked. Only near the floor. That still counts." The black ink climbed the wall. Harry aimed his wand. "Incendio?" Flame struck the wallpaper. The ink moved around it. The fire did nothing. Tom laughed. Magic taught by children. Harry extinguished the flame before it spread. Fire ineffective while the fragment remained inside. Another rule. Draco lifted his head. For a second, his normal gray eyes returned. "Help me." Then the ink flooded back. He seized the diary. Harry crossed the salt line. Ron grabbed his robes. "What are you doing?" "It's using him as a door." "How do you know?" "The demon called me one." "That isn't evidence." "It's enough." Harry drove the iron nail through the diary's leather cover. The classroom shook. The sound that came from the book was not loud. It was deep. A vibration passed through the desks, walls, and bones of everyone inside. Draco released it. The diary remained pinned to the wooden desk. Ink sprayed from its pages but could not cross the iron. Tom appeared behind Draco, not fully. A transparent boy of 16 in old Hogwarts robes, handsome face, dark hair, calm eyes filled with absolute hatred. Harry could see the wall through him. Tom looked down at the nail. "That cannot hurt me." Harry watched the edges of the apparition flicker. "It hurts enough." Tom reached for Harry. His hand crossed the salt line Harry had poured around the desk. Smoke rose from his fingers. He withdrew. The salt did not stop the soul itself. It weakened its contact with the room, containment, not destruction. A hunter needed to know the difference. The door burst open. Professor McGonagall entered with her wand raised. Dumbledore followed. Hermione stood behind them, breathing hard. McGonagall took in the broken windows, moving ink and unconscious Draco. Her eyes found Harry inside the salt line. "What have you done?" pinned it. Tom turned toward Dumbledore. For the first time, his confidence cracked. "Professor." Dumbledore's face became terribly still. "Tom," the apparition attempted to collapse back into the diary. The iron nail flared. Tom remained outside. Harry understood. The nail had pierced the cover while the fragment was projecting through Draco. It had interrupted the path home, not permanently, but long enough. Dumbledore raised his wand. Tom moved faster. He entered Draco again. The boy's body lifted from the floor. McGonagall cast a shield around him. Draco struck it from inside. Black cracks spread across the magic. "Do not attack the child," Dumbledore said. "I know," Harry replied. He pulled another salt packet free. Dumbledore glanced at it. "What do you need?" "A circle around Draco." McGonagall's expression sharpened. "Salt will not stop a wizard." "It isn't for Draco." Dumbledore acted immediately. His wand moved. Every salt shaker in the great hall vanished from the breakfast tables. They reappeared above the classroom. Hundreds of silver lids opened. Salt poured down. Harry covered his head. Ron shouted. A thick white circle formed around Draco. Tom forced the boy's foot toward it. The instant Draco's shoe crossed the line, black smoke tore from his mouth. The human body could cross. The fragment resisted. Dumbledore saw it. "Minerva, remove Mr. Malfoy." McGonagall levitated Draco. His body passed over the circle. The black shadow inside him stretched backward, connecting him to the diary like a cord. Harry seized the nearest iron nail and drove it through the ink line. The connection snapped. Draco collapsed into McGonagall's arms. Tom's apparition slammed back toward the diary. The first nail held for now. The transparent boy stood inside the salt circle with the book. His expression no longer resembled a student's. The features sharpened. Eyes reddened. Skin became pale. For one instant, Harry saw what Tom would become. Then the handsome mask returned. "You cannot keep me here," Tom said. Harry looked at Dumbledore. No, Dumbledore understood the unspoken meaning. Containment was temporary. They had found the object. They had not yet found the kill. McGonagall carried Draco into the corridor. Hermione and Ron followed after Dumbledore ordered them out. Harry remained. Dumbledore looked at him. "You should leave as well." "If I leave, he may stop projecting. That may be safer." "No, we need him outside the book." Tom smiled. "Listen to the little hunter." Harry ignored him. "The diary has two states, inside and outside." Dumbledore looked toward the iron nail. "You believe it is more vulnerable while manifesting." "I believe it's using most of itself to do it." "That is not the same as vulnerability." "No," Harry touched his scar. "But it's the first different thing we've made it do." Dumbledore considered the words. A fire ignited inside the classroom hearth. Green flames rose. John Winchester stepped through them carrying a shotgun. Bobby followed with a canvas bag and an expression of extreme displeasure. Professor McGonagall entered behind them. "You contacted them?" Harry asked. "I contacted them after Miss Granger reached my office," McGonagall said. John crossed the room and checked Harry for injuries. "I'm fine. Windows are gone. Still fine. You entered alone." "Ron was here." John looked toward the door. "That doesn't improve it." Bobby approached the salt circle. Tom Riddle examined him with contempt. "And what are you supposed to be?" Bobby opened his canvas bag. "The man who read the instructions." He removed the Men of Letters ledger. The old book had been marked with dozens of new slips of paper. Dumbledore watched. "You found the missing section?" "Part of it." "How?" "Some idiot catalogued the torn pages as French agricultural records." Bobby opened to a copied passage. "Fragmented souls don't behave like ordinary ghosts. They maintain a route back to the anchor." He pointed toward the diary. "The object isn't just storage, it's a door." Harry remembered the demon. He opened the door. John heard him. "What?" "The demon," said Voldemort, "opened a door." Bobby nodded grimly. "Splitting the soul tears more than the soul. Makes a path. The fragment can move out, influence people, build a projection, but as long as the anchor exists, it can return." Dumbledore looked at the salt. "And if the path is blocked, then the fragment stays out." "For how long?" Until the salt breaks, the iron moves or it finds another living host. John positioned himself between Tom and Harry. How do we kill it? Bobby looked toward the diary. We destroy the door while the thing is outside. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. The diary is protected against ordinary damage, because the soul reinforces it from inside. Bobby tapped the ledger. These people in Prague made the same mistake Finch did. They attacked the vessel while the important part was distributed elsewhere. Harry understood first. The Colt hit the body while parts of the soul were inside objects. Right, Bobby pointed toward Tom. We reverse it, force the piece all the way out, keep it from going home, then destroy the empty vessel. Dumbledore looked unconvinced, and the fragment. If the ritual is right, it loses the anchor and becomes what it should have been after the murder. Dead. Severed. Tom's expression changed, only slightly. Bobby saw it. So you do understand. Tom smiled. You have a damaged translation. Probably, you will kill the boy before you harm me. Draco groaned in the corridor. Bobby looked toward him, not using the boy. Tom's smile weakened again. Bobby removed a bottle of ink from his bag. The liquid inside was dark red. John looked at it. Blood! Mine. Bobby needed something alive enough to attract the fragment and controlled enough not to become a host. Dumbledore examined the bottle. You intend to communicate with the diary. Diary's whole purpose is communication. Bobby poured the ink into a metal tray inside the salt circle. Tom's eyes followed it. The liquid moved toward him, not physically. The shadow beneath the apparition stretched toward the tray. Harry noticed. It's hungry. Bobby nodded. Diary absorbs life through writing. That's its unique rule. John's expression darkened. You're feeding it, baiting it. Tom stepped toward the tray. You believe a few drops of blood will tempt me. Bobby placed a fountain pen beside it. Not blood. He looked at Harry. Information. Harry understood. Tom wanted knowledge of the future, his own defeat, Harry's survival, what had happened after Godric's Hollow. Harry picked up the pen. John caught his wrist. No, we need him focused. We find another way. Tom watched them. He wants to know me, Harry said. I don't care what he wants. That's why it works. John's grip tightened. Dumbledore spoke quietly. John looked at him. If Harry writes, Tom must direct himself toward the page. It may draw more of the fragment from the projection. May. Yes, John hated that word. Harry did too. But hunts were built from uncertain facts until enough of them became a plan. I stay outside the circle, Harry said. Bobby holds the pen with me. John looked at the diary, then at the Colt case Bobby had brought but not opened. The gun goes last. This was not the gun, this was information. John released Harry's wrist. One line. Harry crouched beyond the salt. Bobby extended the fountain pen across the boundary. Harry placed his fingers over Bobby's. Together they wrote in the metal tray. How did you survive? The blood ink disappeared. Words appeared on the diary's pages. I did not. Tom's apparition became more solid. Harry could no longer see the wall through his chest. Bobby wrote another question. Then what are you? Tom looked at Harry. The answer appeared. What remains? More of the fragment poured from the diary. The pages became pale. The black leather faded. Dumbledore saw it. Continue. John's hand stayed near his weapon. Harry wrote, Why 7? Tom's face twisted. The question struck pride. He wanted someone to understand. He wanted admiration. Words raced across the diary. 6 vessels. 1 master soul. 7 is the most powerful magical number. Bobby's eyes moved toward Dumbledore. Confirms the count. Dumbledore nodded. Harry wrote the next question. Can you feel the others? Tom hesitated. The answer came more slowly. They are mine, not an answer. That was an answer too. Harry pressed. Can they feel you? Tom's projection sharpened. He was almost fully solid. His shoes pressed into the salt on the floor without crossing it. The diary's pages turned white one by one. Tom smiled. You have mistaken conversation for control. He lunged. Bobby released the pen. Tom struck the edge of the salt circle and stopped. The entire line flared black. John raised the shotgun. Dumbledore lifted his wand. Not yet, Bobby shouted. Tom pushed against the barrier. Salt scattered grain by grain. Harry grabbed another packet and repaired the weakening section. Tom's face changed again. Young man, pale monster, young man. Pale monster. The diary trembled beneath the iron nail. Bobby opened the ledger. Now, Dumbledore pointed his wand toward the book. A beam of white light struck the iron nail, not an attack, pressure. The nail drove completely through the diary and into the desk. The final pages became blank. Tom screamed. His body turned solid, not alive, present. The fragment was fully outside. Bobby began reading from the ledger. The language was Latin, but not an ordinary exorcism. Harry recognized words concerning doors, names, and separation. John poured iron filings around the salt circle. McGonagall added a magical shield outside it, layer after layer, different traditions serving different purposes. Tom struck the salt. The line broke. He crossed into the iron filings and dropped to one knee. Smoke rose from his body. He lifted one hand. The classroom desks flew upward. Dumbledore shielded the group. Wood shattered against golden light. Bobby continued reading. The diary began pulling Tom backward. The nail bent. "It's opening again," Harry shouted. John fired. The shotgun blast struck the desk around the diary. Wood exploded. The nail remained. Tom staggered. Rock salt tore holes through the projection, but the damage began closing immediately. John worked the action. Salt slows him. "Doesn't finish," Bobby replied without stopping the ritual. Harry looked at the fireplace. Ordinary flame had failed because the soul reinforced the diary. The pages were empty now. The cover had faded. The object might no longer be protected. "Fire!" Harry shouted. Dumbledore cast toward the diary. Bobby interrupted his reading. "No magical fire," Dumbledore stopped. "Why? Magic built the door. Don't know if magical fire feeds it." John pulled a road flare from his jacket. Dean would have approved. He struck the cap. Red flame erupted. John threw it. Tom moved. The apparition crossed the iron with enough force to rip pieces of itself away. One hand reached beyond the circle toward Harry. Dumbledore cast. A silver chain of light wrapped around Tom's arm. McGonagall added another. The magic did not destroy him. It held him for 1 second. The flare landed on the diary. The leather caught fire. Tom screamed through Draco's voice, the demon's voice and the cold voice from Harry's dreams. The diary resisted. Flames crawled across the cover but did not consume it. Bobby looked at the burning object. Not hot enough. Harry remembered the tunnel, the locket, fuel, holy oil. John reached into the canvas bag. Bobby had packed it. Of course he had. John threw the bottle. It shattered over the desk. Blue-white flame rose to the ceiling. The diary curled. Ink poured from its pages in long streams, trying to cross the fire. The iron nail glowed red. Tom tore free of Dumbledore's chains. He ran toward Harry. John stepped into his path. The apparition struck him. John flew backward. Harry caught his father's coat but could not hold the weight. Both of them hit the floor. Tom stood above them. His face had become the inhuman one from Godric's Hollow. "You were never his," he whispered. John reached for the handgun at his back. Tom lifted one hand. The weapon flew away. Harry held the iron nail, the last one in his sleeve. He drove it into Tom's foot. The apparition froze. Harry knew the nail could not kill him. It did not need to. Half a second. Sometimes half a second mattered. Bobby shouted the final line of the ritual. The burning diary collapsed into ash. Tom looked over his shoulder. The path home disappeared. For the first time he looked afraid. Cracks spread across his body, not light, emptiness. Pieces of him fell inward and vanished before touching the floor. Tom reached for Harry. His fingers stopped inches from the scar. "You are carrying..." The fragment broke apart. No explosion followed, no magical wind, no triumphant burst of light. Tom Riddle simply ceased to occupy the room. Silence fell. The holy oil continued burning. Bobby emptied an extinguisher over the desk. White powder filled the air. Harry coughed. John sat up slowly. "Everybody alive?" "Yes," McGonagall said. Dumbledore lowered his wand. Bobby looked at Harry. "Kid, I'm fine." "You keep saying that. It keeps being true." John examined the red mark on Harry's shoulder where they had struck the floor. Not completely. The ash of the diary lay inside the ruined desk. Dumbledore approached it carefully. He cast 3 diagnostic spells. Nothing reacted. He crouched and touched the ash with the end of his wand. The wood beneath it remained ordinary. The soul fragment was gone. Dumbledore closed his eyes. One. Bobby looked toward him. What? One Horcrux destroyed. He sounded relieved. He also sounded horrified. They had proven Voldemort could be dismantled. They had also announced that someone had begun. Draco woke in the hospital wing several hours later. He remembered finding the diary inside his trunk before leaving Malfoy Manor. His father had told him it was a family heirloom and ordered him to hide it inside Hogwarts. Lucius had not explained why. Draco had written his name on the first page during the train journey. The diary answered. It told him Hogwarts had been stolen from families like his. It told him Harry Potter was a fraud raised by Muggles. It promised to teach Draco magic his father would respect. By the third night, Draco had begun losing time. By the seventh, he could hear Tom without opening the diary. By the ninth, Tom could move his hand. Draco expected punishment. John surprised everyone by refusing to blame him. "He's 11, John said outside the hospital wing. Somebody gave him a loaded weapon and called it an heirloom. McGonagall looked toward the bed. Lucius Malfoy will deny knowing its true nature. He knew enough to put it in a kid's luggage. Dumbledore stood at the window. The Ministry will investigate. Moody, who had arrived after the destruction, laughed from the doorway. No, it won't. McGonagall gave him a warning look. He's right, John said. Malfoy will claim he was cursed, fooled, or framed. Then what do you suggest? John looked through the glass at Draco. We let him think it worked. Dumbledore turned. The diary is destroyed. Lucius doesn't know that yet. Bobby opened his ledger. We tell the school there was a magical accident. Draco survives. No public accusation. Malfoy believes the diary is still hidden somewhere inside Hogwarts. Harry understood. If Voldemort returns to him, Lucius won't know the object is gone. Information gap, Bobby said. We keep it. Moody's magical eye rotated until Voldemort feels the loss. The room became quiet. Dumbledore looked toward Harry. Do you believe he will? Harry touched his scar. The pain had stopped when the diary died, not faded, stopped. For the first time in his life, one of the objects from his dreams had disappeared. When Harry tried to remember the diary, he saw only blank pages. Yes, he said, he'll know something changed. Then we must assume he will begin protecting the others. Bobby wrote across the next page. What we learned, he listed the rules. The diary fed through written communication. It influenced before it possessed. Salt limited projection. Iron interrupted the route between fragment and vessel. Ordinary fire failed while the soul remained inside. Holy oil destroyed the emptied anchor. The modified separation ritual severed the fragment once the door was gone. Bobby drew a thick line beneath the last entry. Method unique to communicative vessel. Do not assume repeatable. Harry, read it. What about the ring? Doesn't write back, Bobby said, so this won't work. Parts might. Which parts? We test when we find it. Dumbledore looked at the ash contained inside an iron evidence box. The wizarding world has searched for substances capable of destroying Horcruxes. Bobby closed the ledger. You searched for harder weapons. Yes, we searched for a door. Dumbledore accepted the distinction. Harry looked through the hospital wing window. Draco slept beneath white blankets. His parents had not yet arrived. He had nearly died because Lucius Malfoy had viewed an 11-year-old child as a safe method of transporting dangerous magic. Voldemort had viewed Lucius the same way. Tools carrying tools. Nobody asking what the child wanted. Harry understood why the diary had chosen manipulation rather than force. It had expected loneliness, ambition, anger, a boy desperate to become important to adults who measured him by a name. Tom Riddle had understood Draco Malfoy. He had misunderstood Harry Winchester. That error had destroyed him. The pain struck at midnight. Harry woke inside Gryffindor Tower with his hands gripping the sheets. He did not see the diary. He saw a forest, a ruined stone building beneath a moonless sky. A pale shape crawled between the trees, too weak to possess a body and too furious to remain still. Red eyes opened. Voldemort looked through darkness toward something Harry could not see. Then 6 voices became 5. The creature stopped moving. It felt the absence. Harry felt its confusion. Then the confusion became understanding. A hiss crossed the connection. Not Potter, not this time. Hunter. Harry woke fully. His scar burned beside his bed. The enchanted brass token McGonagall had given him began to vibrate. It carried emergency messages between Hogwarts and Bobby's house. Harry closed his hand around it. Bobby, static, answered. Then Bobby Singer's voice emerged from the metal. You feel that? Yes, he knows. Harry looked toward the dark window. Beyond the castle grounds, the forbidden forest moved beneath the wind. He knows one is gone. Bobby was silent. Harry could hear pages turning on the other end. Then the clock started. What clock? The time between him realizing there's a hunt and him figuring out how we're hunting. Harry touched the scar. How long do we have? Not long enough. The connection ended. Harry remained awake until sunrise. The first Horcrux was dead. No prophecy had destroyed it. No legendary sword had appeared. No single spell had solved the problem. A frightened boy had revealed the anchor. Salt had contained the projection. Iron had blocked the path. Research had identified the rule. Different people had held the fragment in place long enough for ordinary flame, properly prepared, to finish the job. The victory belonged to no single person. That was why it had worked. 5 anchors remained, 5 different sets of rules. And somewhere beyond Hogwarts, Voldemort was learning the most dangerous truth he had discovered since the night he failed to kill a child. Harry Winchester was no longer waiting for him to return. He was taking him apart. Chapter 6. What the Ledger knew. Sirius Black arrived at Bobby Singer's house by falling out of the fireplace. He struck the floor shoulder first, rolled into an iron chair, and knocked over a bowl of salt that Bobby had placed beneath the mantel. Dean looked up from the engine part he was cleaning. You people really need to work on landings. Sirius pushed himself upright, coughing green smoke. His black traveling cloak had caught on the fireplace grate. Long hair hung across his face. He looked thinner than the photographs Harry had seen, with sharp cheekbones and eyes that carried the restless brightness of someone who had recently escaped somewhere terrible. He untangled himself from the grate. I was told the fireplace was connected. It is, Bobby said from the kitchen. You might have mentioned the metal bar. That's there to stop demons. Sirius looked at the iron grate. Did it? Bobby entered carrying a mug of coffee. You're not a demon. That wasn't my question. Bobby took one look at the spilled salt. You broke the line. Sirius glanced down. It's salt. Harry crouched immediately and repaired the circle around the fireplace. Sirius watched him. You always do that when someone breaks it. The fireplace is already protected by the Flu network. Harry pressed the final grains into place. Protected from what? Unauthorized travel? What about possession? Sirius opened his mouth, then closed it. Dean smiled. He does that to everybody. Harry stood. He had met Sirius once before, though the meeting had been brief. 3 weeks after the diary's destruction, Dumbledore had brought Sirius to Hogwarts after midnight. The introduction happened inside the headmaster's office beneath the gaze of sleeping portraits. Sirius had stared at Harry as though someone had returned a piece of his life without warning. Then he had hugged him. Harry had allowed it for 3 seconds. On the 4th, he had reached for the iron nail inside his sleeve. Not because Sirius felt dangerous, because Harry did not know him. Sirius released him immediately. The hurt in his face had remained for the rest of the meeting. He was Harry's godfather, James Potter's closest friend. The man who should have raised him if the war had followed the plans made before Godric's Hollow. Instead, Sirius had spent 10 years inside a prison guarded by creatures that consumed hope. He had been accused of betraying James and Lily. Peter Pettigrew, the true traitor, had vanished. Dumbledore claimed new evidence had cleared Sirius. Bobby claimed the evidence should have been found 10 years earlier. John had used stronger language. Sirius looked around the salvage yard house. So this is where Harry grew up. Partly, Harry said. Sirius examined the walls. Protective symbols, iron nails, weapons mounted above doorframes, stacks of books, a devil's trap painted beneath transparent varnish across the ceiling. This place is a fortress. Bobby drank his coffee. It's a house. Most houses don't have traps on the ceiling. Most houses aren't worth entering. Sirius looked toward Harry. "And Winchester's not here. Dad's following a lead in Ohio. You call him Dad." The words were spoken softly, but they carried enough weight to silence the room. Harry met Sirius's gaze. Yes, Sirius nodded once. He had asked the same question at Hogwarts. Harry had given the same answer. Sirius had not argued then. He did not argue now, but Harry could see the conflict in him. Sirius knew James Potter had chosen him as godfather. He knew John Winchester had been the one who found Harry in the wreckage. Both facts were true, neither made the other easier. Dean returned to cleaning the engine part. John said not to start without him. Bobby looked at the clock. He said that 6 hours ago. He might call. He might also be halfway through an exorcism. Sirius removed his traveling cloak. "What exactly are we starting?" Harry looked toward the basement, the ledger. Bobby's expression darkened. For 10 years, the brown leather volume had offered fragments, a divided soul, an unsuccessful Colt shot, a hunter dead outside Prague, pages removed from the middle. Every useful answer ending where the paper had been torn from the binding. Then a package arrived from England. No return address. Inside were 19 brittle pages, each catalogued decades earlier as agricultural correspondence from France. They fit the damaged ledger perfectly. Someone had hidden them inside a ministry archive. Someone else had found them. Dumbledore denied sending the package. Moody denied knowing who had. Bobby believed both of them, which left very few explanations he liked. Harry believed the pages had been returned because the diary was gone. Someone inside the magical world had realized the old records mattered. Bobby led them downstairs. The Colt case remained locked inside a reinforced cabinet. 4 layers of protective symbols surrounded the door. A silver chain passed through the handle. Sirius's gaze stopped on it. "That's the gun." Dean followed behind him. "That's the case. You know what I mean." "Do I?" Sirius glanced at him. Dean smiled pleasantly. Harry stepped between them before the conversation developed teeth. The ledgers on the table. Bobby had arranged the recovered pages beneath glass sheets to prevent further damage. The original book lay open beside them. Some pages were written in Latin, others in German, French, and an old magical script Dumbledore identified as pre-ministry British cipherwork. Hermione had helped translate 3 lines before McGonagall discovered what she was doing and removed the pages from the library. Harry had copied them first. Bobby touched the opening paragraph. Elias Finch wasn't hunting the Hollow Man alone. Sirius leaned closer. "I thought the record said he was." "The public record." Bobby moved to the recovered pages. "Private section says the men of letters built a coalition with a magical family called VLK. Check," Harry asked. "Old Bohemian line," Sirius said. "They specialized in funerary magic." Bobby looked at him. "You know them?" "I know the name. My mother used it when she wanted to describe people she considered unpleasant." Dean rested both hands on the table. "She had a list. She had categories." Bobby continued. "The Hollow Man's real name was Antonin Kresnik, noble family, occult collector. Started murdering servants in 1851. Harry examined the translated lines. "Why servants? People who wouldn't be missed," Bobby said. "At least not by anyone with power." Sirius's mouth tightened. Bobby pointed to a diagram. 7 circles surrounded the outline of a human body. Kresnik believed death could only claim a soul if it occupied one location, so he split his essence. "Horcruxes," Sirius said. "Not exactly." Bobby looked at Harry. "Different method. Similar result." "How different?" "Kresnik didn't tear pieces off through murder. He copied aspects of himself into objects." Sirius frowned. "That should be impossible." "So is a man surviving dismemberment," Dean said. Sirius ignored him. "A soul cannot be copied." Bobby tapped the page. "Ledger says it can. Ledgers can be wrong." Bobby's eyes hardened. "People died proving this one right." Sirius folded his arms. "People have died because hunters mistook superstition for evidence. And wizards have died because they mistook tradition for truth." The 2 men stared at each other. Harry recognized the beginning of a familiar problem. Hunters distrusted magic because it often hid its rules behind secrecy and bloodline. Wizards distrusted hunters because they treated magical creatures as cases rather than citizens. Both groups had survived by assuming outsiders were dangerous. Now, they needed one another. That did not mean they liked it. Harry picked up a translated page. Kresnik divided himself into traits. Bobby nodded. Memory, hunger, fear, ambition, pain, identity, Sirius counted. That's 6. The body held the 7th. Harry looked at the diagram again, like Voldemort. Close enough to be useful, Bobby said. What were the objects? Bobby read from the page: a mirror, hunting knife, wine cup, portrait, prayer book, wolf's tooth. Dean glanced toward Harry. Voldemort has a cup and a book. Different rules, Harry said, still creepy. Bobby moved to the next recovered page. The Coalition found the mirror first, tried breaking it. What happened? Sirius asked. Every shard became a new mirror. Harry understood why that section had been marked in red. They multiplied the anchor. Exactly. Sirius stared at the diagram. Dark magic reproducing through damage. Domain rule, Bobby said. They assumed destroying the vessel destroyed what was inside. Instead, the vessel's purpose was reflection. Every shard reflected Kresnik. Every reflection carried the copied part. Harry thought of the diary. Written communication had been its rule. The fragment fed through words, the mirror repeated through images. Each object protected itself according to what it was. What killed it? Harry asked. They covered every shard. With what? Black paint. Sirius looked incredulous. Bobby showed him the sentence. The image ceased where no image could return. Dean smiled. Primitive. Sirius did not answer. The next object had been the hunting knife. It could not be melted. It could not be broken. Every wound it caused transferred to the person holding it. The VLK family tried a severing charm. 3 wizards collapsed with identical cuts across their chests. A hunter solved it by placing the knife inside an animal carcass and burying both beneath consecrated ground. The knife attempted to transfer damage into something already dead. The enchantment turned inward. The copied fragment consumed itself. Sirius read the translation twice. That should not have worked. It did, Bobby said. You're relying on a symbolic contradiction. Monsters do. Magic is not a monster. No, but whoever uses it still thinks in rules. Harry looked at Sirius. The diary wanted people to write. Sirius's eyes shifted toward him. We used that. It nearly killed you. It would have killed Draco if we treated it like an ordinary cursed book. Sirius's expression softened at the mention of Harry's danger, but the argument remained. You're still 11. So was Draco. That does not make it acceptable. Harry placed the page down. We're not deciding whether it was acceptable. We're deciding whether it worked. Sirius stared at him. For a second, Harry heard John's voice coming from his own mouth. Facts first. Feelings after everyone survived. Sirius seemed to hear it too. He looked away. Bobby continued through the objects. The wine cup contained Kresnik's hunger. It consumed any liquid poured inside, then began draining moisture from the room. The hunters destroyed it by filling the chamber with salt until the cup could no longer draw water without drawing the mineral that opposed its magic. The portrait contained identity. Burning it caused Kresnik's physical body to lose its face, but the image reappeared on another canvas. They destroyed it by surrounding the portrait with mirrors already blackened from the first anchor, trapping its sense of self between surfaces that reflected nothing. The prayer book contained fear. Every reader saw the death they dreaded most. The final hunter refused to read it. He nailed the book closed and submerged it in the grave of someone who had died peacefully. The fragment had nothing to frighten. The wolf's tooth contained pain. Anyone touching it felt every wound Kresnik had ever suffered. The VLK matriarch swallowed it. Sirius stopped reading. She did what? Bobby pointed to the translation. She was dying. From what? Everything the tooth did to her. Harry leaned closer. The matriarch's name was Anita VLK. She had been 68 years old. Her body had already been damaged during the earlier hunts. The Coalition needed to remove the final copied fragment before facing Kresnik. She placed the tooth in her mouth. Then she drank molten silver. Dean stepped away from the page. That's bad, Bobby said. Harry continued reading. The silver destroyed the tooth inside her. It also killed Anata. The fragment could not transfer its pain away because the person carrying it had willingly accepted death. A rule turned against itself. No clean victory, no magical cure afterward. A cost paid because no safer answer had been found. Harry thought of Bobby's hand in the story Bible. Not yet in narrative, still future. This old case foreshadow's cost. Sirius looked sick. Hunters call that a plan. No, Bobby said. We call it what happened. You admire this? Hell no. Bobby's voice became harder. I write it down so nobody has to pretend it was noble. She died. Maybe there was another way. Maybe they ran out of time. The record doesn't forgive anybody. He tapped the page. It tells us the price. The basement fell quiet. Harry understood why Bobby valued ugly records. Wizarding histories often turned deaths into symbols, martyrs, heroes, casualties. Bobby's ledgers described where the blood landed. Sirius sat in the nearest chair. What happened after all 6 objects were destroyed? Bobby turned to the final recovered page. Kresnik felt each loss, got weaker, also got smarter. How? First object disappeared, he reinforced the others. Second, he stopped appearing in public. Third, he started feeding false information. Fourth, he killed 2 members of the coalition. Harry looked at the timeline. They took too long, 5 years. Dean whistled. Bobby nodded. By the time they reached the last object, Kresnik knew every surviving hunter's name. Sirius looked toward Harry, and after the tooth, Finch went after the body with the Colt. Bobby laid the original page beside the recovered section. The public account said the bullet failed. The hidden page explained why. The 6 vessels were emptied, yet their contents had not been extinguished. Each aspect returned to the originating flesh. The subject became whole not as a healed soul, but as a confluence of living fragments. Finch fired before the joining completed. Harry read the line twice. Before the joining completed. Bobby nodded. Kresnik was still becoming one target. Dean frowned. The objects were gone. The pieces were moving. Sirius leaned forward, so the Colt struck while part of him remained between states. Distributed, Harry said. Exactly. Bobby turned the page. Finch died, but another hunter survived. He waited 41 minutes. Kresnik's body changed during that time. Memories returned. Old wounds opened. Every copied trait forced itself back into the original soul. Then the VLK family used an execution spell. Not the Colt. The gun had been lost during Finch's death. The spell killed Kresnik permanently. How did they know it was permanent? Sirius asked. Bobby read the final sentence. The body died once. No mirror held him. No book spoke. No portrait changed. The dead remained only dead. Harry looked toward the cabinet holding the Colt. The gun may have worked if Finch waited. May, Bobby said. We still don't know. No. Harry traced the timeline with one finger. After the last Horcrux is destroyed, Voldemort's soul may need time to return. Dumbledore had assumed destruction made the soul in the body vulnerable immediately. The ledger suggested otherwise. A transition period, a window when the fragments were moving. The Colt could fail during that window. Sirius looked disturbed. How long? Kresnik took 41 minutes. Bobby said. Voldemort's fragments were torn off, not copied, Harry replied. Could be faster. Could be slower. Could kill him while they return, Dean suggested. Bobby shook his head. No experimenting with the one irreplaceable bullet. Sirius looked at the cabinet. How many rounds exist? One we trust. You trust the gun but not the bullet. Old ammunition decays. Symbols matter, powder matters, everything matters. Sirius stood and paced between the shelves. Then this entire plan depends upon waiting beside Voldemort while pieces of his soul return to him. Not beside him. Harry said. Sirius looked at him. In a trap. A magical containment field, a kill box. That phrase is barbaric. It's accurate. Sirius turned toward Bobby. You intend to trap the most powerful dark wizard of the age using salt and iron? No, Bobby closed the ledger. We intend to trap him using everything. That ended the first part of the argument. It did not end the argument itself. They moved upstairs and spread the Horcrux map across Bobby's repaired kitchen table. The diary's circle had been crossed out. 5 remained: ring, cup, locket, diadem, snake. Dumbledore's notes occupied one side of the table. Bobby's case files occupied the other. Sirius added black family records from memory. The ring was the clearest target. Dumbledore had located the gaunt shack outside Little Hangleton. He believed the ring remained hidden there beneath layered curses. The cup likely belonged to Helga Hufflepuff. Voldemort had last been seen with its owner, Hepzibah Smith, shortly before her death. The locket belonged to Salazar Slytherin. It had vanished from Smith's collection at the same time. The diadem belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw and had been missing for centuries. Nagini remained alive and near Voldemort. Harry looked at the 5 names. "Which is next?" "The ring," Dean said. "Too obvious," Sirius replied. Dean looked at him. "Obvious because we know where it is." "Obvious because Dumbledore knows where it is." "That's usually how finding things works." Sirius ignored him and pointed to the cup and locket. "Voldemort will expect Dumbledore to investigate his family history. He will reinforce the Gaunt property first." Bobby considered. He may already have. "Then we strike somewhere he believes hidden by social power rather than magic." "The cup," Harry said. Sirius nodded. "Hepzibah Smith's possessions went to distant relatives. Ministry records were altered after her death." "How do you know?" Bobby asked. "My family tracked significant magical heirlooms. My mother believed anything important should eventually belong to the Blacks." Dean leaned toward Harry. "She sounds lovely." "She was a nightmare," Sirius said, "but nightmares keep records." He drew a circle around the cup. "If Smith's family surrendered valuables to Gringotts, the cup may be inside a vault." "Goblin Bank," Dean said. "Yes. How hard to break into?" Sirius laughed. Dean did not. "Oh," Sirius said, "you were serious." "I'm usually serious about break-ins. You don't break into Gringotts. That a rule?" "That is survival." Dean looked at Bobby. "Sounds like a rule." Bobby wrote Gringotts beneath the cup. "Who has access? If it entered a family vault, only the owner. And if a Death Eater took it?" Sirius's face darkened. "Bellatrix Lestrange?" Harry looked at the Tier 3 card pinned beside the map. "Elite Specialist, costly even when won." "Why Bellatrix?" Voldemort trusted fanaticism. Bellatrix worshipped him. Sirius did not say her name like family. He said it like a wound. "She would hide the cup somewhere nobody could enter without her." "Her vault," Harry said. "Possibly." Bobby added a question mark. "What about the locket?" Sirius's gaze shifted toward the Black family name written in the margin. "My brother." Harry looked at him. Regulus. Sirius became still. The room waited. Sirius had mentioned Regulus only once. Younger brother, Slytherin, Death Eater, dead before 20. Sirius believed Voldemort killed him for trying to leave. "My mother kept a display in the drawing room," Sirius said. "Family heirlooms, silver boxes, goblin metal, old jewelry." He drew a rectangle representing the Black townhouse. "There was a locket none of us could open." Harry's scar tingled. "What did it look like?" "Green stone, gold frame, snake on the front." The room became silent. Harry touched the scar. A door opened inside his memory. Dark water, a cave, a stone basin. A pale hand placing the locket beneath black liquid, then another hand, younger, trembling, replacing it. Harry gripped the table. Sirius caught his arm. "What is it?" Regulus found it. Sirius's face emptied. Harry closed his eyes. The vision continued in pieces. A small creature with long ears. A boat crossing underground water. Bodies beneath the surface. Regulus drinking from the basin. The locket passing into the creature's hands. A command. "Destroy it." Then fingers pulled Regulus beneath the water. Harry opened his eyes. Sirius was holding both his shoulders. "What did you see?" Harry told him, not gently. There was no gentle way. Regulus had not died trying to escape Voldemort. He had died stealing from him. The little creature survived. The real locket left the cave. Sirius stepped away. His face had gone gray. "No," Harry said nothing. "My brother believed everything my family taught him. He changed." "You don't know that." He ordered the creature to destroy it. "You saw a vision." "I saw the diary before it reached Hogwarts." "That does not make every image true." Bobby spoke quietly. "Do you know the creature?" Sirius looked at him. "What?" "Small, long ears, served your family, creature, still alive." Sirius's breathing changed. He should be at Grimmauld Place, Dean straightened, so the locket could be there. Sirius stared at the map. For years, he had remembered Regulus as weak, a boy who followed their mother, a coward who joined Voldemort and died when the consequences arrived. Now Harry had placed a different possibility in front of him. Regulus had discovered Voldemort's secret. He had acted alone. He had died carrying the knowledge nobody else possessed. Sirius sat down. I hated him. Harry did not know what to say. Sirius laughed once, but no amusement entered it. I left. He stayed. I thought that made me brave and him stupid. He was 16 when you left, Bobby said. Sirius looked at him sharply. Bobby did not soften. People remember family arguments like the other person stayed the same age forever. Sirius looked down. Harry understood that too. James and Lily had remained 21 in every photograph. John had aged. Sirius had aged. Harry had grown. The dead never received the chance to contradict the version people carried. Sirius stood suddenly. We go to Grimmauld Place. Not alone, Bobby said. It's my house. Which means you're the easiest person for it to manipulate. Sirius reached for his cloak. You don't understand black family magic. And you don't understand haunted objects. It isn't haunted. It has a piece of Voldemort's soul inside it. Sirius turned. It belongs to my family. Dean stepped between him and the fireplace. That seems like more reason not to grab it. Sirius's wand entered his hand. Dean's hand dropped toward the handgun beneath his jacket. Harry moved between them. Stop. Neither lowered their weapon. Harry looked at Sirius first. The diary used Draco's family. This is different. It told him what he wanted to hear. My brother died for that locket. That's what it will use. The words struck. Sirius's wand lowered slightly. Harry continued. It knows Regulus, maybe not everything, but enough. If you touch it angry, it will show you what you want. What do you know about what I want? To ask him why he didn't tell you. Sirius's face broke, only for a second, but Dean lowered his handgun. Harry did not step away. I'd ask my parents why they trusted Pettigrew, he said. I'd ask why they didn't tell John's world about Voldemort. I'd ask why everybody made plans for me after they were dead. Sirius looked toward him. A piece of Voldemort would answer, Harry continued. It would know exactly what to say. Sirius put away his wand. Dean released his weapon. Bobby crossed the room and barred the fireplace. We planned first. Sirius sat again. This time he stayed. They spent 4 hours building the operation, no direct travel through the Grimmauld fireplace. Black family wards could redirect or trap intruders, no ministry involvement. Official notice might reach surviving Death Eater sympathizers. Sirius would enter through the front because the house recognized him. Harry would remain outside unless the locket reacted through his scar. Bobby would supervise containment. Dean would maintain the physical perimeter. McGonagall would provide magical extraction. Moody would watch for external threats. John, when he returned, would decide whether Harry entered at all. Harry disliked the final point. He did not argue yet. They mapped secondary leads. If the locket remained in Grimmauld Place, 2 anchors might be located at once. The locket through Regulus and the cup through Black family banking records. The ring remained under observation. The diadem required Hogwarts research. Nagini could not be hunted until Voldemort possessed enough of a body to keep her near him. The campaign had shape now, not certainty, shape. Sirius examined the finished map. We are treating my brother's death as evidence. Bobby capped his pen. That's what records are. Sirius looked at the ledger. The magical world would call him a traitor, to Voldemort, to everyone. Death Eaters would call him a coward. The Ministry would call him a criminal. My family would call him a failure. Harry looked at Regulus's name. What do you call him? Sirius remained silent. The telephone rang. Bobby answered. John's voice came through, distorted by distance. Found the Gaunt house. Everyone moved closer. Bobby put the call on speaker. What condition? He asked. Warded. Cursed. Something alive inside. Harry looked at the ring on the map. Did you enter? No. Bobby showed faint approval. John continued. Watched from the road. 2 Ministry men arrived after midnight. Sirius frowned. Which department? Didn't ask. They went in wearing masks. Death Eaters, Moody would have said. Bobby thought the same. Did they leave? One did. And the other? A pause. Something threw him through the roof. Dean looked toward the Tier 2 card. John continued. The survivor burned the body and reinforced the wards. Voldemort's people know the ring matters. The campaign clock accelerated again. What about Harry? John asked. Here, Harry said. You have another vision, the locket. John listened while Harry explained Regulus, Creature, and Grimmauld Place. The line remained silent for several seconds. No, John said. Harry's jaw tightened. We have a location. You have a vision. Sirius confirmed the locket existed. Still no. Sirius stepped toward the telephone. My house, my family, I am going. John's voice hardened. Then you go without Harry. Sirius's face sharpened. He may be the only person who can identify it. I can describe it, Harry said. John ignored him. Bobby contains it. McGonagall confirms dark magic. Nobody touches it. Sirius looked at Harry. The old conflict returned. James Potter's chosen godfather, John Winchester's chosen son. Two men trying to protect the same boy from different sides of a world neither fully trusted. You cannot keep him outside every danger, Sirius said. I can keep him outside this one. He's already inside it. That doesn't mean I push him deeper. You raised him to hunt. The room became still. John's answer came quietly. I raised him to survive. Harry felt the words. They sounded like the church years earlier. You survive hunts. That's not the same thing. Sirius looked at the telephone as though John stood before him. James would have wanted Harry trained. You don't know what James would have wanted after 10 years. I knew him. You knew him before he had a son. Sirius flinched. John continued. Everybody talks about what dead parents would choose because dead parents can't argue. Harry looked toward Bobby. The older hunter's face had become unreadable. Sirius stepped back. For a moment, Harry thought he would leave. Instead, he sat. What do you suggest? Sirius asked. John's answer came immediately. Harry helps from the street. He identifies reactions. He does not enter unless the house becomes the only way to keep somebody alive. That's a large exception. That's the real world. Sirius rubbed his face. All right. Harry looked toward the telephone. You're not asking me. I'm telling you. You said Hogwarts was my choice. School was. The Horcruxes are connected to me. That's exactly why you stay outside. Harry's anger rose. The scar became warm with it. You use my visions. John went silent. You use what I see, Harry continued. You ask me questions. You put the objects on maps. Then when we find one, I stop being part of the job. You're part of it from a safe distance. There isn't one. Dean watched them. Bobby did not interrupt. John's voice lowered. Harry, no. You don't get to say it's my life only when the choice doesn't scare you. The telephone crackled. Harry knew he had struck something true. That made it worse. John spoke after a long pause. You're right. Harry had prepared himself for refusal. The agreement left him unbalanced. John continued. That doesn't mean you're entering first. I didn't ask to. You follow the plan. You leave when Bobby says leave. You don't touch the locket. I know. You say it. I won't touch the locket. You carry salt, iron, and the emergency token. I always do. You carry twice as much. Dean leaned toward the telephone. That's too much salt for his pockets. Then sew bigger pockets. Dean sighed. Of course. John ended the call after promising to return before the Grimmauld operation. Sirius looked at Harry. He listens to you. Eventually. My father never did. Harry folded the map. Neither did mine. Sirius's eyes shifted toward James and Lily's photograph on the wall. Harry clarified. James never got the chance. Sirius understood. They both lived with arguments the dead could no longer answer. Bobby gathered the recovered ledger pages. Before anybody leaves, one more rule. He turned to the Kresnik case and pointed toward the timeline after the final vessel's destruction. The last Horcrux dying doesn't mean shoot immediately. Sirius nodded. We wait for the soul to become whole. Maybe. How do we know? Bobby looked at Harry. Harry touched his scar. The connection had always carried Voldemort's changes. Pain when fragments moved, cold when one reached toward him, silence when the diary died. When the last one returns, Harry said, I might feel it. John would hate the answer. Harry hated it too. Bobby wrote the rule anyway. Final shot only after confirmation of complete reintegration. Beneath it, he added another line. No assumed timeline. Sirius read the words. Finch lost because he was early. He lost because he wanted the weapon to be the answer, Bobby said. Harry looked at the locked Colt cabinet. The gun had never failed against a whole target. The problem was not strength. The problem was definition. Before they fired, they needed Voldemort to become one living body containing one undivided soul, not 7 pieces. Not fragments moving between anchors, not a shadow, not a memory, one target. The diary had taught them how to destroy a door. The ledger had taught them what happened after every door was gone, and Regulus Black had given them the first path into the remaining campaign. Sirius stood before leaving. He paused beside the map. Regulus's name remained written beneath the locket. Sirius picked up Bobby's pencil. After a moment, he added one word. Hunter, Harry, read it. You sure? Sirius placed the pencil down. No. Then why write it? Because he found the monster's weakness, stole part of its soul, and died trying to leave instructions. Sirius looked toward Bobby's ledgers. That seems to be your definition. Bobby nodded once. It was not forgiveness, not yet, but it was a record. Sometimes that was where forgiveness began. Sirius stepped into the fireplace. Green flame rose. Before disappearing, he looked at Harry. Your father may be difficult. Harry glanced toward the telephone. Which one? Sirius almost smiled. Then the flames took him. The house became quiet. Dean returned to the engine part. Bobby locked the recovered pages inside an iron drawer. Harry remained beside the map. 1 Horcrux destroyed, 2 possible locations identified, 1 enemy adapting. The war had stopped looking like a mystery and started looking like work. That should have comforted him. Instead, his scar pulsed. Harry closed his eyes. He saw a dark townhouse squeezed between 2 ordinary buildings. Curtains moved, though no windows were open. A silver locket rested inside a cabinet. Something scratched against the door from within. Then a voice whispered in the darkness. Not Voldemort. A younger voice. Regulus Black. Creature tried. The vision shifted. The cabinet opened. Long fingers reached for the locket. A woman's laughter filled the house. Bellatrix. Harry opened his eyes. The map remained beneath his hands. He grabbed the telephone. Bobby. The older hunter turned from the basement door. What? We're not the only ones going to Grimmauld Place. Bobby saw the answer in Harry's face. Who? Harry looked at Bellatrix Lestrange's name beside the Tier 3 classification. She knows Regulus took it. Outside, the scrapyard dogs began barking. Every protective symbol around the house turned red at once. Chapter 7. 2 down. Every ward around Bobby Singer's house turned red at the same time. The symbols above the doors. The marks carved beneath the windows. The lines hidden beneath the kitchen floor. Even the devil's trap across the ceiling glowed through the varnish like heated metal. Dean dropped the engine part in his hands. Bobby reached for the shotgun beneath the table. Harry stood over the Horcrux map, his scar burning. Outside, the scrapyard dogs barked at something they could smell but could not see. Basement, Bobby ordered. I'm not hiding. Wasn't asking. Bobby crossed to the front window and opened the observation slit. Nothing stood in the yard, no black smoke, no cloaked figure. No person with a wand raised beyond the fence. Only rusted cars, wet gravel, and the last gray light of evening. Dean checked the back door, could be underground. Symbols would react differently. You sure? No, Bobby's honesty did not comfort anyone. Harry closed his eyes. The vision returned. Grimmauld Place. The cabinet, the locket, Bellatrix's laughter. But now another sensation moved beneath it, not Bellatrix approaching the house, Bellatrix looking for it. A pressure crawled along the connection, touching names and bloodlines: Black, Lestrange, Malfoy, Potter, Winchester. Harry opened his eyes. She's not here. Bobby did not lower the shotgun. Then what's lighting the wards? She's searching. With what? Blood. Harry did not know how he knew. The knowledge arrived the way some supernatural rules did, not as words, but as certainty shaped by the threat itself. She's tracing the Black family. Sirius had left through the fireplace less than 5 minutes earlier. Bobby grabbed the brass communication token from the table. Sirius. The token remained cold. He struck it against his palm. Sirius black. Nothing. Dean looked toward the fireplace. Maybe he's still traveling. Flu doesn't take that long. Harry's scar pulsed. He saw a hallway lined with severed house elf heads, green fire, a shadow moving behind Sirius as he stepped from the hearth. Sirius! The token warmed, static crackled. Then Sirius's voice came through, low and hurried. "I'm inside." "Get out," Bobby said. "Can't." A crash sounded through the connection. Sirius cursed. "What happened?" Harry asked. "The fireplace sealed behind me." "Bellatrix!" "Not yet." Another sound, a woman whispering, "Not Bellatrix, older." Cruel, the voice repeated Sirius's name as though spitting it. Sirius breathed sharply. My mother's portrait woke. Dean looked at Harry. "Portraits can trap people." "In that house, probably." Bobby held the token close. "Do not touch the locket." "I know." "Do not follow voices." "I know." "Do not." The connection died. Bobby looked toward the Horcrux map. Harry already knew what he would say. "We go now." "No," Bobby replied. Dean reached for his coat. "You just told Sirius to get out." "I told him to get out because we weren't ready." "Doesn't sound like he has time for ready." Bobby's jaw tightened. The front door opened. John Winchester entered carrying a duffel bag, mud across his coat and dried blood on one sleeve. He stopped when he saw the glowing wards. "What happened?" Harry answered. "Bellatrix found the locket." John looked at the map, then at Bobby. "How long?" "Minutes." John dropped the duffel. "What's the plan?" Bobby gave him the short version. Grimmauld Place belonged to the Black family. The locket might be inside. Sirius had entered alone. Bellatrix was using blood magic to trace the house. The fireplace had sealed behind him. John listened without interrupting. When Bobby finished, he looked at Harry. "You saw Bellatrix in a vision. Inside the house, reaching for the cabinet. Could be a warning, could be something the locket wants you to see." "I know." John glanced toward the red wards. "But the blood trace is real." "Yes." John picked up the duffel again. Dean moved. "Bobby, call Moody." Bobby reached for the telephone. "McGonagall, too. Anybody who knows Black family magic." Harry grabbed his coat. John caught the collar before he passed. "You stay between me and Bobby." "I know. You see anything, you say it." "I know. You don't touch the locket." "I already promised." John released him. They moved. No further argument. That frightened Harry more than refusal would have. John argued when he believed there was time. Silence meant the hunt had already begun. Number 12. Grimmauld Place did not exist until Sirius bled on the pavement. The coalition stood in a narrow London street between two rows of dark houses. Rain turned the road glossy beneath the lamps. Moody had arrived first. McGonagall came moments later with two members of the Order Harry had never met. A tall black wizard named Kingsley Shacklebolt, and a young woman with bright pink hair who introduced herself as Nymphadora Tonks. "Don't call me Nymphadora," she added. Dean looked at Harry. "I wasn't going to." Tonks pointed at him. "Good instincts." The space between numbers 11 and 13 appeared too narrow to hold another building. Then Sirius's blood arrived. A dark drop formed in the center of the pavement as if falling from an invisible wound. It struck the stone. The neighboring buildings shifted apart, brick groaned, windows slid sideways. A tall, narrow house pushed forward from nothing. Number 12 stood before them. Every window was dark. The front door opened by itself. John raised the shotgun. Moody's magical eye spun. "Trap." Bobby looked at him. "Useful kind of trap or obvious kind?" "All traps are obvious after they close." A scream came from inside. "Sirius!" Harry ran toward the steps. John caught him around the chest. "Formation." "He's hurt." "And you running in alone helps how?" Harry forced himself to slow down. "Look, think, then act." The entrance hall beyond the door was long and narrow. Black wallpaper peeled from the walls. Silver objects gleamed on shelves. A curtain near the stairs moved though the air was still. Salt lined the threshold. Not theirs, old salt, gray with dust. Bobby crouched. Someone used hunter wards here. Sirius had not. Neither had the Black family, as far as they knew. Harry touched the iron charm around his neck. Cold, no spirit at the door. "Doesn't mean no spirit inside," Dean said. Moody pointed his wand. Anti-apparition field is active. Flues sealed. House is containing everything inside. Bellatrix's work? McGonagall asked. Moody shook his head. Older. The scream came again. This time Harry heard the words within it. Regulus. Sirius was not screaming from pain. He was arguing. The house had found the dead brother he carried inside himself. John stepped through first. Nothing attacked, Bobby followed. Harry entered between them. The air smelled of dust, old fabric, and something metallic. Every wall displayed the same family symbol. A hand holding a sword, a black star, a serpent twisted around silver. The door slammed behind them. Dean tried the handle. Locked. Expected, Moody said. Doesn't make it better. The curtain beside the stairs tore open. An enormous portrait of an old woman came awake. Walburga Black stared down at Sirius's returning guests, her painted face twisted with rage. Filth! The scream shook the frames. Blood traitors, half-breeds. Muggles in my house. John fired a salt round into the portrait. The canvas tore, silence fell, everyone stared at him. What? John asked. The portrait reformed. Walburga inhaled. John fired again. Temporary, he said. Sirius's voice came from upstairs. Harry, the group moved. The stairs changed beneath them. The upper half folded toward the wall, attempting to lead them into darkness. McGonagall struck the railing with her wand. Finite! The staircase returned. Bobby glanced at Harry. Castle taught you anything useful? Moving stairs are still bad. Good lesson. They reached the first-floor corridor. Sirius knelt outside a bedroom door with both hands pressed over his ears. A younger man stood before him, not solid, not transparent, something between memory and apparition. Regulus Black appeared 18 years old, pale and soaked from head to foot. Dark water ran from his robes and vanished before touching the carpet. You left me, Regulus said. Sirius looked up. No, you ran. I didn't know. You never asked. I thought you chose them. You chose yourself. Harry recognized the mechanism. The figure spoke in Regulus's voice, but the words belonged to Sirius's guilt. The locket did not merely imitate the dead. It drew possession from grief. It found every person someone believed they had failed and made the survivor claim responsibility. Mine to save, mine to avenge, mine to mourn. Every claim became a hook. Bobby poured salt in a line between Sirius and the apparition. Regulus turned, his eyes became red. Glorified poacher. The phrase came from Wimple. The locket had heard through Harry's connection. It was learning. Bobby tossed an iron chain through the apparition. The metal passed through Regulus, but the image flickered. Projection, Bobby said. Anchor nearby. Harry looked at the bedroom door. Silver snakes formed the handle. The cabinet from his vision waited inside. John pulled Sirius backward across the salt. The Regulus image stretched after him. Not walking, attached. A thin dark cord ran from Sirius's chest through the bedroom door. Harry pointed. It's already inside him. Sirius looked at the cord. I don't see anything. Don't need to. John took out an iron nail. Where? Harry guided his hand. John pressed the nail against the invisible line. Sirius screamed. The Regulus apparition twisted. For an instant, its face became Voldemort's. Then it returned. Good, Bobby said. Sirius glared from the floor. That hurt. Means it's connected. That your medical opinion? My medical opinion is stop talking. McGonagall cast a silver binding around Sirius. The magical rope held his arms against his body. What are you doing? Preventing you from entering the room. It's my house. The Regulus apparition smiled. The locket like that sentence, mine, my house. My brother, my failure. Harry understood the rule. Stop claiming things. Everyone looked at him. Sirius stared. What? The diary wanted words. This wants ownership. The apparition's smile vanished. Harry continued. It uses family. Anything you call yours, it can use against you. Bobby looked toward the door. A locket holds something close. Exactly, McGonagall considered, so we deny attachment. John shook his head. You can't make Sirius stop caring about his brother. No, Harry said, but he can stop believing Regulus belongs to him. Sirius's face hardened. He was my brother. He still was. Then what are you asking me to do? Let him have made his own choice. The words hurt Sirius more than the iron nail. Harry saw it. Regulus had died alone, but not helpless. He had chosen the cave, chosen Creature, chosen to steal the locket. Sirius's guilt turned that choice into something Sirius should have prevented. The Horcrux fed upon the idea that Regulus's life and death belonged to his older brother. Harry crouched in front of him. "You didn't send him there. I left him. You were a child too. I was older. That doesn't make his decisions yours." The apparition leaned closer. "Do not listen," it whispered in Regulus's voice. "He replaced you too." Sirius's eyes moved toward Harry. The hook changed. James, godfather, Winchester, replacement. The locket pulled every claim into the open. Harry felt the connection reach for him. James Potter is mine, my father. Sirius is mine, my godfather. John is mine, my real father. The words formed inside him. Each felt true. Each also felt dangerous. Harry removed the iron charm from his neck. The piece of the Impala's engine block rested in his palm. John had given it to him. That did not mean John belonged to him. Love was not ownership. Family was not possession. Harry looked at the Regulus apparition. "John chose me." The apparition's red eyes narrowed. "I chose him back." The dark cord between Sirius and the bedroom weakened. "James gave me life." Another cord appeared from Harry's scar to the door. "James doesn't belong to me because he died." The cord flickered. "Sirius doesn't belong to me because he promised my parents." The locket hissed from inside the room. "And Regulus doesn't belong to Sirius because they shared blood." The apparition split down the middle, not destroyed, exposed. Behind Regulus's face stood Tom Riddle, older than the diary projection and younger than the monster at Godric's Hollow. His hands clutched invisible chains. Ownership? Harry looked at Sirius. "Say it." Sirius shook his head. "You don't understand." "Then explain it after we survive." Tom pulled the chains. The bedroom door began to open. John pressed the iron nail harder into the cord. Sirius shouted, "Say it!" Harry yelled. Sirius stared at his brother's face. Tears filled his eyes. "You were not mine to save." Regulus stopped moving. Sirius's voice broke. "You were not mine to forgive." The apparition cracked. "And you were not mine to hate." The dark cord snapped. Regulus looked at Sirius. For one instant, the red eyes disappeared. The expression that remained seemed almost peaceful. Then the image collapsed into black smoke and rushed through the bedroom door. Bobby cut the magical bindings. Sirius stood unsteadily. "Now can we enter?" John loaded the shotgun. "Now we enter." The bedroom belonged to Regulus. Dust covered the bed. Old school books filled the shelves. Newspaper clippings concerning Voldemort's rise had been pinned to the wall. Some praised him. Later ones had notes written in the margins, questions, names of disappeared people, dates of raids. Regulus had begun building his own ledger. Sirius saw it. His face changed. He knew. Creature emerged from beneath the bed. The old house elf held a kitchen knife in one trembling hand. His ears drooped beside his head. Sparse white hair framed a face creased by age. He pointed the knife at Sirius. Master left. Sirius stopped. Creature. Master Sirius abandoned the noble house. "I know." Master Regulus stayed. "I know." Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy the locket. The elf pointed toward a cabinet in the corner. Creature failed. The cabinet shook. Something struck the inside again. Black lines spread across the wood. Bobby approached carefully. "How did you try?" "Fire. Result," it screamed. "Damage? None. Iron. Knives bent. Magic." House magic obeyed the locket. Harry looked toward the cabinet. The object had taken possession of the house because everyone inside believed the house belonged to the Black family. Claims gave it power. "Creature," Harry said. "Who owns the locket?" The elf's face twisted. "Master Regulus stole it from the Dark Lord." "That doesn't answer the question." Creature was ordered. "Who owns it?" Creature stared at the cabinet. "No one." The shaking stopped. Bobby noticed. Harry continued. "Regulus didn't want it." "No, Voldemort abandoned it inside the cave." "He placed it there." "He left it." Creature's eyes widened. "Bellatrix wants it, but she doesn't know what it is." The cabinet groaned. "Does she own it?" "No." "Does Sirius?" Creature looked toward him. Sirius answered. "No. Do you?" The elf's hand tightened around the knife. Creature was ordered to destroy it, not keep it. Creature lowered the blade. No, Harry faced the cabinet. Then the locket belongs to no one. The doors burst open. The Horcrux flew across the room, gold chain, green stone, serpentine S. It stopped in midair before Harry. The scar on his forehead burned. A voice entered his mind, take me, not a command, an invitation. Your parents died for you. Their power is yours. Harry did not move. The black name is yours. No, the Potter fortune. The Winchester loyalty. The Colt. John raised the shotgun. The locket remained between them. Everything they built exists for you. Harry looked at the iron charm in his palm. A gift could be held without being owned. A family could be loved without being possessed. I don't want what belongs to them. The locket pulsed. I want what they choose to give. Its chain dropped. The Horcrux fell to the floor. Bobby threw an iron box over it. Creature slammed the lid. McGonagall sealed the edges with silver magic. The locket screamed inside. The sound became hundreds of voices, parents, brothers, children. Every relationship turned into a claim. John placed a salt ring around the box. The voices weakened, contained, not destroyed. Then the front windows exploded. Bellatrix had arrived. She entered the house laughing. 3 Death Eaters followed. Their spells struck the hallway before their feet crossed the threshold. Red and purple light tore through the walls. Portraits screamed. Silver objects became fragments. Moody raised a shield. The first spell cracked it. The second forced him backward. Bellatrix Lestrange stepped through the ruined doorway with her wand held lightly between 2 fingers. Her black robes were soaked by rain. Wild hair surrounded a face filled with delight. Cousin! Sirius pushed past McGonagall. Bellatrix cast. He blocked the spell. The impact shattered every lamp in the corridor. They moved immediately, not dueling as students did. No warnings, no pauses. Bellatrix's wand cut through the air with small, efficient motions. Curses struck from angles that forced Sirius to defend while retreating. She was Tier 3 for a reason. John fired from the stairs. Bellatrix turned before the trigger moved. A shield caught the salt blast. The pellets flattened against invisible force and fell. She looked at the shotgun, then at John. A muggle. She flicked her wand. The weapon twisted from his hands. John released it before his wrist broke. Dean triggered the wire across the lower hall. A fire extinguisher discharged from behind the wall. White powder filled the corridor. Bellatrix's next curse struck blind. It passed over John's shoulder and destroyed a portrait. Dean fired an ordinary round through the smoke. 1 Death Eater cast a shield. The bullet stopped. The 2nd Death Eater did not. The round struck his leg. He fell screaming, human, not immune, but shields worked. Distance worked until it did not. Every tool had limits. Tonks stunned the wounded Death Eater. Kingsley engaged the 3rd. Bobby carried the locket box toward the rear stairs. Bellatrix saw it. The laughter stopped. Give me that. Harry stood between her and Bobby. John grabbed his shoulder. Bellatrix's eyes found the scar. Recognition became hunger. The baby in the ruin. Harry drew his wand. Bellatrix smiled. Show me what the muggles taught you. Harry threw an iron nail. She cast a shield. The nail struck it and fell, exactly as expected. Bellatrix's eyes followed the useless object for half a second. Harry fired his wand. Expelliarmus? The spell struck from below her shield's angle. Bellatrix's wand flew, not far. She caught it with her other hand, fast, too fast. But Harry had not tried to disarm her permanently. John tackled him aside as Bellatrix's curse crossed the space where his head had been. The wall behind them turned black. Moody shouted, "Move!" The order retreated upstairs. Bellatrix pursued. That was the plan. The house belonged to no one now, but Bellatrix believed it belonged to her bloodline. She claimed every step, every wall, every portrait. "My house," she screamed. Sirius blocked another curse. "Not yours. It should have been." The locket reacted inside the box. The house shook. Bobby understood. It's feeding through her. Harry looked toward the floorboards. Dark veins spread beneath Bellatrix's feet. The Horcrux was attempting to make her the new anchor. She wanted the house, wanted the locket, wanted Voldemort, possession layered upon possession. "Get the box outside," Harry shouted. "The door's sealed," Dean called. "Creature." The house elf appeared beside Harry. "Can you open it?" "House obeys blood." "Whose blood?" Creature looked toward Sirius and Bellatrix. "Black." Harry understood. "Both." The house could not decide between claims. "Then choose." House elves were bound by ownership, but Regulus had given Creature a final command: destroy the locket. That command had outlived Regulus, not ownership, choice. "Creature," Sirius said. The elf looked at him. "I release you from the House of Black." Bellatrix screamed. "You cannot." Sirius kept his eyes on Creature. "You do not belong to this house." The walls cracked. "You do not belong to me." The front door flew open. "And you do not belong to her." Creature vanished. The iron box vanished with him. Bellatrix felt the locket disappear. Her face became empty, then furious. She turned on Sirius. "You filthy blood traitor," and called worse. She cast. Sirius raised his wand. John fired from the floor, not at Bellatrix, at the chandelier. The iron fixture fell between them. Bellatrix's spell struck the metal. The curse spread through it in blue arcs, disrupted but not stopped. Sirius rolled aside. Moody cast toward Bellatrix's feet. The floor became liquid. She sank to one knee, then transformed the wood into stone before it could trap her, adapting instantly, never repeating a failed move. Tier 3. Harry saw the difference between surviving a witch and fighting Bellatrix Lestrange. Ordinary tactics created seconds. Only the Coalition made those seconds useful. Dean pulled the wounded Death Eater into the open. Bellatrix saw him. Her wand shifted. She would protect her follower or sacrifice him. Harry expected sacrifice. Bellatrix surprised him. She cast a shield around the Death Eater, not compassion. Possession. He belonged to Voldemort, therefore he mattered. That shield cost her line of sight on Sirius. Sirius cast. Red light struck Bellatrix's shoulder. She spun into the wall. Moody raised his wand for the capture. Bellatrix vanished in black flame, not apparition. A prepared escape curse. She had adapted before entering. The remaining Death Eater disappeared with her. The wounded one remained, abandoned once he became too costly. The house fell silent. Sirius stood in the ruined corridor, breathing hard. John recovered the shotgun. Moody examined the black scorch left by Bellatrix's escape. "She won't use that route again." "How do you know?" Dean asked. "Because I'm closing it." He drove his wooden leg into the mark and cast until the scorch turned silver. Harry touched his scar. The locket was moving away, fast. Creature had taken it somewhere the Horcrux could not claim. A place belonging to no family, no owner, no bloodline. The old chapel outside Godric's Hollow, neutral ground. Exactly where John had insisted Harry's life be negotiated. The first place no one had been allowed to claim him. A fitting place to destroy an object that survived through ownership. The locket died at dawn. Creature placed the iron box on the chapel floor inside a salt circle. Sirius, John, Bobby, Harry, and McGonagall stood around it. Dumbledore arrived after the battle and listened while Harry explained the rule. The locket fed on claims, family, property. Grief transformed into responsibility. It strengthened when someone believed the object, person, or place belonged to them. They could not simply attack it. The destruction had to happen where no one claimed ownership. The chapel belonged to no congregation. The graveyard belonged to the dead who could claim nothing. The box belonged to Bobby, which was a problem. He solved it by placing it on the floor and saying, "Not mine." The iron chain belonged to Sirius, not mine. The locket had been stolen by Regulus. Sirius looked at the box. Not his. Creature had carried it, not Creature's. Voldemort had created it. Harry touched the scar. Not his either. Dumbledore opened the box without touching the locket. The Horcrux rose. Its chain moved like a snake. Voices filled the chapel. James called Harry. Lily begged him to come closer. Regulus asked Sirius why he had abandoned him. John heard Mary Winchester. Bobby heard names Harry did not know. The locket offered each person ownership of the dead. One final chance to possess what grief had taken. Nobody answered. Creature lifted Regulus's old kitchen knife. Iron had failed before because Creature believed the locket belonged to his master. Now he drove the blade into something that belonged to no one. The green stone cracked. A black shape poured outward. Tom Riddle appeared with chains wrapped around his body. Every chain ended in empty hands. No claims remained to hold him. Dumbledore cast a severing spell. Bobby read from the recovered ledger. Sirius held the iron knife in place with Creature. Harry poured salt across the broken stone. Different traditions, different purposes. The locket split. Tom opened his mouth. No sound emerged. He vanished. The gold frame collapsed into two ordinary pieces. Harry's scar burned. Then another voice disappeared from the dark place behind his dreams. 5 had become 4. The locket was gone. Sirius knelt beside Creature. Neither spoke. Regulus's sacrifice had finally reached its intended end. Bobby crossed the second circle from the map. 2 down. Dumbledore looked toward him. Diary and locket. Bobby shook his head. Locket and cup. Everyone turned. John's expression sharpened. What happened? Bobby reached inside his coat and removed the brass communication token. A voice came through it. Dean, we've got the cup. Harry stared. Bobby had sent Dean away before the locket ritual, not home to Gringotts. Sirius stood. How? Dean's voice crackled. You know how Bellatrix brought 3 Death Eaters to Grimmauld? Yes. One worked for Gringotts security. Moody had identified him during the fight. A wizard assigned to supervise high-risk vault access. Bellatrix had brought him because she expected to recover the locket and move it somewhere safer. In his coat, they found a temporary vault key, not Bellatrix's true key. A security override tied to her blood seal. The goblins did not allow the coalition to enter her vault. They allowed the key to enter. Goblin law considered ownership differently from wizard law. The contents of a vault belonged to the depositor. The vault itself belonged to Gringotts. Bellatrix's security override could summon one object she had specifically designated for emergency removal. The cup. She had planned to move both Horcruxes at once. Her adaptation had exposed the second anchor. Dean continued. Griffook says the cup started duplicating when they touched it. Dumbledore's face tightened. Gemino curse. Every copy burns too. Harry looked at Bobby, the mirror case. Bobby nodded. Reflection through multiplication, but the cup's rule was not reflection. A cup existed to receive. What did they put inside? Harry asked. Nothing yet. Tell them not to touch the copies. Dean relayed the warning. Harry thought. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. A vessel associated with hospitality, food, and shared drink. Voldemort had twisted it into a vault object, hoarded and untouchable. Its defense created more vessels when someone attempted to take it. Copies receiving copies, possession again, but differently. What happens if the cup is empty? Harry asked. Dumbledore answered. It remains a cup. What if it receives something it can't duplicate? Bobby looked toward the altar. The locket's broken stone lay in salt. Something unique. Blood? Sirius asked. Copies can copy blood. Magic? Probably. Harry looked at the Colt case John had brought into the chapel. 1 bullet, irreplaceable, unique. John saw his gaze. No, not the bullet. Harry pointed toward the old gun. The Colt has killed things permanently. Bobby understood. Residue? He opened the case but did not remove the weapon. The dark wood inside carried faint black dust from creatures the Colt had killed across generations. Not magical power they could measure. Finality, the cup existed to receive. Its curse created more copies to preserve possession. But if every copy received the symbolic remains of an ending that could not be reproduced, the multiplication might turn inward. Dumbledore looked uncertain. That is not a substance. Neither was ownership, Harry said. They traveled to Gringotts by Portkey. John hated it. Dean met them inside a sealed stone chamber beneath the bank. Griffook stood on the opposite side of a glass barrier with 3 other goblins. Hundreds of golden cups filled the chamber beyond. Some lay on the floor. Others climbed the walls in growing piles. Every copy carried Helga Hufflepuff's symbol. Every copy radiated heat. At the center stood the original. Harry knew it immediately. His scar pointed toward it like a compass. Griffook looked at Bobby. You claim your weapon leaves final death behind. Claim is strong. You do not know. We know what it does, not what remains. The goblin's expression showed contempt for incomplete human records. Bobby accepted it. He scraped a tiny amount of black residue from beneath the Colt's cylinder into a stone bowl, not the gun, not the bullet, only what history had left on the metal. Griffith's assistants mixed the residue into molten goblin silver. They poured one drop into every cup. The copies began screaming, not with voices, with metal. A single sharp note filled the chamber. Every false cup attempted to duplicate the substance. They could duplicate silver. They could duplicate dust. They could not duplicate finality. The curse folded back through the copies. One by one, the golden vessels collapsed into ash. The original remained, cracked, vulnerable. Griffith struck it with a goblin-forged axe. The first blow opened the side. A black fragment emerged. It tried to enter the surrounding copies. There were none. Dumbledore contained it with magical chains. Bobby performed the separation ritual. Harry poured salt around the shadow. Dean held an iron bar across the break in the cup. Griffith struck again. The cup split. The fragment died. Harry's scar burned so fiercely that he fell to one knee. For an instant he saw Voldemort, not a shadow in a forest, a thin body kneeling inside a hidden room. 4 distant lights surrounded him. Then 2 vanished almost together. The diary had confused him. The locket angered him. The cup frightened him. Voldemort understood the pattern now. He knew the hunters were not stumbling from object to object. They were dismantling a system. Harry felt the Dark Lord's fear become calculation. 4 pieces remained in the vision: the body, the ring, the diadem. Nagini, the remaining Horcruxes, changed. Wards rose around the ring. A serpent opened her eyes. Somewhere inside Hogwarts, the diadem moved, not physically. Awakening, Voldemort adapted. Harry opened his eyes. John crouched beside him. "What did you see?" "He knows we hit 2. Dumbledore looked toward the shattered cup. "And," he's moving, Bobby opened the ledger, "which anchor all of them." The Coalition had destroyed 2 Horcruxes in one night. They had also ended the period when Voldemort did not understand the threat. Across the chamber, Griffith examined the broken cup. "You have brought war into Gringotts." Sirius looked toward Bellatrix's empty vault key. The war was already here. Griffith's expression hardened. "Then take its pieces with you." Bobby marked 2 circles on the campaign map: the locket, the cup. 3 Horcruxes destroyed in total. 3 remained. No method could be repeated. No victory had come cleanly. Bellatrix had escaped. Voldemort had learned. And somewhere inside the walls of Hogwarts, a lost crown waited for the boy carrying the connection to return. Harry looked at the Colt case. The gun remained closed, still useless, still waiting. The campaign had reached its halfway point. From now on, every remaining anchor would know they were coming. Chapter 8, Nagini's Ground. The first dead sheep was found beside a railway line in Hertfordshire. The second was discovered beneath a bridge nearly 20 miles away. By the time the third appeared outside an abandoned watermill, the Ministry had already decided the deaths were unrelated. Harry Winchester decided the Ministry was wrong before he saw any of the bodies. The photographs lay across Bobby Singer's table, each showing an animal with no obvious external wound. The sheep had not been eaten. No blood surrounded them. Their bodies had been arranged with their heads facing east. Ministry investigators blamed a magical disease. A local farmer blamed teenagers. Bobby blamed anyone who reached a conclusion before checking the ground. "What's missing?" he asked. Harry studied the first picture. John stood behind him with his arms folded. Dean leaned against the wall beside Sirius. Moody occupied the darkest corner of the room, his magical eye turning continuously through floors and walls. They had returned to the salvage yard because Hogwarts was no longer secure enough for open planning. The diary had entered the castle inside a student's trunk. The diadem was somewhere inside its walls. Until they found it, every classroom and corridor had to be considered compromised. Harry looked at the sheep again. "No blood," Bobby nodded. "What else?" "No struggle." "Could have been stunned," Sirius said. Harry ignored the answer and inspected the mud surrounding the body. The Ministry photographer had focused on the animal rather than the land. Only the edges of the image showed flattened grass. Something heavy passed behind it. Dean moved closer. I don't see tracks. Not footprints? Harry pointed. The grass is pressed in a line, wide body, low to the ground. Sirius stared. A snake, a large one. Moody's normal eye narrowed. There are magical serpents capable of swallowing cattle. This one didn't eat. Harry picked up the photograph of the second animal. The same flattened line curved beneath the bridge. At first it appeared to stop at the river. It did not. The trail enters the water. Bobby's pencil moved across a map. Railway line, river, watermill. Routes people don't watch, John said. Routes wizards don't watch, Dean corrected. Muggles watch railways. Not at 3 in the morning. Harry examined the third picture. A black scale rested beside the dead sheep's mouth. The ministry report identified it as belonging to an ordinary grass snake. The scale was almost as long as Harry's thumb. Who wrote this report? Moody glanced at the signature. Perkins. Is he blind? Near enough. The magical eye rotated toward the basement, where the colt remained locked away. Sirius looked at the map. Nagini. The name tightened the room, the living Horcrux. Unlike the diary, locket, and cup, Nagini could move without being carried. She could choose hiding places, recognize enemies, and change behavior after every failed attempt. She also stayed near Voldemort, usually. Since the destruction of the cup, Harry's visions had shown the snake traveling alone. Voldemort had separated himself from his most mobile anchor. That could mean fear. It could also mean bait. John touched the first location. 3 kills in 5 days. What connects them? East-facing bodies. Dean said. Could be ritual, Sirius suggested. Harry shook his head. Orientation. To what? He placed a transparent road map over Bobby's marked locations. All 3 bodies faced toward London, not exactly toward the city, toward Hogwarts, if the line continued farther north. She's moving toward me. John's hand immediately left the map. No, Harry looked at him. That isn't a disagreement. She doesn't get near the school. Then we intercept. You stay here. We already had this argument. This time the target is a snake carrying part of the man who wants to kill you. That describes why I should help identify her. It describes why you should be on another continent. Bobby tapped the map. Argue after we have a route. John's jaw tightened. He allowed the subject to pause, not end. Harry traced the waterways. The dead animals formed an imperfect line because Nagini had avoided roads and populated areas. She used canals, drainage ditches, and railway embankments, but the pattern changed near the 3rd kill. She doubled back. Bobby saw it. The flattened grass behind the watermill showed 2 parallel trails. One entered, one left. Why? Dean asked. Checking if she was followed, John said. Sirius looked toward the window. Was she? Harry examined the scale again. She wanted this found. The scale was too visible. The body too carefully arranged. Nagini had left a magical signature beside 3 locations and pointed every victim toward Harry's school. A trail built for wizards. Moody's magical eye stopped rotating. Decoy. Bobby drew a line through the 3 sites. So where's the real snake? Harry looked at the photographs. The grass trail, the water, the scale, all visible, too visible. He remembered John's first lessons. Never look only at what the monster leaves. Look at what should be there and is not. Where are the smaller animals? Sirius frowned. What? No birds near the bodies, no rats beneath the bridge, no insects. Venom, Dean asked. The sheep weren't poisoned through bites. Harry pointed at the dark spaces surrounding each body. Predators kill an area before they kill one animal. Everything nearby learns to leave. Bobby pulled 3 wildlife reports from beneath the ministry files. He had requested them from local authorities while the others traveled. Bird populations had dropped near a different route. Not east, southwest. The railway deaths pointed toward Hogwarts. The missing animals traced a line toward Wiltshire. John smiled without humor. She showed the wizard's magic. And hid from the hunters with ordinary ground, Harry said, Moody's magical eye fixed on him. Clever snake. No, Harry replied. Clever master. Voldemort had learned after the cup. He knew Harry's side combined magical and non-magical methods. So he planted a magical trail obvious enough to attract attention, while Nagini moved along a path visible only through physical behavior. He had adapted. The fourth anchor was not merely fleeing. It was testing which half of the coalition followed which evidence. Bobby marked the real route. It led toward an estate abandoned after a chemical fire 20 years earlier. Mareworth Fen, 300 acres of flooded woodland, collapsed industrial sheds and deep marshland. The ministry had sealed it from magical travel because old protective enchantments had mixed with toxic residue beneath the ground. Apparition failed, portkeys became unreliable, brooms lost direction. Muggle maps labeled it unsafe and omitted most internal roads. Dean looked at the aerial photograph. A swamp. Fen, Sirius corrected. It has mud, bad water, and things under the surface. Swamp. Bobby studied the old estate boundaries. Perfect ground for a snake. Harry touched his scar. A vision came, black water, dead trees, moonlight on scales. Nagini moved through the reeds. Behind her, stakes rose from the mud. Human bones hung from them, not bodies, warnings. A voice entered Harry's mind. Come alone. He opened his eyes. John saw the pain. What? She's at Mareworth. You saw her? Yes. What else? Harry hesitated. John's expression hardened. Everything. She told me to come alone. Dean exhaled. That's definitely a trap. No argument there, Sirius said. Harry looked at the map. It may not be for me. John understood first. Who else sees through your scar? Voldemort. The invitation had passed both directions. Nagini was not asking Harry to enter. Voldemort was watching whether Harry obeyed. If Harry stayed away, Voldemort learned John controlled the campaign. If Harry entered recklessly, Voldemort learned the scar could pull him. Every response gave information. Bobby folded the map. Then we give him the wrong answer. The coalition entered Mareworth Fen in 3 groups. Moody and Sirius approached from the north, using magical concealment. John, Dean, and Bobby entered from the west through the abandoned service road. Harry traveled with Tonks from the south. John hated the arrangement. That was why they used it. Voldemort expected Harry beside John. Every prior hunt placed father and son within reach of one another. Separating them created a pattern the enemy would read as vulnerability. Tonks walked several feet ahead, her pink hair changed to dark brown and tied beneath a cap. She wore ordinary clothes beneath a dragon-hide vest. A wand occupied one sleeve. A short iron blade occupied the other. You know, she whispered, most Hogwarts students spend weekends playing exploding snap. Sounds dangerous. It's cards. Then the name is misleading. They do explode. Harry looked at her. Tonks smiled. You're difficult to impress. I grew up with Dean. That explains nothing. It explains too much. They reached the edge of the fen shortly before midnight. Water covered what had once been a road. Dead trees rose from the surface like black fingers. Metal roofs protruded from reeds where industrial buildings had sunk into the mud. Mist remained low. No insects made sound. Harry stopped. Tonks turned. What? The silence. She listened. Nothing. No frogs, Harry said. No birds. No water movement. Tonks drew her wand. Harry removed a salt round from his pocket and loaded it into the short-barreled shotgun John had finally allowed him to carry. It was not meant for killing. The recoil alone could break Harry's shoulder if he fired incorrectly. John had trained him until he could brace properly. 1 shell loaded. 2 replacements on his belt. Salt disrupted spirits and projections. Whether it affected a living Horcrux remained untested. Everything tonight was untested. Tonks cast a detection charm. Blue light spread across the water. Dozens of serpent-shaped magical signatures appeared beneath the surface. Found her, Tonks whispered. Harry looked at the glowing shapes, all identical, all motionless, shed skins. Tonks frowned. They're registering as living magic. She marked them. Voldemort had turned Nagini's discarded skin into false anchors, each carrying enough magical residue to fool detection spells. Harry crouched beside the water. The nearest blue shape rested beneath rotting leaves. He used an iron hook to draw it closer. A long strip of snakeskin emerged. Black symbols covered its inside. Tonks examined them. Blood runes. Whose? Could be Nagini's. Harry touched the iron hook against the runes. The skin snapped toward him. It wrapped around the metal like a living thing. Harry released it. The shed skin pulled the hook beneath the water. Tonks stepped back. That's unpleasant. They're traps, for magic, for anything that touches them. Harry studied the water. Every detection spell would lead the coalition toward a marked skin. Every skin could wrap, bite, or hold long enough for the real Nagini to attack. The magical route was useless. They needed the physical one. Harry removed a small bottle from his coat. Inside was mouse blood taken from Bobby's animal feed supply. Tonks stared. I am choosing not to ask. Harry poured several drops onto the water. Nothing happened near the glowing skins. Farther east, reeds shifted, not toward the scent, away from it. Nagini was not hungry. She was avoiding the obvious bait. Harry pointed. That way. How do you know? The false snakes reacted like traps. The real one reacted like something intelligent. Tonks sent a signal through the brass token. 3 short pulses. Possible trail. The northern and western teams changed course. Harry and Tonks moved deeper. Each step required testing the mud with an iron-tipped staff. Some ground supported weight. Other sections concealed water deep enough to swallow a person. The fen had once contained drainage channels. Nagini used them as roads. Harry found the first true sign beside a collapsed fence. Mud rubbed smooth at the height of his knee. A scale caught on wire, not displayed, hidden. He lifted it with tweezers. Warm, she passed recently. Tonks cast another spell. The scale turned black and dissolved. She felt that. A hiss traveled across the water, not loud, close. Harry raised the shotgun. The mist shifted. A human figure stood between the trees. Lily Potter, red hair. Pale face, the dress she wore in the moving photograph. Harry, she whispered. Tonks's wand moved. Harry caught her wrist. Projection. How do you know? She called me Harry. Tonks looked confused. So, she died before anyone called me Winchester. Lily's face twisted. The illusion collapsed into a strip of snakeskin hanging from a branch. Another trap. Nagini had learned from the locket grief, family. The Horcruxes shared pieces of one mind even while separated. Each destruction taught the survivor something. Harry looked at the skin. She knows what the others tried. Tonks's expression became serious, which means she knows what worked. Not exactly. Voldemort may feel the loss, but not every detail. Then she's guessing. She's guessing better. A gunshot echoed from the west. Salt. John's team had found something. 2 more shots followed. Then Dean's voice burst through the token. Not the snake. A roar crossed the fen. Something enormous rose from the water near the western bank, not Nagini. A reptilian construct made from shed skins, bone, and mud. It had 6 heads. Each opened with Nagini's voice. The decoy attacked John's team. At the same moment, red magical light flashed in the north. Sirius and Moody had encountered another. Voldemort had prepared 3 battles, 1 for each group. Only Harry's path remained quiet. Tonks looked east. She wants us separated. No, Harry saw the pattern. She wants them busy. The water behind Tonks exploded. Nagini struck from beneath the surface. Her body was longer than a car. Dark green scales reflected no moonlight. Her mouth opened wide enough to close around a person's chest. Harry fired. The salt round struck her face. White crystals burst across her scales. Nagini recoiled. A black shadow lifted from her body for less than a second, shaped like a second serpent lying above the first, the soul fragment. Salt did not harm Nagini alone. It disrupted the bond. The rule appeared. Then Nagini's tail struck Tonks. She flew through the reeds and hit a tree. Her wand disappeared into the water. Harry worked the shotgun open. Nagini recovered faster. She lunged. Harry dropped and rolled beneath the broken remains of a metal walkway. The snake's jaws struck iron. The structure collapsed. Harry crawled through mud as Nagini tore the metal apart behind him. He loaded the second salt shell. Too slow. Nagini's body wrapped around the walkway. The iron bent inward. Harry aimed through the gap and fired. Salt struck the underside of her jaw. Again, the dark serpent-shaped fragment pulled partly free. This time Harry saw where it remained connected, behind Nagini's skull. A black cord ran into the spine. Then the fragment snapped back. Nagini screamed, not a snake's hiss. A human voice, Voldemort's. Tonks appeared behind her and cast without a wand. Her hair flashed bright pink as accidental magic exploded from both hands. Nagini's head turned. Harry shouted, "Move!" Tonks tried. The snake crossed the distance faster than either expected. Her fangs entered Tonks's shoulder. Nagini lifted her. Harry saw Tonks's body go rigid. Black lines spread from the bite. "Tonks!" Nagini threw her into the water. Harry fired the empty shotgun as though it contained another round. Nagini flinched, conditioning. The first 2 shots had taught her salt meant separation. The empty click bought half a second. Harry grabbed Tonks's vest and pulled her onto a patch of solid ground. Her eyes were open but unfocused. "Can't feel my arm," she whispered. The black lines reached her neck. Harry pressed the brass token. "Bite, South Channel." John's voice answered immediately. "Distance, 3 minutes. Too long." Bobby cut through. "Keep her awake." "How?" "Talk." Harry removed the emergency medical roll. Nagini circled beyond the reeds. He could not treat Tonks and watch every direction. "Tell me something," he said. Tonks breathed shallowly. "About what? Anything?" "My name's Nymphadora. You said not to call you that." "Exactly." Her attempt at a smile failed. Harry wrapped the bite tightly. The venom was magical. Ordinary pressure slowed the blood but did not stop the black lines. He placed an iron nail beside the wound. The marks recoiled slightly, not venom alone. The Horcrux had pushed part of itself through the bite. Nagini did not merely poison, she marked prey. The fragment was attempting to create a route into Tonks. A temporary second host, distributed again. Harry understood the trap. If they killed Nagini now, the fragment might survive inside Tonks. The living Horcrux could spread through venom. Voldemort had designed an escape. Harry placed 3 iron nails around the bite and poured salt over the wound. Tonks screamed. The black lines pulled backward. A shadow moved beneath her skin. "Sorry, for what?" she gasped. "This part." Harry pressed the iron charm from his neck against the bite. The dark mark recoiled toward the punctures. Nagini hissed from the reeds. She felt the fragment being forced back. The snake came toward them. Harry had no loaded gun. Tonks had no wand. He drew the iron knife McGonagall had once refused to allow inside Hogwarts. Nagini broke through the reeds. A shotgun fired from the darkness. John's salt round struck her side. The Horcrux fragment lifted again. Dean fired from another angle. Second salt impact. The dark serpent rose farther from Nagini's body. Bobby appeared beside Tonks and began the separation ritual without asking questions. Sirius and Moody arrived from the north moments later, both bleeding from smaller injuries. The coalition closed around the snake. Nagini turned once, measuring everyone. Then she changed tactics. She attacked Bobby, not Harry, not John. The man reading the ritual, Voldemort, had learned. Sirius cast a shield. Nagini broke through it. Moody transformed the mud beneath her into stone. She twisted before it hardened, leaving only part of her tail trapped. Dean fired an ordinary round. It struck the scales and deflected. "Salt only," Harry shouted. "Running low." John tossed him a shell. Harry caught it. Nagini ripped her tail free, leaving scales behind. She surged toward the water. If she escaped, the venom inside Tonks might remain connected. If they killed her while the fragment occupied both bodies, the cult problem repeated. Distributed soul. Wrong moment. "Block the channel." Moody raised the water into a wall. Nagini struck it. The magical barrier folded around her instead of stopping her. She swam through magic as though born inside it. Harry looked at the old industrial ground, pipes, rusting tanks, broken drainage gates. Magic failed because the fen belonged to Nagini. Every surface had been marked by her blood and skin, her ground. But the iron drainage system had existed before she arrived. It belonged to no magical territory. "Dean, the red valve." Dean saw the rusted wheel beside a collapsed pumping station. He ran. Nagini turned toward him. John fired salt into her open mouth. The black fragment tore halfway free. Harry's scar exploded with pain. He saw Voldemort through the connection, a pale hand closing around an invisible throat. The Dark Lord was trying to hold the soul piece inside Nagini. Again, Harry shouted. Sirius summoned the fallen salt shells from the mud. Empty, Bobby reached into his coat. One shell remained. He threw it toward Harry. Nagini lunged. Harry loaded while moving. Dean reached the valve and pulled. Nothing happened. Stuck. Use the bar. Dean drove an iron pipe through the wheel and forced it around. Deep beneath the fen, ancient gates moved. Water rushed from the southern channel. Nagini lost the support beneath her body. The current dragged her toward the exposed drainage bed. Iron grates rose from below, not magical containment. Machinery, 19th century iron built to control water long before Voldemort claimed the ground. Nagini struck the first grate. It bent. The second held. Her body coiled around it. Harry approached. John grabbed his coat. Too close. We need the fragment out. Bobby can do it. The connection is through me. Harry hated the truth. John hated it more. Nagini's red eyes fixed on Harry. Through them, Voldemort watched. Harry raised the shotgun. The snake spoke inside his mind. You carry more of me than she does. Harry's scar burned. The hidden implication struck him. Nagini carried one Horcrux fragment. Tonks carried a temporary mark. Harry carried something else. A door. He forced the thought away. Not now. The gun went last. The questions came later. Nagini opened her mouth. Harry fired the final salt round directly into it. The blast did not tear flesh. It tore connection. The black serpent-shaped soul fragment rose completely from Nagini's body. A cord remained attached behind her skull. Another thin cord stretched toward Tonks's wound. Bobby shouted the separation ritual. McGonagall was not there. Dumbledore was not there. No powerful wizard held the fragment. Only hunters, Sirius and Moody. Coalition reduced to whoever had reached the ground. Moody cast chains around the shadow. Sirius added silver bindings. The fragment thrashed. Nagini's physical body weakened beneath it. Tonks screamed as the second cord pulled from her shoulder. Bobby drove an iron nail into the earth between them. The cord struck the iron and split. The shadow snapped entirely back toward Nagini. One body, one fragment, one target. Now, Bobby shouted. John raised the rifle Dean had carried. Not the Colt. A normal hunting rifle loaded with an iron-jacketed round Bobby had prepared for physical supernatural threats. Nagini twisted. Voldemort forced the soul fragment downward, trying to re-enter the body. Harry saw the moment. Half inside, half outside. Wrong. Wait! John did not fire. The fragment sank farther. Moody's chains strained. Sirius fell to one knee. Bobby continued reading. Nagini looked directly at Harry. The voice inside his mind became Voldemort's. Your father obeys you. Harry ignored it. That makes his death yours. The locket's lesson. Ownership. Voldemort reused it because it had almost worked. Harry looked at John. His father's finger waited beside the trigger, not on it. John did not belong to Harry. His choices were his own. His shot was his own. Harry only had to identify the target. The shadow entered Nagini completely. For 1 second, her eyes became black. Not red, whole. Now, John fired. The rifle shot crossed the drainage bed. Instantly, Nagini's head snapped backward. Her body collapsed against the iron grate. The black shadow attempted to rise again. Bobby spoke the final word of the ritual. It struck the dying vessel like a door slamming shut. The shadow folded inward. Nagini released one final breath. Then she became only a snake, large, dead, no projection, no voice, no magical pulse. Nothing remained connected to Tonks. John kept the rifle trained on the body. Moody cast 3 detection spells. Sirius tested the ground for escaping fragments. Bobby checked the ledger. Harry watched the empty place behind Nagini's eyes. The Horcrux was gone. 4, he whispered. Bobby looked at him. 4 anchors destroyed. Tonks coughed behind them. The black lines had stopped spreading. Harry ran to her. Bobby followed and examined the bite. Fragments gone. Venom isn't, Tonks whispered. Moody knelt beside her. Sent Mungos. No apparition, Sirius said. Dean looked toward the old pump station. There's a service road. Flooded. John replied. Harry remembered the railway maps. North Maintenance Line. Everyone turned. It connects to the abandoned chemical depot. Ground is higher. How far? Bobby asked. 2 miles. Tonks's breathing weakened. Too far to carry slowly. Dean looked toward the drainage gate. An old maintenance cart rested on the rails beneath the pumping station. Rust covered it. No engine. John smiled grimly. Gravity. They placed Tonks inside. Dean released the brake. The cart rolled north along the sloping maintenance line. John and Sirius ran beside it. Moody used controlled magic to keep it from derailing. Harry held pressure against the bite, while Bobby mixed an emergency anti-venom from powdered bezoar, holy water and residue scraped from Nagini's shed skin. Wizard ingredient, hunter preparation, evidence taken from the target itself. Tonks swallowed the mixture shortly before they reached the road. She remained unconscious for 12 hours. She survived. The ministry called Nagini an unidentified magical serpent. The official report credited Moody with neutralizing it. Tonks corrected her copy in red ink. Harry found the trail. John made the shot. Bobby broke the connection. Everyone else stopped dying long enough to help. Moody kept the corrected version. Bobby added the hunt to his own ledger. He described the false magical trail, the marked shed skins, the venom route, the fragment's temporary distribution across a bitten host, the importance of delaying the final shot until the soul returned completely to Nagini. At the bottom, he wrote, salt disrupted, iron limited transfer. Physical terrain overruled claimed magical ground, final ballistic kill effective only after complete reintegration. Beneath it, Harry added, do not assume the same rules apply to any other living Horcrux. Bobby nodded approvingly. The next morning, Tonks woke inside St. Mungo's and asked whether anyone had saved her hat. Nobody had. She claimed that was the worst injury. Harry visited after the healers stopped threatening to remove John from the building. Tonks looked pale, but the black lines had faded from her neck. You shot a snake in the mouth, she said, with salt. That does not improve the sentence. John fired the killing shot. I remember, she examined Harry, you waited. What? Your father had the rifle aimed and you made him wait. The fragment wasn't inside. You were sure. No. Tonks looked toward the window. That's terrifying. Harry understood. People believed courage meant acting despite uncertainty. Sometimes it meant refusing to act until uncertainty became small enough. Finch had fired the Colt early. John had waited. That difference had killed Nagini permanently. Harry touched his scar. The dream space behind it had changed again. The diary was gone. The locket was gone. The cup was gone. Nagini was gone. Only 2 distant lights remained outside Voldemort's body. The ring, the diadem, 6 soul locations had become 3. The enemy was weaker. He was also learning faster. That night, Harry dreamed of the Gaunt Shack. The ring sat inside a black stone box. Wards covered every wall. Death Eaters waited in the trees. Voldemort stood among them, not a shadow, not the thin creature from the earlier visions. A body. Pale, tall, and nearly restored. He touched the ring's hiding place, then looked directly through Harry's scar. For the first time, the Dark Lord smiled. He knew Nagini was dead. He knew Harry had learned to wait, and he had prepared the next anchor so that patience would cost someone else's life. Harry woke with Bobby's name in his mouth. Far away in England, beneath the ruins of the Gaunt home, a curse opened its eyes. Chapter 9. The price of Bobby's hand. Bobby Singer's left hand began hurting 3 days before the curse struck it. He noticed while repairing the Impala's passenger door. The pain started in the smallest finger and moved slowly across his palm, a cold stiffness beneath the skin that made the screwdriver feel heavier than it should have. He stopped working, opened and closed the hand. Nothing appeared wrong, no swelling, no color change, no mark. Bobby looked toward Harry. The boy sat on the bonnet with the Gaunt case file open across his knees, comparing Ministry land records with photographs John had taken outside Little Hangleton. Harry noticed the pause. What? Nothing. Bobby picked up the screwdriver again. Harry continued watching him. You only say nothing when it's something you don't understand yet. Quit studying people. You taught me. Teachings can be revoked. Bobby returned to the door. The pain faded after several seconds. He did not mention it again. That was his first mistake. His second was assuming the pain belonged to him. The gaunt house stood inside a dead patch of woodland where every tree leaned away from it. No birds nested in the branches. No moss covered the stones. Even rain seemed reluctant to touch the roof. The building had collapsed further since John's first observation. Half the chimney lay across the yard. The front door hung from one hinge. Black vines covered the windows, though Bobby's field guide identified them as a species that should have died in winter. They were moving, slowly, toward the road. The coalition watched from an abandoned barn half a mile away. John stood beside the broken upper window with binoculars. Dean loaded salt shells at a workbench. Sirius and Moody examined a magical map of the property, while McGonagall checked the protective charms stitched into everyone's clothing. Harry sat beside Bobby. The older hunter flexed his left hand beneath the table where no one could see. Harry saw anyway. It hurts again. Bobby kept his gaze on the ledger. You watching the house or me? Both. Watch the house. What happened, old injury? You don't have an old injury there. Bobby looked at him. Harry tapped the page. You write them down. Apparently I made the mistake of teaching you to read. Harry reached for Bobby's wrist. Bobby pulled away, too quickly. The movement drew John's attention from across the barn. What? Nothing. Bobby said. Harry answered at the same time. His hand hurts. Bobby glared at him. John lowered the binoculars. How long? Doesn't matter. How long? Few days. The room became quiet. Sirius stopped examining the map. Moody's magical eye rotated toward Bobby's arm. McGonagall crossed the barn. May I? No, that was not a social request. Bobby sighed and offered his hand. McGonagall held her wand above it. A pale thread of light moved across the fingers, wrist and forearm. The light turned black over the palm. She withdrew the wand. Bobby's expression hardened. What? There is a connection. Harry felt his scar pulse. To the ring, he said. McGonagall looked at him. Bobby closed his hand. How? John understood before anyone answered. The ledger. Bobby stared at the Old Men of Letters volume. He had translated every page concerning divided souls. Touched the recovered sheets, copied the ring diagrams, studied Voldemort's family history. The ring had never been near him, but its history had. Sympathetic curse, Sirius said. It may be targeting whoever understands the object most clearly, Moody grunted. Or whoever's holding the plan together. Harry looked toward the gaunt house. The black vines continued creeping toward the road. Voldemort had not merely reinforced the anchor, he had cursed the research. Every fact learned about the ring created a path from the object to the person learning it. Knowledge had become exposure, a direct attack upon the hunter's greatest advantage. Bobby pulled an iron knife from his belt and placed the edge against his own palm. John crossed the room in 2 steps. What are you doing? Testing. You don't cut a cursed hand to test it. Then how do you suggest? Harry took an iron nail and pressed it lightly against Bobby's smallest finger. The cold pain inside Bobby's hand flared. He hissed. Across the field, one black vine recoiled from the barn. Everyone saw it through the window. The connection ran both directions. The ring could hurt Bobby. Bobby could disturb the ring. Moody's magical eye focused on the house. Movement. Figures appeared among the trees, Death Eaters, 6 at first, then 9, all masked. They took positions around the building without speaking. No casual patrol, no exposed campfires. No obvious gaps. Voldemort had studied how hunters observed ground and designed his perimeter accordingly. The guards changed positions at irregular intervals. Some walked physical paths. Others apparated short distances between trees. 2 remained invisible except to Moody's eye. One did not carry a wand. He carried a rifle. Dean lowered the binoculars. That's new. John looked at the armed Death Eater, he learned. Voldemort had seen guns at Grimmauld Place, seen shield timing, seen how ordinary bullets punished wizards who failed to cast first. Now one of his followers carried a firearm, not because Voldemort respected Muggle methods, because he respected threats once proven. The distinction mattered. Sirius studied the rifleman. Can he use it? He's holding it wrong, Dean said. That doesn't mean he can't pull the trigger. Bobby looked at the map. The original plan had been slow, observe for 2 days, identify shifts, test the outer wards through remote objects, find whether the ring's curse attacked contact, intention, or identity. Then choose an entry route. The pain in Bobby's hand changed everything. The ring already knew them. The curse had crossed distance. Waiting no longer reduced risk. It gave the anchor more time to move deeper into Bobby. "How far has it spread?" Harry asked. McGonagall cast again. The black thread reached the wrist now. Bobby looked at her. "That faster than before?" "Yes. How long?" "I cannot know." "Guess." McGonagall disliked the word. "Hours before it reaches the elbow, perhaps less if the curse reacts to proximity." Bobby closed the ledger. "We go tonight." John shook his head. "We pull back. The thing's already inside me. We find a way to break the connection first." "With what time?" "Enough. You don't have enough." John stepped closer. "Then we make enough." Bobby laughed without humor. "That your plan? It's the beginning." "No, it's fear wearing a plan's coat." John's expression changed. Bobby continued before he could answer. "Voldemort picked me because he knows exactly what you'll do. You'll drag everybody 50 miles away, put me behind 12 wards, and spend a week trying to cure something designed to get worse while we think." Harry looked toward the Gaunt house. The moving vines had stopped, not randomly, listening. The ring could sense Bobby's decision. "Stop talking about the plan," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. "The curse uses knowledge." Bobby understood. "It may react when I understand something new. Or when you decide how to act on it." John looked at the black thread in Bobby's wrist. "Then Bobby stays out." "No," Harry said. "Harry, the ring is connected to him. That can guide us." Bobby nodded. John rounded on him. "You're not using yourself as bait." "Been bait before. And nearly died. Nearly isn't dead." "That's a terrible argument." "It's the one we have." The room split along familiar lines. John wanted distance. Bobby wanted utility. Sirius wanted magical intervention. Moody wanted immediate action. McGonagall wanted a method that did not sacrifice anyone. Dean wanted all of them to stop speaking as though the decision belonged only to the adults. Harry watched the vines. They moved whenever Bobby formed a conclusion. The ring was not only hearing words, it was reacting to certainty. Voldemort had designed a trap for researchers. The more completely someone understood the anchor, the more deeply the curse entered them. Bobby knew more than anyone. That made him both vulnerable and necessary. "We don't let Bobby decide the final plan," Harry said. Bobby stared at him. "What?" "The curse follows your understanding. So you don't understand all of it. That's not how planning works." "It is now." Harry pointed toward the others. "Split the job." Dean stopped loading. Harry continued. "Bobby knows the anchor rule, but not the entry route. Sirius knows the magical wards, but not the physical extraction. Dad knows the retreat, but not how we destroy the ring. Moody knows the Death Eater positions, but not who moves first." McGonagall saw the logic. "No single person holds the complete operation. No single mind gives the ring a full path," Harry said. Bobby's expression shifted, approval and anger. "A familiar combination. Compartmentalization," Moody said. Dean looked at Harry. "You've been reading spy books." "Bobby owns spy books. Bobby owns everything." Bobby slid the ledger toward Harry. "You coordinate." John objected immediately. "No." Harry expected it. Bobby did too. "The curse is in my hand," Bobby said. "Sirius thinks like a wizard. Moody thinks like a paranoid canon. You think like his father." John's eyes narrowed. "That last one a problem? For this?" "Yes," Bobby pointed toward Harry. "He's the only person here who's used to switching between every method in the room. He's 11. He's the target. That isn't qualification." "No," Harry said. "It's why Voldemort thinks he understands me." John looked at him. Harry held the gaze. "He thinks you'll keep me away. He thinks Bobby will sacrifice himself. He thinks Sirius will use powerful magic. He thinks Moody will attack the guards." "All reasonable predictions," Moody muttered. "We do none of them in the way he expects." John looked toward the Gaunt house. The rifleman changed position. The black vines resumed moving. Finally, John nodded once. "You coordinate. I can override. Only if the situation changes. I decide whether it changed." That means you can override whenever you want. Yes. That defeats the Harry. They stared at each other. The argument lasted several silent seconds. Harry accepted, not because John was right, because the operation needed to begin. They entered after midnight. No moon, no magical illumination, no communication charms. Anything carrying a complete spoken instruction could become a route for the ring's curse. Instead, Harry prepared sealed cards. Each person received only the information necessary for their part. John's card contained the western retreat route, 2 extraction signals, and the locations of physical cover. Sirius's contained 3 ward types he needed to break. Moody's showed the guards he would misdirect. McGonagall's listed the containment field she would construct once the ring emerged. Dean's showed the equipment route and the timing for the iron trap. Bobby received a blank card. He stared at it. "You think you're funny? You know too much already." "What am I supposed to do?" "Follow me." Bobby looked offended. That meant the plan was working. Harry carried the remaining instructions in memory, not written, not spoken. The scar connection gave Voldemort access to emotion and fragments of vision, but Harry had learned to think around a plan rather than directly through it. He did not picture the full sequence. He pictured individual actions only when needed. A door, a salt line, an iron chain, never the whole structure. They approached through a drainage ditch west of the Gaunt property. The Death Eaters had warded against apparition, magical concealment, and human movement above ground. They had not warded against an old culvert carrying rainwater beneath the road. Dean entered first. John followed. Harry went third, with Bobby behind him. The tunnel was narrow enough that their shoulders touched both walls. Mud reached Harry's knees. Rusted wire hung from the ceiling. Bobby's breathing became rough. The closer they came to the house, the worse his hand became. "How far?" Harry whispered. "Wrist. Only. Feels like my arm's inside a freezer." Harry touched the brass token in his pocket. No use, no contact. The magical teams waited outside the northern tree line until Harry gave a visual signal. They reached the culvert. Great. Dean used a hand-powered cutter. No magic. No noise louder than the rain. The iron bars came away. Beyond them lay the rear yard. Harry counted guards, 1 visible near the shed, 1 invisible beside the well, detected by the way rain stopped in midair. The riflemen patrolled the eastern wall. Harry raised 2 fingers. Dean nodded. He rolled a glass bottle beneath the shed. Inside was ordinary petrol mixed with salt and powdered iron. Not a bomb, a distraction. The bottle reached the target mark. Dean pulled the wire attached to the cap. Liquid spread beneath the shed. Harry struck a flare and threw it. Fire rose. The visible Death Eater turned. The invisible one moved. Both guards looked away from the house. Harry lifted a small mirror above the ditch. Across the northern woods, Moody saw the flare reflection. The magical diversion began. 3 false patronesses appeared among the trees. A stag, a dog, a phoenix. The Death Eaters reacted exactly as Voldemort expected them not to. They did not pursue, they tightened around the house. Voldemort had anticipated diversion. Moody anticipated the anticipation. The patronesses transformed. Each became a screaming black shape resembling a Dementor. The Death Eaters raised shields against magical assault. Sirius cast from behind them, not an attack, a relocation charm. The ground beneath 3 guards transported them 10 feet east into an iron-lined pit Dean had prepared earlier. Magic moved the soil. Hunter preparation decided where it went. The rifleman fired. The shot struck Moody's shield. The shield cracked. The bullet continued through with reduced force and struck Moody's coat. He fell. Harry's breath stopped. John caught the back of his shirt. "Keep moving." "Moody," has Sirius. The operation could not pause for information Harry did not have. That was the cost of compartmentalization. He had to trust others to complete their parts without seeing them. Harry led Bobby toward the rear door. The house reacted to Bobby's proximity. The wooden walls pulsed, not visually, through the scar. The building felt like a body recognizing an infection. The black thread inside Bobby's wrist crossed his forearm. He stumbled. Harry caught him, still walking, Stop asking. That means yes. It means carry me if I fall. The rear entrance had no visible lock, only a carved symbol shaped like a cracked circle. Sirius's first task, Harry waited. Nothing happened. A spell exploded in the northern woods. Another followed. Sirius was delayed. The rear wall began whispering, not words. Thoughts Bobby had written in the ledger. The gun goes last. Never confuse what worked with why it worked. No assumed timeline. The ring had read him through the curse. It knew the rules holding the coalition together. A crack formed beside the door. Black light leaked through. Bobby's left hand closed involuntarily. He grunted. Harry saw the fingers curl until the nails cut his palm. Don't fight it. Great advice. It wants you to understand how to open the door. I already understand. Harry looked at the cracked circle symbol. Bobby's gaze was fixed on it. What does it mean? Can't tell you, Bobby. Whole point was I don't tell you. The black line crossed his elbow. Time collapsed. Harry needed the door open before the curse reached Bobby's shoulder. He also could not allow Bobby to explain the ward and strengthen the connection. The symbol was a broken circle. The ring survived by forming a link between knowledge and the knower. A circle represented completion. Broken circle. Incomplete knowledge. Harry removed his wand. He did not cast at the symbol. He drew the missing section in mud. Nothing happened. Bobby's eyes widened. Erase it. Harry wiped the line away immediately. The door opened. The ward did not require completion. It required refusal to complete. The Gaunts had built a house protected by secrets. The entrance admitted only those who chose not to know the whole answer. Voldemort had strengthened the theme. Bobby smiled despite the pain. Good, you knew, suspected. Why didn't you? Harry stopped. Bobby's smile widened slightly. Learning restraint, they entered. The interior smelled of rotten wood and burned metal. Every room had been emptied, no furniture, no personal belongings, only symbols cut into the walls. The ring waited beneath the floor. Harry felt it immediately, not through the scar, through Bobby's hand. The older hunter's fingers pulled toward a trapdoor in the center of the room. Don't follow it. Wasn't planning to. His body moved anyway. Harry wrapped an iron chain around Bobby's wrist and fixed it to a wall beam. Bobby looked down. That on my card. Your card was blank. The floorboards opened. A staircase descended. Cold air rose from below. Harry heard John enter behind them. Where are the others? Outside, moody, moving. Harry could not tell whether that meant alive. John saw the chain around Bobby. How far? Past the elbow, Harry said. John's face changed. Bobby interrupted. Don't what? Start looking for a way to drag me out. John gripped the shotgun. The plan changes if you can't use your arm. I can use the other one. The wall whispered again, saving people, hunting things. The ring knew John now. Not through direct curse, through Bobby's understanding of him. It used one person as a map to everyone else. Harry realized the deeper danger. If the curse reached Bobby's heart, it might gain routes into the entire coalition. Downstairs, he said. John looked at him. We finish before it spreads. They descended. The cellar was larger than the house above. Voldemort had altered the space. Stone walls extended beyond the foundations. Black pillars surrounded a circular platform. At its center stood a stone box. The ring rested on top. Black stone, gold band, a symbol carved into its face. The resurrection stone. Harry did not know the name yet. He only knew the object felt different from the other Horcruxes, older. The fragment inside it was not the only power present. Bobby reached the final step. His left arm lifted toward the ring. The iron chain tightened. The beam above cracked. John grabbed Bobby around the chest. Cut the arm. Harry turned. Bobby's voice remained calm. If it reaches the shoulder, cut it. No, John. No, not a discussion. It is when it's my knife. Bobby looked at Harry. You understand? Harry did. A curse using the arm as a path could be stopped if the path disappeared. Maybe, or Bobby could bleed to death underground before they extracted him. The ring wanted them choosing between knowledge and the person carrying it. Another trap built from hunter rules. Sacrifice the infected limb. Save the group. Voldemort had studied them well. Harry looked at the ring. It sat openly, too openly. Don't touch it. Bobby laughed through clenched teeth. Hadn't planned to. Not you, Dad. John's eyes had fixed on the black stone. Harry saw what he saw, Mary Winchester. The woman John had lost to fire. The ring was not only cursing knowledge, it was offering the dead. John stepped toward it. Harry blocked him. That isn't her. John's face emptied. Behind the ring, a woman appeared, blonde hair, white nightdress, burn marks across one arm. Mary looked at John. You took so long. John stopped breathing. Bobby's right hand reached for his iron knife, not to cut himself, to stop John if necessary. Harry turned toward the apparition. You're late. Mary looked at him. John flinched. Harry continued. He spent 20 years hunting what killed you. If you were real, you'd know he was never late. Mary smiled sadly. That is why he needs to forgive himself. The words were perfect. Too perfect. John took another step. Harry drew his handgun, not at John, at the ring. The apparition looked toward the weapon. Shoot, it whispered. Bobby shouted. Don't. Harry stopped. The ring wanted attack. The diary had needed communication. The locket needed ownership. The ring needed decision. Every conclusion completed the curse. Shoot, touch, cut Bobby's arm, save Mary. Each decisive act became a rout. The anchor fed upon certainty. The gaunt family symbol was a broken circle. Incomplete thought kept the door open. Completion closed around the thinker. How do we destroy something when deciding destroys us? John asked. Harry looked at the platform. They could not choose a single method. So they would act without any one person knowing the full choice, the original compartmentalized plan. Harry removed the cards from his pocket. 3 remained unopened. He handed one to John, one to Bobby, kept one. Read only yours. John opened his. His face revealed nothing. Bobby tore his envelope with his right hand. Harry opened his own. He had written the cards hours earlier without deciding which person would receive which. Random assignment. No one had chosen their action. Harry's card read, break the platform when the ring moves. John's instruction remained unknown. Bobby's remained unknown. The ring trembled. It could not read a plan nobody fully possessed. Mary vanished. A different figure appeared beside Bobby. A woman Harry did not know, dark hair. A hospital room. Bobby's face broke. The curse had reached another memory. Karen, he whispered. The black line crossed his shoulder. Time ended. Bobby acted first. He threw his iron knife beneath the ring, not at it, under it. The blade disturbed the platform. The ring lifted into the air. Harry followed his card. He fired at the stone beneath it. The bullet cracked the platform. John followed his own instruction. He threw the Colt case, closed, heavy. The wooden box struck the floating ring without exposing the gun inside. The ring flew sideways. It crossed the iron knife. The Horcrux fragment emerged instinctively to protect the vessel, half outside. A black human shape twisted above the gold band. Bobby's curse reacted. The black line left his shoulder and stretched toward the fragment. The connection became visible. That was Bobby's instruction. Force the curse to follow the fragment. He had not thrown the knife to harm the ring. He had used iron to make the soul show itself. Now the curse had to choose between Bobby and its anchor. Harry drove an iron nail through the black connection. The fragment screamed. The line snapped away from Bobby's shoulder. For one hopeful second, the darkness retreated down his arm. Then Voldemort arrived. No warning, no apparition crack. He stepped from behind one of the black pillars as though he had been standing there the entire time. Tall, pale, red eyes. A complete physical body, though thinner than Harry had seen in visions. Lord Voldemort raised his wand. John fired. Voldemort moved before the trigger completed. The bullet passed through empty robes as his body became smoke and reformed beside the platform. He cast without speaking. The curse struck John's shotgun. Metal melted. John dropped it before it burned through his hands. Bobby reached for the ring. Voldemort's wand turned. Harry saw the spell forming, green not aimed at Bobby, at Harry. Voldemort had learned the coalition's weakness. He did not attack the strategist. He attacked the child everyone would move to save. The killing curse crossed the cellar. Bobby moved first. He shoved Harry aside. The green light missed Harry's chest. It struck Bobby's left hand. The world became silent. Bobby did not die. The spell stopped at the curse already inside him. Two forms of Voldemort's magic collided. The Horcrux connection tried to carry death toward the ring. The killing curse tried to carry death through Bobby's body. The left hand became the meeting point. Green fire erupted beneath the skin. Bobby screamed. John caught him. Voldemort stared. He had expected a body to fall. Instead, the ring screamed with Bobby. The soul fragment remained connected to the hand. The killing curse traveled backward, not into Voldemort, into the Horcrux. The black stone cracked. Harry saw the rule. The ring's curse connected knowledge to the anchor. Bobby's hand had become part of the route. Voldemort's own killing magic entered that route. The Horcrux was receiving the exact force designed to separate soul from body. "Hold him!" Harry shouted. John wrapped both arms around Bobby as the older hunter convulsed. The black line from the hand struck the ring. Voldemort understood. His wand moved toward Bobby again, this time not to kill Harry. To sever the hand before the curse destroyed the anchor. Harry fired. The ordinary bullet never reached Voldemort. His shield appeared instantly. But the shot forced him to cast. Half a second. Sirius entered the cellar in the same instant. His spell struck the ring, not Voldemort. The gold band shattered, the black stone split. The Horcrux fragment tore free, wrapped in green fire from Bobby's hand. Voldemort screamed. The sound did not come from his mouth alone. It came from Harry's scar, from the fragment, from the walls. McGonagall and Moody appeared at the stairs. Moody was bleeding from the chest but alive. Both cast containment chains. The fragment resisted. Voldemort cut through the first chain. McGonagall replaced it. He cut through the second. Sirius added another. Voldemort adapted with every movement, changing curse type, angle, and target. He cast at the ceiling. Stone collapsed between the coalition and the fragment. Dean threw an iron bar through the falling debris. It struck the broken ring. The soul fragment recoiled. Harry poured salt into the green fire surrounding it. The combination should not have worked. Salt disrupted. Iron limited. Voldemort's own curse severed. Different methods. One moment, Bobby lifted his burned left hand. The fingers had become black. He pointed at the fragment. Finish the ritual. His voice was barely human. Harry began the separation words. Bobby usually performed them. Harry had memorized every line. Voldemort turned toward him. Red eyes narrowed. "You!" he cast. John stepped between them with no weapon left. Sirius blocked the curse. His shield exploded. He fell. Voldemort cast again. Moody intercepted. The magical eye in his head cracked. He remained standing. "Keep reading," Harry continued. The fragment folded inward. Voldemort's physical body flickered. For an instant, he became the shadow John had encountered in Godric's Hollow. Then the body returned. The ring collapsed into dust. The fragment died. Harry's scar became white pain. He fell to one knee but forced out the final word. One more light vanished from the space behind his dreams. Only the diadem remained outside Voldemort. The Dark Lord felt it too. His face changed. Not fear. Calculation sharpened past emotion. He looked at Bobby's ruined hand, at Harry, at the Colt case lying unopened beside the shattered platform. He understood more than they wanted him to. Not everything, but enough. Voldemort raised his wand toward the case. Dean fired from the stairs. The bullet struck the wand, not Voldemort's hand. The wand spun sideways. Voldemort's red eyes moved toward Dean. Dean had made himself the next target. John seized the Colt case. Moody cast a wall of fire. Voldemort extinguished it immediately. McGonagall transformed the broken platform into iron chains. Voldemort broke them. Sirius opened an emergency portkey. The cellar began pulling the coalition toward it. Voldemort cast an anti-portkey charm. Moody countered. Neither won completely. Space twisted. John grabbed Harry with one hand and Bobby with the other. Dean caught Sirius. McGonagall held Moody. The portkey activated badly. The cellar stretched into darkness. Voldemort's final curse followed. It struck the wooden ceiling above them as the coalition disappeared. The Gaunt House collapsed. They returned to Bobby's salvage yard without Bobby. For 12 seconds, everyone believed the damaged portkey had left him behind. Then he appeared in the kitchen ceiling. He fell 6 feet onto the table. The table broke. Dean stared down at him. Why does everybody land badly? Bobby did not answer. His left hand was still burning, not with visible flame, with green light beneath black skin. McGonagall extinguished every lamp. Moody sealed the room. Sirius summoned medical supplies. John placed Bobby on the floor and reached for a knife. Bobby saw it. Do it. Harry grabbed John's wrist. No, the curse is still moving. It stopped at the wrist. McGonagall cast a diagnostic spell. The green line remained within Bobby's hand, not spreading, but the tissue around it was dying. "We can save the arm," she said. "The hand?" John asked. McGonagall did not answer immediately. Bobby laughed weakly. "There it is." Sirius knelt beside him. "St. Mungo's may repair nerve damage." "This isn't nerve damage. The healers. Can they undo a killing curse?" Sirius fell silent. Bobby looked at Harry. "You all right?" Harry stared at the blackened fingers. "You moved?" "Had to." "No." Harry's voice shook. "You chose to. That's generally how moving works. You told Sirius people turn deaths into noble stories." Bobby's expression softened. "I'm not dead. You knew what the spell was." "Course I did." "You knew it would hit you." "No." Bobby looked at the hand. "I knew it wouldn't hit you." Harry could not answer. John's face remained hard, but his hands shook while holding the medical cloth. McGonagall began cutting away Bobby's sleeve. The damage ended just below the wrist. The arm remained healthy. The hand did not. Green cracks moved beneath the skin whenever Bobby tried to flex the fingers. He could feel pressure, heat, cold. He could not control them. The curse had not killed him because the Horcrux connection redirected its force. The ring had died. Bobby's hand had remained between the body and the anchor. Part of the killing magic stayed there. A permanent dead place attached to a living man. The healers at St. Mungo's worked until sunrise. They removed the remaining curse. They repaired blood vessels. They stopped the necrosis from spreading. They could not restore the movement. Bobby's left hand survived. It simply no longer obeyed him. The smallest finger remained curled. The others could close slightly, but not open without help. His sense of touch came and went in cold flashes. One healer suggested amputation. Bobby refused. "It still holds things," he said. The healer looked at the motionless hand. "What? Lessons?" Nobody argued. The gaunt operation destroyed the ring. It also destroyed the campaign's remaining secrecy. Voldemort had seen the Colt case. He had seen the Coalition using different traditions. He had seen Harry coordinate. He had seen Bobby's ledger translated into action. Most importantly, he had learned they would not fire the Colt while a Horcrux remained. He did not know exactly why, but he knew the gun mattered. That was enough. Within 48 hours, 7 Order safe houses were attacked. 3 Ministry officials disappeared. Lucius Malfoy left Britain. Bellatrix murdered the wounded Death Eater abandoned at Grimmauld Place before the Coalition could question him further. Every known route into Voldemort's network closed. He no longer hid his return. The wizarding world woke to open war. The Ministry denied it for 6 hours. Then Death Eaters attacked Diagon Alley. Dumbledore called an emergency meeting at Hogwarts. Bobby attended with his left hand wrapped in black cloth. He could not hold a pencil in it. Harry noticed every time he tried. Bobby switched the pencil to his right hand and continued writing. Dumbledore stood before the Horcrux map. Only one circle remained, the diadem. "We must assume Voldemort knows its location is our final objective." "Do we know the location?" Moody asked. Harry looked toward the castle walls. The connection had become clearer after the ring died. The diadem no longer appeared as a distant light. It was close, very close, inside Hogwarts, moving through rooms without physically moving, dreams spreading from student to student. A crown hidden beneath forgotten objects. "The castle," Harry said. McGonagall's face tightened. "We have searched." "You searched for an object." Bobby opened his ledger with one hand. "We search for behavior." Dumbledore looked toward the wrapped hand. "You require rest." "Voldemort require rest?" "No." "Then neither do I." John stood behind Harry. For once, he did not argue with Bobby. Perhaps because the argument had already cost too much. Perhaps because all of them understood the careful campaign was over. Voldemort would not leave the final anchor waiting. He would use it, move it, possess someone with it, or destroy Hogwarts around it rather than let them approach. Harry studied the map. The diary had wanted communication. The locket wanted ownership. The cup wanted reception and duplication. Nagini used territory and transfer. The ring used certainty, knowledge, and the longing to reverse death. The diadem belonged to Ravenclaw, wisdom, thought, hidden knowledge. Its rule would be built around the mind. Harry looked at Bobby's hand. The black wrapping concealed the damage but not the cost. Voldemort had tried to kill the person who made their knowledge useful. He had nearly succeeded. The next hunt could not rely on Bobby holding every answer. "Teach us the ledger," Harry said. Bobby looked up. "What? All of it? You've read most." "Not most." Harry pointed toward Dean, Sirius, McGonagall, Moody, and John. "Everyone learns the rituals. Everyone learns containment. Everyone learns how you classify rules." Bobby frowned. "That takes years. We don't have years. You don't teach people by throwing books at them." Dean looked toward Bobby's shelves. "That is mostly how you taught us." "Worked, didn't it?" Harry stepped closer. "Voldemort targeted you because you're the only one who sees the whole board." Bobby's injured hand rested on the table. So stop being the only one." The room became silent. Bobby had built his identity around being the person people called when they did not know, the person with the book. The ritual, the translation, the answer, making knowledge shared meant accepting that someone else might continue without him. That was harder than losing the use of a hand. Bobby looked at John. John nodded, not command, agreement. Bobby turned toward the others. "All right?" He pushed the ledger into the center of the table. "First lesson." Moody's magical eye focused. McGonagall took out parchment. Sirius sat. Dean found a chair. John remained standing beside Harry. Bobby opened to the first page. "Never confuse what worked with why it worked." Harry knew the sentence by heart. This time, everyone copied it. The campaign changed in that moment, not from careful to reckless, from centralized to shared. Voldemort had attacked the hand writing the instructions. The coalition answered by placing the instructions in every hand. Even the damaged one, especially the damaged one. That night, Harry visited Bobby in the Hogwarts infirmary. The older hunter sat beside the window attempting to button his shirt with one hand. Harry watched for several seconds. Bobby glared. "You gonna help or make this awkward?" Harry crossed the room and fastened the button. Bobby looked away. "The hand will improve." The healer said, "Probably not. Healers say lots of things. You tell me not to ignore evidence. Evidence changes." Harry sat beside the bed. "Does it hurt?" "Yes." "How much?" "Enough." "Because of me?" Bobby turned. "No, it was aimed at me." "That makes it because of Voldemort you moved." "That makes it because of me." Harry looked at the black wrapping. "I told Sirius Regulus's choice belonged to him. Smart." "Then your choice belongs to you. Also smart." "I still hate it." Bobby leaned back. "You're allowed." Harry's eyes burned. He refused to cry. Bobby saw anyway. "Kid." "What?" "The job doesn't care what it takes." "That's not comforting." "Wasn't meant to be." Bobby lifted the damaged hand with help from the other and placed it on the bed between them. "The people doing the job have to care." Harry looked at him. "That's the difference." "Between what?" "Hunters and weapons." Bobby nodded toward the Colt case resting beneath John's guard outside the infirmary. "A weapon spends whatever gets pointed at the target. A hunter decides when the price is too high." "Was this too high?" Bobby looked at his hand. "Yes." Harry stared. Bobby continued. "It was too high. We paid it anyway. Then we failed. No, we destroyed the ring and failed to protect everybody doing it. Both facts remained true. The same space between victory and grief that Bobby's ledgers refused to erase." Harry reached for the wrapped hand. He stopped before touching it. Bobby moved it the final inch. The black cloth felt cold. "Don't make this into permission," Bobby said. "For what?" "To throw yourself in front of the next curse." Harry looked down. Bobby's voice hardened. "I moved because I was there, not because that's what you're supposed to become." "What if I'm the only one who can stop it?" "Then you find another person, another tool, or another way. And if there isn't one, there's always another question." Bobby looked toward the dark castle. People stop finding answers when they decide they've reached the last question. The diadem waited somewhere inside Hogwarts. Voldemort prepared outside its walls. One Horcrux remained, one hunt before the Colt might apply. One final fragment standing between a divided enemy and a whole target. Harry held Bobby's injured hand carefully. The campaign had cost blood before, bruises, bites, broken bones, near deaths. This was different. The damage would remain after the war. Every page Bobby struggled to turn. Every weapon he could no longer hold properly. Every shirt button requiring help. Voldemort's curse would continue existing inside ordinary moments long after the green light disappeared. That was what cost meant, not pain during battle. Change that followed people home. Harry stood. "We find the diadem tomorrow." Bobby looked toward him. "We find it tonight. You need rest." Bobby smiled faintly. "Voldemort require rest." Harry recognized his own argument. "That's annoying. Good teaching usually is." Harry helped him stand. Bobby tested his balance. The left hand hung beside him, wrapped and motionless. His right hand held the ledger. They left the infirmary together. Outside, Hogwarts shifted around them. Staircases moved, portraits whispered, hidden corridors opened. Somewhere within the castle, students dreamed of answers to questions they had never asked. A silver crown waited beneath centuries of forgotten things. The final Horcrux had begun hunting back, and this time the battlefield was already full of children. Chapter 10. The last fragment, the first student to disappear, was found sitting inside a wall, not behind it, inside it. Only half of Tobias Bletchley remained visible when Professor Flitwick discovered him near the fourth-floor stairwell. His right arm and shoulder protruded from the stone. The rest of his body had passed through the wall as though the castle had briefly forgotten it was solid. Tobias was alive. He was also smiling. "Do not move," Flitwick warned. The Ravenclaw boy turned his head as far as the stone allowed. "I found it, Professor." "Found what?" "The answer." Flitwick summoned McGonagall. McGonagall summoned Dumbledore. Dumbledore summoned Bobby. Bobby summoned everybody else. By sunrise, the corridor had been sealed behind 3 layers of magical containment, an iron framework, and enough salt to make the stone floor resemble winter. Tobias continued smiling. Harry stood outside the barrier beside John. "What question did he ask?" Harry said. Professor Flitwick looked toward the trapped student. "We do not know." "Ask him." "We have." "And," he says, "the question no longer matters." Bobby's injured left hand hung beneath a black glove. His right held the campaign ledger open. "That's not an answer." "It is to him," McGonagall said. Harry examined Tobias. The boy's eyes remained focused on something beyond the corridor. No fear, no pain, no confusion, absolute certainty. Harry had seen that expression in possessed people. Not because another mind controlled them, because their own minds had stopped asking whether they were wrong. "What was he doing before he disappeared?" Harry asked. Flitwick removed a folded parchment from his robes. "He submitted this during charms. The essay should have explained the principles of levitation. Instead, every line contained the same sentence. An object exists where the mind requires IT to exist." Dean read over Harry's shoulder. "That sounds like magic trying to avoid explaining itself." Hermione stood farther down the corridor with Ron. McGonagall had ordered all students back to their common rooms, but Hermione had returned with 3 books, and the expression of someone prepared to argue that rules did not apply when she possessed relevant research. She raised her hand. Nobody acknowledged it. She raised it higher. Bobby looked at her. "What?" The sentence resembles a theory about the room of requirement. The adults turned. Hermione lowered her hand, but not her voice. "Hogwarts. A history mentions a chamber that appears only when someone has genuine need." The author dismissed it as symbolic architecture, but several older accounts describe rooms appearing where no door existed. Ron glanced at Harry. "Is that why you found 6 different broom cupboards on the same floor?" "I needed exits." McGonagall ignored them. "The room of requirement is not part of any official castle map." Harry looked at her. "Official maps are wrong." "This is not the time." "It keeps being the time." Bobby crouched beside the salt barrier and studied Tobias's visible hand. The fingers traced a shape against the wall, a circle. Then a line through the center, again. "What symbol is that?" John asked. Dumbledore watched the movement. "It resembles Ravenclaw's early mark for resolved thought." Harry looked toward the castle ceiling, the diadem. Nobody disagreed. The final Horcrux was no longer merely hidden inside Hogwarts. It had begun spreading through students. By midday, 7 more cases appeared. A third-year Hufflepuff walked into the lake because she had concluded she could breathe underwater if she understood the correct rhythm. 2 Slytherins locked themselves inside a classroom and attempted to create eternal life using chalk, candle wax, and a dead mouse. A Gryffindor climbed the astronomy tower after becoming certain that height improved prophecy. 3 Ravenclaws stopped sleeping entirely. Every student reported a dream before the behavior began. A silver crown floating in darkness. A voice offering one perfect answer. The answer differed for each person. How to become powerful, how to make a parent proud, how to know whether a friend was lying, how to stop being afraid. How to bring back the dead. The diadem did not force obedience, it removed doubt. "That's worse," Bobby said. They had converted an unused transfiguration classroom into a command room. Maps covered the walls. Student names filled the board. John remained near the door with Dean. Sirius stood beside the windows, watching the grounds for Death Eaters. Moody patrolled the corridors with Tonks, who had left St. Mungo's against medical advice and refused to discuss the matter further. McGonagall supervised the evacuation of younger students. Dumbledore remained at the center of the room, reading Rowena Ravenclaw's surviving writings. Harry watched him turn the same page for the 4th time. "You don't know where it is?" Dumbledore looked up. "No, you think you should." "Yes, that's what it wants." Dumbledore closed the book immediately. Bobby pointed at him with his pencil. "Good." The headmaster's expression tightened. "I am capable of recognizing influence." So were the students inside the walls. Dumbledore accepted the criticism. Bobby drew a line through the map of the 7th floor. The diary fed on communication. The locket fed on ownership. Cup fed on receiving and multiplying. Snake used ground and transfer. Ring used certainty tied to grief and knowledge. Harry looked at the repeated sentence from Tobias's essay. "The diadem is knowledge without doubt." "False knowledge?" Sirius asked. "Not always," Hermione said from the corner. McGonagall turned. "Why are you still here?" Hermione lifted a stack of copied student statements. "Because I compared the answers." McGonagall closed her eyes briefly. John looked impressed. Hermione placed the statements on the table. Some answers were correct. She pointed to the Hufflepuff student who entered the lake. The dream told her that the bubble head charm permits underwater breathing. That is true. "Did she know the spell?" Bobby asked. "No, then the answer got her killed anyway." "She survived," Hermione corrected. "Because the giant squid pushed her back to shore." Ron raised his hand, which nobody expected. Hermione continued. "The diadem does not necessarily lie. It gives incomplete truth and removes the desire to question it." Harry understood. A dangerous answer did not need to be false. It needed to be final. Bobby had taught him that every solution remained conditional. Salt worked until the line broke. Iron worked against what iron worked against. A Colt bullet worked against one undivided soul in one body. The diadem offered a world without conditions. "Wisdom without uncertainty," Dumbledore murmured. "No," Harry said. "Knowledge pretending to be wisdom." The scar on his forehead warmed. A new thought appeared inside him, not a voice, a conclusion. "The diadem is in the room of requirement." Harry gripped the table. Everyone noticed. "What?" John asked. Harry did not answer immediately. The certainty felt perfect. He could see the room, mountains of hidden objects, broken furniture, old books. A silver crown resting on the head of a stone bust. He knew the path. 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Walk past 3 times while thinking of a place to hide something. A door would appear. Every detail arrived complete. Too complete. "It told me where it is." John's hand moved toward his weapon. Bobby leaned closer. "Do you believe it?" "Yes." "Then don't." Harry looked at him. Bobby's left hand twitched beneath the glove, not moving properly, remembering pain. If it gives certainty, certainty is contamination, Bobby said. From now on, anything you know without earning it is hostile. Harry forced himself to list doubts. The vision could be false. The room could be trapped. The diadem might be using the correct location as bait. The crown might not be the original. The path might change. The certainty weakened. His scar cooled. "It's in the room of requirement," he said again. "Probably." Bobby nodded. "Better." McGonagall looked between them. "How can uncertainty improve information?" "It keeps us checking." Dumbledore stood. "We will evacuate the 7th floor and enter the room with a controlled team." "No," Harry said. John's head turned toward him. Dumbledore waited. Harry pointed to Tobias's sentence. "An object exists where the mind requires it to exist." "The room responds to need," Hermione said. "So does the diadem." Bobby saw the problem. "If we enter needing to find it, the room gives us what we think finding looks like." "Could give us a copy," Harry said. "Or a maze, or a perfect trap." Sirius looked toward the castle plans. "Then we enter without intending to find it." Dean frowned. "How do you look for something without looking for it?" "You don't," Harry said. "You make it come to you." They moved Tobias out of the wall by convincing the castle he no longer belonged there. Magic alone failed. Flitwick tried transformation. McGonagall tried spatial reversal. Dumbledore attempted to persuade the wall to release him. Each spell made Tobias sink farther. The diadem strengthened whenever a professor became certain of the correct magical solution. Harry walked to the barrier carrying Bobby's ledger. Tobias smiled at him. "I know what you are." Harry stopped. John moved closer. "What am I?" "The last vessel." The corridor became silent. Harry's scar burned behind him. Dumbledore's wand appeared. John raised his handgun toward Tobias. Bobby did neither. He asked a question. "How do you know?" Tobias's smile widened. "The crown showed me." "That isn't how." "It knows all hidden things." "Nothing knows all hidden things. This does." Bobby turned to Harry. "Contamination." Harry nodded, but the words had entered deeper than the other answers. The last vessel. Nagini had said Harry carried more. The demon at Bobby's house had called him a door. Tom Riddle had reached for Harry's scar before the diary fragment died. Dumbledore had never fully explained why the connection existed. "What if it's true?" Harry asked. John's face hardened. "It isn't. You don't know. I know you. That's not the same." John looked ready to argue. Bobby interrupted. "He's right." John turned. Bobby continued. "Knowing Harry doesn't tell us what the scar carries." The words hurt because they were honest. Harry preferred them anyway. Dumbledore stepped forward. The night Voldemort attacked Harry, his curse rebounded. A fragment of magical essence may have attached itself to the only living soul in the room. John's handgun shifted toward him. "You said essence." "I said May. You thought he had part of Voldemort inside him for 10 years. I considered the possibility. And didn't tell us. I had no evidence. You had enough to watch him." McGonagall moved between them. "This argument helps the Horcrux." Bobby nodded. "It wants a conclusion." John's anger did not disappear, but he lowered the weapon. Harry looked at Tobias. "The diadem wants us to believe I'm the last anchor." "Could be true," Bobby said. "Could be bait." "Yes. How do we test it?" Dumbledore looked at Harry's scar. Horcruxes react to destruction attempts. John shook his head. "No spells on Harry." "I agree." The quick answer surprised him. Dumbledore continued. "We do not need to attack the scar. We compare its behavior to the known anchors." Bobby opened the ledger. Every Horcrux created an independent route. "Diary could possess through writing," Harry said. "Locket could project through claims," Sirius added. "Cup multiplied vessels," Dean said. "Nagini transferred through venom," Tonks said from the doorway. "Ring cursed knowledge," McGonagall said. Dumbledore looked at Harry. "What has the scar done independently of Voldemort?" Harry thought. Pain, visions, shared emotions, warnings, never speech without Voldemort or a fragment at the other end, never possession, never independent projection, never feeding. "It connects," he said. "It doesn't act alone." Bobby wrote the distinction. "Anchor versus wound." Dumbledore nodded. "A Horcrux is deliberately constructed to preserve and house a fragment." Harry's scar may hold residue, a pathway or damage from the rebounded curse. But not a stable soul piece, Hermione said. John looked at her. You sure? Hermione hesitated. No, Bobby nodded approvingly. Best answer anybody's given. Harry touched the scar. If the diadem wanted the coalition to treat him as a Horcrux, it wanted one of two outcomes. Either they attacked him, or they delayed destroying the crown because they believed the campaign could not end afterward. Both helped Voldemort. We test after the diadem dies, Harry said. John looked at him. How? If Voldemort becomes whole, the scar changes. And if it doesn't, then we keep looking? Bobby closed the ledger. No last conclusions. Tobias's smile vanished. The wall released him. His body fell into Flitwick's arms. The diadem had lost its grip the moment they refused the answer it offered. That gave Harry the rule, not merely certainty, authority. The crown needed someone to accept an answer as final. Refusal weakened it. Questions opened the trap. We don't destroy it with an answer, Harry said. Bobby looked at him. We destroy it with a question it can't close. The evacuation began after sunset. Students were told a curse had entered the ventilation system. Dean suggested the explanation after learning Hogwarts had no ventilation system. It's why they'll believe it, he said. The younger students traveled by guarded portkeys. Older students moved to Hogsmeade under ministry escort. Every person leaving the castle received one instruction. If they heard a voice offering an answer, they were to ask, "What are you leaving out?" The phrase spread through Hogwarts. Portraits repeated it. Ghosts carried it between floors. Professors wrote it across blackboards. "What are you leaving out?" The diadem's influence weakened. Students woke from dreams. Hidden doors stopped appearing. Tobias remembered the question that had led him into the wall. He had asked how to reach any room in Hogwarts. The diadem told him the castle obeyed intent. It left out the stone. By midnight, only the operation team remained. Harry, John, Bobby, Dean, Sirius, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Moody, Tonks. Hermione and Ron had been removed by force. Hermione returned through a passage nobody knew existed. Ron followed because he refused to let her return alone. McGonagall looked at them near the 7th-floor staircase. How? Hermione pointed toward Harry's escape map. Harry examined the ceiling. Not my fault. You drew the route. That makes it partly your fault, Ron said. McGonagall began ordering them back. Bobby stopped her. They know the question. They are children, so is Harry. That does not improve the situation. Harry looked toward the blank stretch of wall opposite the tapestry. The room responds to need. Dumbledore nodded. And the diadem responds to the expectation of answers. So we don't ask for a place to find it. What do we ask for? Sirius said. Harry looked at Bobby's ledger. A room containing everything people hid because they didn't understand it. The distinction mattered, not the diadem, not an answer. Unresolved things. They walked past the wall once. Nothing happened twice. The castle trembled on the third pass. A door appeared, no handle, only a silver carving of an eagle. Words formed beneath it. What do you seek? Nobody answered. The question changed. What do you fear? Silence. What do you know? Bobby smiled faintly. Not enough. The door opened. The room of hidden things extended farther than the castle should have allowed. Mountains of forgotten objects rose beneath a ceiling lost in darkness. Broken desks, cracked mirrors, hundreds of books, cauldrons, chairs, statues, brooms, weapons, toys, objects stolen, abandoned, or hidden by generations of students. Every item whispered, not with voices of its own, with answers. A sword promised victory, a book promised understanding, a mirror promised beauty, a small wooden horse promised the return of childhood. John stared toward a crib half buried beneath robes. Mary's voice came from it. He looked away. The whispers changed targets. Bobby heard his dead wife. Sirius heard Regulus. Dean heard someone Harry did not know. Dumbledore stopped beside a pair of woolen socks and closed his eyes. The diadem used every hidden desire as a question already answered. Harry led them deeper. His scar pulled toward the crown. He deliberately chose the wrong path. The pull strengthened. He turned again. Each refusal forced the diadem to reveal more. It's guiding him, Sirius whispered. No. Bobby said. It's correcting him. Harry climbed over a pile of damaged cabinets. A stone bust appeared ahead. A silver diadem rested on its head. Blue stones formed words along the band. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Dumbledore stopped. That is it. Harry felt certainty enter the room. The crown brightened. No, he said. Dumbledore looked at him. It matches every historical description. That doesn't make it the one. The crown dimmed. Moody's magical eye examined it. Dark magic. Soul's signature, same type as the others. Probably it. Harry said. The light remained weak. Words formed in the air above the diadem. Harry Winchester is not a Horcrux. John stepped forward. Relief struck his face. Harry blocked him. That's an answer. John stopped. The words changed. Harry Winchester is a Horcrux. Dumbledore's wand lifted. Bobby laughed. The crown flickered. What? Sirius asked. It doesn't know. The diadem's power came from being accepted as the authority, but the fragment inside it did not possess all of Voldemort's current knowledge. It knew what Tom Riddle knew when he created it. It had theories, memories. Pride, not omniscience. The contradictions exposed the lie. Harry approached the bust. The diadem spoke in Tom Riddle's voice. Ask me. Harry stopped outside arm's reach. Ask what? The question that has followed you since the ruin. John's hand tightened around his weapon. Tom continued. Why did you survive? Harry felt the answer waiting, his mother's sacrifice, the rebounded curse, Voldemort's damaged soul. A secret inside Harry, one statement that would explain his entire life. He wanted it. That was the danger. What are you leaving out? Harry asked. The diadem pulsed. Tom's voice sharpened. Nothing. Then you're lying. The room shook. Objects fell from the piles, the exits disappeared. Dumbledore raised a shield. The diadem lifted from the bust. Tom Riddle appeared beneath it, older than the diary projection. Close to the face in the later photographs, but not yet serpentine, he wore the crown. You believe ignorance protects you? No, Harry said. It makes you weak. It makes me check. Tom raised one hand. Books flew from the piles and opened around Harry. Every page displayed a moment from his life. John taking him from Godric's Hollow. Bobby teaching him Latin. Dean standing beside him in the tunnel, James and Lily dying, Sirius in Azkaban. The images arranged themselves into a single explanation. Harry survived because everyone else suffered for him. The conclusion struck like a curse. His parents, Bobby's hand, Tonks's bite, Sirius's imprisonment, John's life consumed by Hunts. The diadem gave the pattern a final answer. You are the cost. Harry stopped breathing. John moved toward him. The floor became glass between them. John struck it. The barrier held. Harry, Tom smiled, you wanted to know why they bleed. Harry looked at Bobby's black glove. The answer felt complete. That was how he recognized the trap. It left out their choices. James and Lily had chosen to protect him. John had chosen not to leave him. Bobby had chosen to move. Tonks had chosen to return. Choice did not erase cost. Cost did not turn Harry into its cause. What are you leaving out? Harry whispered. The books trembled. You, Tom's smile weakened. You leave out everyone who decided for themselves. The glass beneath John cracked. Harry continued. You think every life around me is part of my story. The Lockets rule again, ownership. Tom had built every Horcrux from the same floor. Everything belonged to him, objects, followers, history, even other people's sacrifices. But they don't belong to me. The books began closing. And I don't belong to you. The scar burned white. A black thread stretched from Harry's forehead to the diadem. There it was, not a contained fragment, a connection. A wound. Tom pulled it. Harry felt memories moving toward the crown. The diadem attempted to turn the connection into proof that Harry was another anchor. Bobby opened the separation ledger. No, Harry stopped him. The ritual could sever the connection. It could also damage Harry. They still did not know. Tom laughed. The hunter cannot act without certainty. Bobby stared at the page. The diadem had found the coalition's final weakness. They had learned caution. Now it tried to make caution paralysis. Harry looked at the black thread. Not every unknown required delay. Some required limited action. Don't sever it, he said. Bobby looked at him. Then what? Use it backward. The diary had been a door, the locket had been ownership, the cup had received, Nagini transferred. The ring followed knowledge, the diadem answered. It was using Harry's connection to define him, so Harry would ask through it. He closed his eyes and pushed one question toward Voldemort's fragment. "Well, don't you know?" Tom's projection froze. The diadem cracked, not physically, conceptually. A crown of wisdom built around the certainty of one man encountered a question his soul fragment could not answer. What did he not know? He did not know John Winchester. He did not know why Lily's protection had taken the form it did. He did not know hunter rituals. He did not know the Colt's exact rule. He did not know whether Harry was a Horcrux. He did not know what the Coalition planned next. He did not know how to become immortal without depending on objects others could destroy. The unknowns multiplied. The diadem tried to close them. Every answer created two more questions. The silver band began screaming. "Now," Harry said. Nobody asked what the word meant. They acted according to prepared roles. Dumbledore and McGonagall cast containment around Tom's projection. Moody fixed the room's exits in place. Sirius summoned the stone bust beneath the diadem, preventing the crown from fleeing into another hidden object. Dean threw iron chains around the pedestal. John fired salt into the projection. Bobby began the separation ritual. The black connection between Harry and the diadem tightened. The crown tried to retreat through the scar. Harry drove an iron nail into the floor between them. The thread struck it. Not cut, redirected. The connection entered the castle stone. Hogwarts reacted. Every unanswered question asked within its walls seemed to rise at once. Generations of students wondering who they were, teachers doubting their decisions, portraits forgetting their lives, ghosts questioning why they stayed. The room of requirement filled with uncertainty, not ignorance, possibility. The diadem could not contain it. Tom's projection fractured into hundreds of faces: student, teacher, monster, child, dark lord. Each spoke a different answer, none agreed. Bobby reached the final line of the ritual. The diadem remained intact. Its vessel needed destruction. "What destroys it?" Sirius shouted. Dumbledore cast Fiendfire. Harry saw the spell forming and yelled. No, the flame vanished before release. Too powerful, too certain. The diadem wanted a grand answer, a legendary weapon, an exceptional spell. Harry looked at the crown itself. Ravenclaw's diadem promised wit beyond measure. Its Horcrux protection depended upon being treated as an object of unmatched knowledge. They needed to make it ordinary, not destroy wisdom. Destroy authority. Hermione stepped from behind a pile of books. McGonagall stared. "Miss Granger." Hermione held a school-marking quill. "I know the answer." The diadem brightened. Hermione corrected herself. "I think I know a possible method." It dimmed. She pointed to the inscription. "Words define its purpose." Harry understood: the diary's pages, the locket's symbol, the cup's function. The diadem declared what it was. He took the quill. Tom screamed. Objects flew. John shielded Harry with his body while Dumbledore stopped the debris. Harry reached the crown. The metal burned his hand. The inscription glowed. "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." Harry crossed out one word, not with magic, with ordinary black ink. "Greatest." The diadem shook. He wrote beneath it. A tool, not an answer. The crown cracked down the center. Tom's projection collapsed toward it. Bobby shouted the last word of the ritual. Dean tightened the iron chain. Sirius drove Regulus's kitchen knife into the crack. McGonagall cast a simple breaking charm, not exceptional, not legendary, a first-year spell used to fracture damaged objects. Defindo. The diadem split. The soul fragment rose. For 1 second, it wore Voldemort's restored face. It looked at Harry, not with certainty, with fear. Then the fragment ceased to exist. The room of requirement became silent. Every whisper stopped. Every false answer vanished. The mountains of hidden objects settled. The black thread connected to Harry's scar snapped. Harry fell. John caught him before he struck the floor. For 43 seconds, Harry felt nothing, no scar, no dreams, no distant rage, no red eyes. The absence frightened him more than pain. Then something moved through the connection, not from Harry to Voldemort, into Voldemort. The destroyed fragments were returning: diary, locket, cup, Nagini, ring, diadem, not as living pieces, as damage, every torn absence arriving at the soul that had created it. Harry saw Voldemort standing in a dark chamber, his body convulsed. Old murders opened inside him. Memories struck without order. Myrtle Warren, Hepzibah Smith, his father, the old Muggle gardener. Faces whose deaths had become architecture for immortality. Now the architecture collapsed. Voldemort screamed. Harry felt the soul trying to remain divided when no vessels remained. For 17 seconds, it existed between states. The Hollow Man, Finch firing early. The Colt failing against something not wholly present. Bobby had been right. Destroying the last Horcrux did not make Voldemort one target immediately. The joining had begun. Harry counted. 18, 19, 20. The scar changed. The lightning-shaped mark became cold, not painful, emptying. John held Harry against the stone floor. "What's happening?" "He's coming together." Bobby knelt with difficulty. "How long?" "I don't know." "Good." Harry almost laughed. 28 seconds, 30. Voldemort's body changed in the vision. The pale skin split along invisible lines. Every fragment's loss carved itself into him. He became more solid, more alive, more mortal. At 39 seconds, the red eyes opened. At 41, Voldemort looked directly through the connection. At 42, he understood what had happened. At 43, the connection closed. Harry's scar became only a scar. No voice remained behind it, no fragment, no open door. He gasped. The room returned around him. John's hands, Bobby's damaged glove, Dumbledore's face, everyone waiting. Harry touched the mark. He's whole. Nobody celebrated. Bobby looked at his watch. "Certain?" Harry almost answered yes. He stopped. "I felt every fragment return. The connection closed. There are no other lights." Dumbledore examined the scar. "No foreign magical structure remains." "Could you have missed one?" John asked. "Yes," Dumbledore said. Bobby nodded approvingly. Harry continued. "But the Colt's failure rule applies now." He looked at the closed weapon case in John's hand. One body, Bobby finished. One undivided soul. "One target," Dean said. The last Horcrux was gone. The campaign had succeeded. The gun might finally work. Might, that word mattered more than ever. Dumbledore looked toward the doorway. "Voldemort will know he is mortal." Moody's magical eye rotated toward the castle grounds. "He'll hide." "No," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. The scar no longer carried Voldemort's thoughts, but Harry had known him through 6 fragments: pride, possession, certainty, the need to define every person and object as beneath him. "He'll attack." "Why?" McGonagall asked. "Because hiding means admitting the gun matters." John closed the Colt case, and he still thinks hunters are animals with tricks. Bobby flexed his useless left fingers inside the glove. "Then we give him animals to corner." Harry stood with John's help. The castle trembled. Far below, the entrance doors exploded inward. Red light filled the stairwell. Moody's magical eye snapped toward the floor. "Death Eaters?" Sirius raised his wand. "How many?" Moody's face hardened. "All of them." Voldemort had not waited. He had felt the last anchor die and moved before the coalition could leave Hogwarts, exactly as Harry predicted, exactly as Voldemort believed strength required. Dumbledore looked toward the students' evacuation routes. "The castle is empty." "Mostly," McGonagall said, looking at Hermione and Ron. Hermione stepped behind a cabinet. Ron followed. John handed the Colt case to Bobby. Bobby could not grip it with his left hand. He used his right. The small failure hurt more than anyone acknowledged. Harry looked around the room of hidden things. Thousands of objects, endless paths. A castle built around changing space. The final Horcrux had died here, but this could not become the kill site. Too much magic, too many exits, too many variables. The Colt required one shot. No experimentation, no uncertain target. They needed ground built for hunters. Bobby opened the campaign ledger to the next blank page. His right hand wrote slowly, "Final phase. Do not engage." Dean looked at him. "Voldemort is downstairs." "Then we go another way." Sirius stared. "You intend to retreat after destroying his final Horcrux?" "We intend not to fight him on ground he understands." Harry looked toward Dumbledore, the Ministry atrium. The headmaster's eyes narrowed. Why? Public enough that he'll come, damaged enough to rebuild. Apparition routes we can map, Bobby added. Iron architecture, John said. Multiple elevations, Dean continued. Sirius understood. A kill box. Harry nodded. Not a duel, not Hogwarts, not a place where Voldemort possessed the traditions, wards, and expectations. They would choose the ground, they would build every line. They would lure him into believing he had cornered them. Then they would wait until he cast half a second for a spell, less for a trigger. The room's walls shook again. Voldemort's voice passed through the castle. Harry Potter. John looked toward Harry, the magical world's name. The dead parent's name. The name Voldemort believed defined the boy he had failed to kill. Harry picked up Bobby's ledger. Sirius opened the emergency passage. Dean prepared the retreat charges. Dumbledore raised a shield over the door. Harry looked at the Colt case. The weapon was no longer useless. That did not make it the answer. 6 months of research, blood, coalition, and loss had made one shot applicable. The gun was only the last instrument. The campaign had brought Voldemort to mortality. Now they had to bring mortality to him. Harry turned from the advancing red light. Let him keep calling for Potter. John glanced at him. Harry Winchester followed the others into the hidden passage. When we're ready, he said, he'll find me. Chapter 11. Setting the kill box. The hidden passage beneath Hogwarts had been built for people fleeing a war. It had not been built for Dean Winchester, carrying 2 crates of ammunition. Sirius Black supporting an injured Alastor Moody. Minerva McGonagall dragging Hermione Granger by the sleeve. And Bobby Singer attempting to hold the Colt's wooden case against his chest with one functioning hand. The tunnel narrowed every 30 feet. Roots pushed through the ceiling. Old water covered the floor. Behind them, Voldemort's followers tore through the castle. Spells struck the passage entrance with enough force to shake dust from the stone. Dumbledore remained at the rear, sealing each section after the coalition crossed. The first barrier lasted 11 seconds. The second lasted 8. By the third, Voldemort had understood the pattern. Instead of attacking the next seal, he cast through the earth surrounding it. The tunnel wall opened sideways. Black fire poured through. Dumbledore raised a shield. The flames touched it and changed direction, crawling across the ceiling toward the retreating group. "Move!" Moody shouted. Harry ducked beneath an exposed root. John pushed him forward. Dean dropped one ammunition crate and kicked it into the flames. The metal box heated instantly. Rounds began exploding inside. Not aimed, not controlled, but loud enough to make the pursuing Death Eaters hesitate. Sirius cast a cooling charm over the remaining crate. Dean looked offended. "You could have done that before I lost half the shells. You could have asked. I didn't know cooling ammunition was a magical option. That is why wizards ask questions." Dean pointed toward the exploding crate. "That is why hunters pack extra." The tunnel shook again. A woman laughed behind them. "Bellatrix." Sirius stopped. Harry saw the decision happen before Sirius moved. Regulus. Azkaban, Grimmauld Place. Every unfinished argument in his life gathered inside one turn of his shoulders. Harry grabbed his arm. "She wants you to stop." Sirius looked back toward the fire. "I can delay her." "That's what she wants." "You don't know that." "No," Harry forced the uncertainty into the answer. "But she knows you." Bellatrix's laughter came closer. "Run away again, cousin." Sirius's wand tightened in his hand. The locket's old rule remained alive inside him even after the object died. Ownership, responsibility, the belief that family wounds had to be settled by the person who carried them. Harry kept hold of his sleeve. "She isn't yours to finish." Sirius looked at him. Behind them, Bellatrix screamed another insult. Sirius turned away from her. The choice cost him. Harry saw that too. They kept moving. The tunnel ended beneath the ruins of an old mill outside Hogsmeade. Tonks opened the exit. Cold night air rushed in. The coalition emerged one at a time into wet grass and darkness. No vehicles waited, no portkeys, no obvious escape route. That was deliberate. Voldemort had learned to track magical travel. The Ministry monitored roads. Death Eaters watched train stations. John had arranged something none of them expected. A delivery lorry stood beyond the mill with its back doors open. The faded company name painted across its side promised fresh bread. Dean stared. "You stole a bakery truck. Borrowed from who? Bakery." John ushered everyone inside. Shelves lined the compartment. Most of the bread had been removed. The remaining loaves concealed weapons, salt, and medical supplies. Bobby climbed in last. The Colt case almost slipped from his damaged hand. Harry caught it. For 1 second, both of them held the box, Bobby with his right. Harry with both. The gun inside remained quiet. No magical pulse, no promise, only wait. John closed the doors. Darkness surrounded them. The lorry began moving. A hunter named Rufus Turner drove. Harry had met him twice. Rufus trusted no wizard, distrusted most hunters, and believed every plan became worse when it required more than 3 people. He had agreed to help after Bobby said the words divided soul, not because he understood Horcruxes, because Bobby had once crossed 4 states to help him burn a haunted church. Hunters remembered debts differently from governments. The lorry traveled south without lights for the first mile. Inside, Dumbledore cast a dim blue glow. Moody sat against the wall while Tonks examined the wound in his chest. The rifle round from the gaunt operation had passed through his coat and lodged beneath his ribs. Magical healing had closed most of the damage, but he breathed as though every movement scraped against bone. "You should be in St. Mungo's," Tonks said. "So should you." "I left. So did I." "That is not the same." "Why?" "Because I'm younger." Moody's magical eye rotated toward her. "That usually means less sense." McGonagall checked Hermione and Ron for injuries. Both had survived the room of requirement without more than bruises. That did not protect them from her anger. "You will be sent to safety the moment we stop." Hermione folded her arms. "We know the Horcrux methods. You know portions. So does everyone. That was the point." McGonagall looked toward Bobby. He pretended not to hear. Ron leaned toward Harry. "Is she always this angry when someone survives?" "Usually more." McGonagall turned. "I heard that." Harry looked away. John sat beside him. For several miles neither spoke. The silence was not comfortable. It held the diadem's final claim, the possibility that Harry's scar had contained some residue of Voldemort, Dumbledore's secrecy, John's anger. The connection was gone now. The scar remained cold and ordinary, but ordinary did not mean forgotten. "You should have told me," John said. Dumbledore looked up from across the lorry. Everyone else became very interested in their own injuries. The headmaster did not pretend not to understand. "I should have shared the possibility. The possibility that my son carried part of the thing that murdered his parents." "Yes. You watched him for 10 years. I watched for changes in Voldemort's magic. You watched Harry. Dumbledore's face aged beneath the blue light." "Yes." John's hand rested on his knee, not near his gun. That was the only reason the conversation remained a conversation. "Did you plan to kill him if the scar was an anchor?" Harry turned. Dumbledore did not answer immediately. That was answer enough for John. He rose. The lorry shifted around a corner. Bobby moved between them before John took a step. His left hand remained useless at his side. His right pressed against John's chest. Not now. John's eyes stayed on Dumbledore. He had a plan. Probably. And Harry was the price. Probably. Harry stood. "Stop." John looked at him. Harry hated the calm required to speak. The diadem was dead, but its methods remained. A final answer waited inside anger. Dumbledore saw Harry as a necessary sacrifice. John saw Dumbledore as a man willing to make it. Both could be true without becoming the only truth. "Ask him," Harry said. John's voice hardened. "I did." "No, ask the rest." Dumbledore looked toward Harry. "What would you have done if I was a Horcrux?" The lorry's engine filled the silence. Dumbledore folded his hands. "I would first have searched for a way to remove the fragment without harming you, and if there wasn't one, I would have continued searching." "And if Voldemort attacked before you found it?" John looked ready to reject whatever came next. Dumbledore did not hide behind careful language. "I do not know." Bobby lowered his hand. John stared. The answer lacked the certainty required for hatred to become simple. Dumbledore continued. I feared the choice. That fear contributed to my secrecy. I told myself I was protecting Harry from knowledge that might never matter. You were protecting yourself from making the decision, Bobby said. Yes. John remained standing. Harry looked at him. You taught me fear isn't useless. John's eyes shifted toward him. It tells you what matters, Harry continued, but it doesn't get to make the whole plan. Slowly, John sat. The conflict did not disappear. It became unfinished, for now unfinished was enough. The lorry continued toward London. The Ministry of Magic had two public entrances. The first was a visitor's entrance disguised as an ordinary telephone box. The second was for employees traveling by flu. Hunters used neither. Rufus parked the bakery lorry inside a condemned underground service tunnel 3 streets from Whitehall. Bobby had found the route in a Men of Letters map, dated 1941. During the Second World War, magical officials feared the ministry might be bombed despite its position beneath London. They constructed an emergency Muggle evacuation route, then sealed it and removed every official reference after the war. The ministry had forgotten it. The Men of Letters had not. Dean examined the rusted maintenance door. Wizards built a non-magical escape tunnel. Sirius looked at the concrete walls. They were being practical. Then erased it because they were embarrassed. Dean smiled. I'm starting to understand your government. Moody tapped the lock with his wand. Bobby stopped him. No magic yet. Moody's normal eye narrowed. It's a lock. Could be monitored. It was built by Muggles. So was the rifle that shot you. Moody looked at the door, then at Bobby's hand. He stepped back. Dean opened the lock with metal picks in 23 seconds. Sirius watched. That is illegal. Dean pushed the door open. So is breaking into the ministry. This is technically entering through an abandoned emergency route. You make crimes boring. The tunnel descended beneath London. Old pipes ran beside the walls. Every 100 yards, faded signs pointed toward shelters that no longer existed. Harry carried one end of a wooden equipment crate. Ron carried the other. McGonagall had objected. Bobby had overruled her by asking whether she preferred the children to carry explosives. She allowed them to carry salt. The passage ended behind a steel panel. Moody looked through it with his magical eye. The atrium's empty. Traps, John asked. Magical residue everywhere. That wasn't the question. Moody examined longer. Collapsed lifts, defensive wards inactive, ministry surveillance charms damaged, 2 bodies near the fountain. Alive? No. McGonagall closed her eyes. The ministry atrium had been attacked earlier that day. Voldemort's public return had ended denial through force. Death Eaters entered through the flu network, killed the guards, and destroyed the central fountain. Most ministry workers escaped. Some did not. The official government had relocated to a hidden administrative site. The atrium remained abandoned, ruined, symbolically important. Exactly what the coalition needed. Dean removed the steel panel. They entered. The ministry atrium had once been designed to make visitors feel small. A vast golden hall, tall fireplaces, polished floors, statues celebrating magical power. Now the ceiling was cracked. Half the fireplaces had collapsed. The fountain of magical brethren lay broken across the center. The wizard statue had lost its head. The witch's stone arm rested near the lift gates. Water covered the floor in shallow pools. A ministry banner hung burned from one side. Harry stood inside the abandoned government and understood why Voldemort would come. This was not only ground, it was an audience, even while empty. The ministry represented the world that denied him, feared him, and eventually failed to stop him. Killing Harry here would become a declaration. Voldemort did not merely want enemies dead, he wanted their deaths to explain reality. Harry Potter defeated in the ministry atrium. The boy who lived proven temporary, Muggle hunters displayed as animals who entered a world above them and died beneath its statues. Voldemort would believe the symbolism belonged to him. That made it useful. Bobby placed the Colt case on the remains of the fountain. First rule. Everyone gathered. We don't build a trap for what we want him to do. Dean leaned against a broken statue. We build it for what he will do. Right. Bobby opened the campaign ledger with his right hand. The page was difficult to hold flat. Hermione placed a stone on one corner without comment. Bobby continued. He knows the Colt exists, does not know the exact rule. He knows we waited to kill Nagini. He saw us destroy the ring before retreating. He may know the diadem is dead, Dumbledore said. He felt it. Harry replied. Bobby nodded. He knows he's mortal. Sirius examined the fireplaces. He will assume we intend to shoot him. Yes. Then he'll never expose himself. John looked around the destroyed atrium. He will if he thinks he can make the shot impossible. Bobby pointed at him. Exactly. They began listing Voldemort's likely responses. Destroy the gun from a distance. Take Harry hostage. Force the Coalition into an open duel. Flood the atrium with Death Eaters. Use shields. Use transfiguration to alter the ground. Apparate behind the shooter. Create false bodies. Possess someone. Escape if wounded. Each possibility received a physical answer, not perfect. Limited. The trap was not designed to guarantee victory. It was designed to remove options one by one until the only remaining moment lasted less than a second. The atrium had 24 fireplaces. They sealed 17 with concrete, salt, and iron bars. Not all. A completely sealed Floo network would warn Voldemort before he arrived. 7 entrances remained open. 6 were false. Each led into an iron-lined containment chamber hidden behind altered brick. The 7th opened into the atrium. Voldemort would choose it because Death Eater scouts would report it as the only functioning route. That report had to be genuine. Moody selected 2 captured Ministry collaborators who already passed information to Voldemort. They were allowed to escape, not carelessly, believably. Each saw portions of the preparation. Hunters fleeing Hogwarts, Bobby injured, Dumbledore arguing with John, the Colt case present. A desperate final stand inside the Ministry. They did not see the iron chambers. They did not see the emergency routes. They did not see which person would carry the gun. Most importantly, they heard John and Bobby argue about ammunition. One collaborator overheard Bobby say, "We only get the 1 bullet." True, he heard John reply, "Then Harry makes the shot." False. Harry's role as supposed shooter became the center of the bait. Voldemort already defined the conflict through Harry. He would believe the Colt belonged in Harry's hand because prophecy-shaped minds expected chosen children to wield chosen weapons. The actual shooter remained undecided. Not because the Coalition lacked a plan, because the Colt's handler would be selected at the final moment from 3 people trained to use it. John, Dean, Harry. Bobby refused. His damaged hand made a reliable 2-handed firing grip impossible. He said it plainly. Nobody offered false comfort. Sirius did not qualify. He understood firearms now, but understanding was not muscle memory. Moody could fire, but his magical eye interfered with ordinary depth perception at close range. 3 shooters. One chosen through a sealed drawer after Voldemort entered. No spy could report what nobody yet knew. Harry practiced with an unloaded revolver behind the lift shafts. The Colt was heavier. Its trigger was stiff. It carried only 1 round. John watched his grip. Too much finger, Harry adjusted. Don't pull. I know. You squeeze straight back. I know. You're anticipating recoil. It isn't loaded. Your hands don't care. Harry lowered the weapon. You don't want me selected. No. Then why train me? Because wanting doesn't decide what the job needs. Harry understood. That did not make the answer easy. Across the atrium, Dean practiced drawing from beneath his jacket. Fast. Smooth. John was faster, not by much. A spell required movement, aim, and often a word. A gun required aim and pressure. But Voldemort had cast without words for years. He could raise shields through instinct. The visible speed difference was not enough alone. The ground had to create the half-second. They built the first delay beneath the floor. Iron rails from the abandoned underground tunnel were cut into sections and placed below the atrium tiles. Men of letters symbols were carved into each. Not devil's traps. Voldemort was not a demon. The symbols did not immobilize him. They interfered with spatial distortion. Apparition would remain possible, but imprecise. A wizard trying to appear 10 feet behind Harry might arrive 6 feet to the left. Against ordinary opponents, that error meant little. Inside a trap, it meant arriving where Dean had placed a shotgun. The second delay occupied the ceiling. McGonagall and Dumbledore created a magical field designed to detect shields, not break them. Detection charms could identify where a shield was strongest and redirect physical force toward its weakest edge. The field could not aim a bullet. It could show the shooter where not to aim. Thin lights would appear across Voldemort's defensive magic. Green for strongest, white for weakest. A visible map lasting only while the shield existed. The third delay used salt. Voldemort was not a spirit. Salt would not stop his body, but every Horcrux hunt had shown his soul magic reacted to it. Now the soul was whole. They did not know whether salt would affect him, so they refused to assume. Salt channels ran beneath the atrium floor, connected to pressure valves. When triggered, they would release clouds rather than lines. The salt might disrupt projection, possession, or soul-based escape. It might do nothing. Bobby wrote both possibilities in the ledger. The fourth delay used human expectation. Voldemort would look for the Colt. The wooden case would remain visible at the center of the fountain, empty. A second case rested beneath John's coat, also empty. The real gun would be carried inside a plain canvas tool bag moved repeatedly between workers until the final draw. Powerful objects attracted attention. Ordinary containers disappeared into the background. Voldemort's contempt made camouflage. The fifth delay was political. Dumbledore spread false reports through the Order that he had forbidden the use of the Colt. According to the rumor, he intended to defeat Voldemort magically and reclaim control of the war. The story was believable because part of Dumbledore wanted exactly that. Harry confronted him beside the destroyed fountain. "Would you rather duel him?" Dumbledore looked across the atrium. "I would rather the burden end with me." "That isn't what I asked." The headmaster's eyes moved toward the elder wand in his hand. "Yes." "Why?" "Because I understand the rules of a duel." "The Colt scares you." "Yes." "It ends something your world couldn't." Dumbledore looked toward the fallen Ministry statues. "Not merely my world, my methods." Harry waited. Dumbledore continued. "For much of my life, I believed sufficient knowledge and moral restraint could guide power toward good. Voldemort disproved restraint. The Colt challenges knowledge. It operates according to rules I did not study, forged by people my society ignored. That doesn't make it better than magic." "No." Dumbledore smiled sadly. "It makes my certainty smaller." Bobby passed them carrying iron wire in his right hand. "Good, keep it that way." Dumbledore almost laughed. The sixth delay was sacrifice, not human, ground. The atrium's remaining structure would be rigged to collapse in sections. Dean placed controlled charges beneath the upper balconies. McGonagall weakened selected supports with reversible transfiguration. If Voldemort took the high ground, the balcony would fall. If Death Eaters overwhelmed the western route, the floor would open beneath them. If the Colt shooter lost line of sight, the central fountain could be dropped into the lower maintenance chamber, carrying Voldemort with it. Every collapse created danger for the Coalition too. Routes were marked, limits stated, nothing universal. The seventh delay was Harry, not his magic. Not his scar, his name. They prepared two messages. The first was broadcast through captured Death Eater channels. "Harry Potter has taken the Colt to the Ministry." The second was left where Voldemort's spies would find it inside Hogwarts. "The hunters intend to flee Britain before dawn." Contradictory information. Voldemort would reject the escape report. Harry Potter running did not fit the identity Voldemort had assigned him. The Dark Lord would choose the story matching his pride. Harry waiting in the Ministry with a legendary weapon. A boy trying to fulfill destiny. Voldemort believed he understood that kind of enemy. He did not understand Harry Winchester. The work continued for 18 hours. Nobody slept more than 20 minutes. Tonks and Kingsley moved civilians away from the surface streets. Moody monitored Death Eater communication. McGonagall reinforced the evacuation routes. Sirius marked every fireplace connected to a Black family property. Dean wired charges. John checked weapons. Dumbledore shaped the magical field. Bobby coordinated with a pencil in his right hand and the damaged left tucked against his body. Harry carried instructions between them, not because he was the most powerful, because he understood the languages being spoken. When Dean said a corridor needed a better angle, Harry explained it to McGonagall as a transfiguration problem. When McGonagall described instability in the wards, Harry translated it for Bobby as a line that might break under pressure. When Sirius objected that the iron disrupted magical communication, Harry found a route for physical wire. When Moody identified invisible observation charms, Harry asked whether ordinary mirrors would reflect the space they occupied. They did. The kill box became a coalition made physical. Iron beneath magic, salt beneath stone. Wands directing bullets rather than replacing them. Guns creating seconds rather than winning alone. Information deciding where every object mattered. At the center remained a single chalk mark, a small white circle beside the destroyed fountain. The intended shot position, not where Voldemort would stand, where the shooter would. John measured the distance. 21 feet, Dean objected. Too close. Farther gives Shields more time. Closer gives him Harry. We don't know Harry's shooter. If he draws it. John did not answer. Harry looked toward Bobby. What distance did Finch fire from? 15 feet. And missed the rule, not the target. Right. What about the hunter who killed Kresnik? Spell range. 12 feet. Harry stood inside the chalk circle. 21 feet to the place Voldemort would likely stop. Close enough to see his eyes, far enough for one movement to matter, Dumbledore approached. The Colt's bullet cannot be summoned? No, Bobby said, transfigured. Wouldn't try. Stopped magically, don't know. Dumbledore examined the gun inside the canvas bag. If a shield arrests the bullet in flight, does the Colt's effect activate upon touching the shield or the body? Bobby's face tightened. Don't know. Then the shield must be down or weak enough for penetration. John looked toward the magical shield detection field. How do we force him to lower it? Nobody answered. Voldemort would arrive expecting the gun. He might maintain a shield from the instant he entered. The Colt could not solve that. The entire kill box failed if the bullet never touched him. Harry looked at the empty wooden case on the fountain. He has to believe the gun isn't loaded. Dean frowned. He knows one bullet exists. He knows Bobby said we only get one. Harry pointed toward the upper balcony. We fire it at something else. John stared. No, not the real bullet. A false shot. Something that looks like the Colt firing. Sirius understood. Magical imitation. Too easy for him to detect, Dumbledore said. Then physical. Dean looked toward the spare antique revolver used for practice. Same approximate shape, different markings. Loaded with an ordinary cartridge packed to produce a bright muzzle flash. From a distance, through smoke and battle, it could appear to be the Colt. The false shooter would fire at Voldemort. His shield would stop the bullet. The wooden case would fall open. The false gun would be dropped. Everyone would react as though the chance had been wasted. Voldemort would believe the only Colt round had failed against his shield. He would not lower his defense immediately, but he might change it. Attack required openings. A constant full shield limited offensive spellwork, especially against multiple directions. Once convinced the unique bullet was gone, he would shift from survival to execution. The shield would become targeted rather than complete. That transition created the moment. Dumbledore looked troubled. You intend to deceive him with theater? Dean smiled. Finally, something in my skill set. Bobby wrote the sequence. False Colt shot, visible failure, retreat toward marked lanes, Voldemort advances, shield transitions. Real shooter selected, 1 round, no second attempt. Harry read the page. What if he keeps the full shield? Then we don't shoot, John said, and we survive. We may not get another chance. Then we don't get another chance. John looked at him. The bullet goes last because wasting it is worse than retreating. Bobby nodded. No hero shots. No one liked the rule. That was why they kept it. The final shooter draw occurred 1 hour before midnight. 3 iron cartridges rested inside a cloth bag. 2 were blank. One carried a small etched mark. John, Dean, and Harry each drew one without looking. They kept their cartridges closed inside their fists. No one revealed the result. The marked person would retrieve the real Colt from the canvas bag when the attack began. The others would act as decoys. Even the coalition would not know where the gun was until it moved. Harry opened his hand inside his coat. Blank. Relief came first, then shame, then relief again. He closed his fingers around the empty cartridge. John showed no emotion. Dean smiled too much. Either could carry the mark, or either could be pretending. The plan remained protected. Moody entered from the eastern corridor. They're moving. Every conversation stopped. How many? McGonagall asked. 40 visible. More traveling through secured routes. Voldemort? Not yet. Harry touched his scar by habit. Nothing answered. The connection was gone. For the first time, Voldemort's approach had to be read through ordinary evidence, reports, movement, behavior. Harry missed the warning. He also felt free. Moody continued. Bellatrix leads the first group. Dolohov with her. Lucius Malfoy is present. Sirius's expression hardened. Any ministry hostages? 3. That changed the floor plan. Bobby moved markers. Hostages enter. Western team separates them. Kingsley nodded. No explosive collapse until they're clear. Dean crossed out 2 charge routes, limits, costs, adaptation before the enemy entered. A whisper came from the surviving Flu network. Green flame appeared inside one fireplace. A black-robed Death Eater stepped through. He looked around, saw the empty Colt case on the fountain, saw Harry standing beside it, saw Bobby's injured hand, saw Dumbledore separated on the upper level, exactly the image prepared for him. The scout raised his wand. John shot the floor beside his foot. Stone exploded. The scout fled back into the flames. Information delivered. Bobby checked his watch. Now he chooses. Minutes passed. The coalition moved into hidden positions. Harry remained visible. He wore Hogwarts robes rather than his hunter jacket. The Colt's empty wooden case rested before him. His holly wand remained in one hand. An antique revolver occupied the other. Not the Colt. From the far entrance, it would look close enough. He appeared exactly as Voldemort expected, a wizarding child holding an unfamiliar gun as though power could be transferred by possession. John disappeared behind the western columns. Dean moved above. Bobby waited inside the fountain's maintenance chamber with the real canvas bag. Or perhaps the bag was empty now. Harry did not know. Dumbledore stood beneath the ministry banner with the Elder Wand visible. Sirius waited near the Black family fireplace. McGonagall guarded the hostage extraction route. Moody vanished entirely. The atrium became still. Harry heard water dripping from broken pipes, a charge wire humming beneath the floor, his own breathing. Then green fire filled all 7 open fireplaces. 6 erupted inside iron-lined traps. Death Eaters stepped through and immediately struck concealed barriers. Their spells flashed uselessly against concrete and salt. The 7th fireplace opened into the atrium. Bellatrix entered first. She saw Harry. Her smile widened. Dolohov followed, then Lucius. Then rows of masked followers. They spread with discipline, not confusion. Voldemort had learned from Grimmauld Place and Merworth Fen. His followers did not rush. They tested the floor, cast detection spells, raised layered shields. One Death Eater spotted an iron rail beneath cracked stone and marked it. Another found a salt valve. They were prepared. Bellatrix looked at the empty case. "Where is it?" Harry raised the false revolver. "Here," she laughed. "You expect him to fear that?" "No." Harry looked toward the green fire. "I expect him to come prove he doesn't." The flames darkened. Every Death Eater lowered their head. A tall figure stepped through. Lord Voldemort entered the Ministry of Magic. No shadow, no fragments, no distant anchors, one pale body beneath black robes. One soul carrying every murder it had used to escape death. One target. He looked across the ruined atrium at Dumbledore, at Bobby's bandaged hand. At John's hidden position he had not yet found. Finally, at Harry. Potter. The name crossed the hall. Harry did not correct him, not yet. Voldemort's red eyes moved to the false gun. A shield shimmered around his entire body, complete, unbroken. The Colt could not reach him. Harry tightened his grip on the imitation weapon. Every part of the trap waited: iron, salt, wards, charges, wands, guns. People who had paid 6 months to create one applicable second. Voldemort looked at the ruined ministry and believed he had entered a desperate final stand. Harry looked at the same ground and saw lines only hunters understood. The Dark Lord lifted his wand. "Show me," he whispered, "what Muggles taught you." Harry raised the false Colt. The first shot of the execution began. Chapter 12. 19th century machinery. Harry Winchester fired the false Colt. The revolver kicked against his palm. A bright muzzle flash filled the ruined ministry atrium, larger than an ordinary cartridge should have produced. Dean had packed the round to burn white and gold, imitating the brief flare Bobby once described surrounding a genuine Colt bullet. For less than a second, everyone in the hall believed the shot might be real. That included Harry. The ordinary bullet crossed 21 feet. Voldemort's shield appeared as a transparent wall between them. The projectile struck it and stopped. Metal flattened against magic. The white-gold flare spread across the shield, making the entire defense visible. A complete sphere of power surrounded Voldemort from floor to ceiling. The bullet fell. A small piece of deformed lead struck the stone with a sound too quiet to belong to the end of a war. Voldemort looked down at it. Nobody moved. Harry allowed the false gun to slip from his hand. It struck the floor. The empty wooden Colt case fell open beside him. Every movement was rehearsed. The shock on Sirius's face was not. He knew the shot was false, but years of fear had taught his body to believe failed weapons. Dumbledore lowered the Elder Wand as though hope itself had been knocked from his hand. John shouted Harry's name. Bobby looked toward the ground. The performance worked because parts of it were true. They did possess only one bullet. They did not know whether it would penetrate Voldemort's shield. They were afraid. Voldemort stared at the flattened round. His red eyes moved to the antique revolver lying near Harry's foot. Then he laughed. It was not the high, distant sound Harry remembered from dreams. Voldemort had a complete body now. His laughter came from lungs, throat, and mouth. Human machinery producing an inhuman sound. "You spent it." Harry said nothing. Voldemort stepped forward. The full shield remained around him. He had learned too much to abandon it merely because the bullet appeared wasted. Bellatrix moved to his right. Dolohov moved left. Lucius and the remaining Death Eaters spread across the atrium, maintaining overlapping fields of fire. They had studied hunter formations. They avoided standing in lines. They kept distance from the columns. They did not touch any object they had not brought themselves. Voldemort examined the ceiling, balconies, and floor. His gaze lingered on the broken fountain where Bobby waited beneath the maintenance hatch. Harry's chest tightened. Had he seen the movement, Voldemort lifted his wand. "You believed a Muggle weapon could finish what prophecy began." Harry reached for his Holly wand. Voldemort noticed. Contempt entered his face. "Now you remember what you are," the Dark Lord cast. No spoken word, only movement. Harry threw himself sideways. A red curse crossed the chalk circle and struck the empty Colt case. The wood did not explode. It transformed. The case became a mass of black snakes. Dozens spilled across the floor. Some moved toward Harry. Others turned toward the hidden positions surrounding the atrium. Not an attack, detection. Each serpent searched for body heat. Voldemort had transformed the decoy into scouts. He adapted before the first real exchange of the battle. Harry threw salt across the nearest snakes. They were living transfigurations, not spirits. The salt did nothing. Dean fired from the upper balcony. A shotgun blast destroyed 3 snakes before they reached John's hiding place. That revealed Dean's position. Bellatrix cast immediately. Purple light struck the balcony. Dean dropped behind the railing as stone exploded above him. The Death Eaters opened fire. Red, green, and blue spells filled the atrium. Dumbledore's shield expanded across the western half of the hall. McGonagall protected the hostage route. Sirius cast toward the floor. The first iron-lined pit opened beneath 4 Death Eaters. 3 fell. The fourth apparated. The hidden spatial rails pulled him 6 feet away from his intended destination. He reappeared inside one of the false flue chambers. The concrete door closed around him. Iron bars locked. A victory, a small one. Voldemort saw the displacement. His wand moved. Every loose piece of metal inside the atrium rose into the air. Iron rails tore from beneath broken tiles. Chains pulled free of the walls. The hidden framework revealed itself all at once. Dean shouted, "Down!" The metal flew toward the coalition. Voldemort had turned the spatial trap into ammunition. McGonagall transformed the first wave into black feathers. Dumbledore stopped the second. The third struck from behind. An iron rail hit Kingsley across the back and threw him into the fountain. Tonks dragged him behind cover. Another rail pierced the stone column beside Harry. Voldemort smiled. "You bring me the tools of your own execution." Harry rolled behind the fallen wizard statue. The plan had assumed Voldemort might detect the iron. It had not assumed he would remove all of it simultaneously. The apparition interference weakened. The kill box lost its first layer in less than 20 seconds. Bobby's voice came through the physical wire hidden beside Harry's collar. Spatial rails compromised. The communication system carried no magic. A thin copper wire ran beneath Harry's robes, connecting him to the maintenance chambers. Voldemort could detect spells. He had not yet found the wire. Harry pressed the small switch at his wrist. Confirmed. Salt remains. For now. Voldemort cast toward the floor. Harry saw the spell enter the tiles. Salt! Dean triggered the valves before the curse reached them. White clouds erupted across the atrium. The salt channels emptied upward. Visibility disappeared. Death Eaters coughed. Several shields flashed automatically. For one hopeful moment, Voldemort's complete sphere became visible inside the cloud. Then the salt turned black. Voldemort's spell moved through it. Every grain transformed into a tiny beetle. Thousands of insects filled the air. The salt did not merely become useless, it became hostile. The beetles crawled beneath robes, into sleeves and across faces. Harry covered his mouth. The magical transformation did not erase the salt's original nature entirely. Wherever a beetle touched Voldemort's shield, the magic flickered faintly. Disruption remained small, unreliable, but present. "Do not clear them!" Harry shouted. McGonagall understood. She changed only the beetles around the coalition into water. The ones surrounding Voldemort remained. His shield showed itself in brief pulses. White light appeared along the lower left edge, weakest point. The detection field worked. Dean fired, not the Colt. A rifle round crossed the atrium toward the white section. Voldemort moved the shield before impact. The light shifted. The bullet stopped. He had seen the field. His wand pointed upward. The shield detection enchantment shattered. Dumbledore staggered as though struck physically. Blood ran from his nose. Second layer lost. Voldemort's attacks were not random. He identified systems, understood their function. Removed them in the order they threatened him. The Death Eaters advanced behind him. Lucius Malfoy cast toward the fallen Ministry statues. The stone figures rose. The headless wizard moved first, swinging its broken arm toward Sirius. Sirius destroyed the legs. The statue continued crawling. Dean fired into its headless torso. Stone chips filled the air. "Magic rock," Dean shouted. "Not impressed." The stone which seized his ankle through the balcony floor. Dean fell. Bellatrix appeared above him. She had used the clearing created by the animated statues to reach the upper level. Her wand touched Dean's throat. "Drop the weapon." Dean released the rifle. It fell into the atrium. Bellatrix smiled down at him. "You are the brother." Dean looked confused. "What gave it away?" "You carry his rage." "Which one?" Her smile weakened. Dean struck her wrist with an iron bar hidden beneath his sleeve. The metal did not possess special power against Bellatrix. It hurt because wrists were made of bone. Her wand moved aside. Dean drove his shoulder into her. They hit the balcony wall. Bellatrix recovered first. She cast at point-blank range. Dean twisted. The curse struck his left side. His jacket opened in a line of blood. He fell. Harry saw him disappear behind the railing. "Dean!" John moved from cover. A Death Eater aimed. Harry fired his wand. "Expel Irmus!" The spell struck the attacker's wrist. The wand flew. John shot him with rock salt before he could recover. The blast threw the Death Eater backward but did not kill him. John crossed the open ground toward the balcony stairs. Voldemort saw him. The Dark Lord's shield changed. The complete sphere narrowed. Its rear half disappeared while the forward section thickened. He needed more power for attack. The false shot had begun working. Not enough. Voldemort still maintained protection between himself and every visible shooter. His back was exposed only because no one stood behind him. John reached the stairs. Bellatrix leaned over the balcony, her wand pointed toward him. Sirius cast from across the atrium. Bellatrix blocked. The impact forced her away from Dean. Sirius climbed the opposite staircase. Their duel resumed above the battle. This time Sirius did not fight to settle their family's history. He fought to keep her from killing Dean. The distinction changed his choices. Bellatrix cast a curse that tore through the railing. Sirius did not answer with a stronger curse. He cut the stone beneath her feet. Bellatrix fell one level. She transformed in midair, becoming black smoke. Sirius had seen the method before. He cast into the place where she would reform rather than where the smoke traveled. Bellatrix appeared directly inside his binding spell. Silver ropes caught one arm. She cut them immediately, but the delay allowed John to reach Dean. John found him conscious, barely. "Can you move?" Dean pressed one hand against his side. "Depends where." John lifted him. "Who drew the marked cartridge?" Dean laughed weakly, not telling. "Dean!" The humor left his face. He opened his right hand. The marked iron cartridge lay in his palm. John stared. Dean had been selected. The real Colt had already been delivered to his position before the battle began. It was hidden beneath the balcony floor. Now Bellatrix controlled the upper route. Dean could not stand. The plan had chosen a shooter the battle had removed. "Gun?" John asked. Dean looked toward the broken section of floor, still there. Bellatrix heard. Her eyes changed. The word mattered more than any spell. Gun. She abandoned Sirius, not by retreating, by casting the entire balcony downward. Stone groaned. The upper level collapsed. John threw himself over Dean. Sirius leapt across the gap. The Colt fell with the debris. Harry saw the wooden grip among broken stone. The real weapon struck the atrium floor 20 feet from Voldemort. Every eye followed it. No disguise remained. The markings on the barrel seemed darker than the surrounding shadows. Voldemort recognized the difference immediately. His gaze moved from the false revolver near Harry to the real Colt. Theatrical failure exposed. His shield expanded again. Complete sphere. The plan reset to its worst state. Bellatrix reached for the gun with a summoning spell. Accio, the Colt moved 1 inch, then stopped. The internal wards resisted magical handling. Bellatrix cast harder. The gun scraped across the stone. Bobby opened the maintenance hatch beneath the fountain. He threw an iron hook attached to rope. The hook caught the Colt's trigger guard. Bobby pulled with his right hand. Bellatrix's magic pulled the other way. The Colt dragged between them. Bobby's damaged left hand could not help. His boots slipped across the wet floor. Harry ran. Voldemort cast toward him. Dumbledore blocked. The Elder Wand's shield shattered but held long enough for Harry to cross 5 feet. Dolohov appeared from the smoke. His curse struck Dumbledore's shoulder. The headmaster spun and fell against the fountain. The Elder Wand left his hand. Voldemort did not pursue it. He pursued the Colt. That choice revealed the weapon mattered. It also allowed Dumbledore to live. Harry reached the rope. He grabbed beside Bobby. Together they pulled. Bellatrix's summoning charm intensified. The Colt lifted into the air. Voldemort pointed his wand at the gun. Harry expected destruction. Instead, Voldemort transformed the stone around it. A black hand rose from the floor and closed around the Colt. The weapon disappeared inside the fist. The floor sealed. Bobby released the rope. Location? Harry looked at the stone, under the surface. "How deep?" "Don't know." Voldemort smiled. The weapon does not belong in a child's hand. Harry stared at the closed floor. Ownership again. Voldemort had learned the locket's rule but not its lesson. The Colt did not belong to Harry. It did not belong to Bobby. It was a tool. Tools could be recovered. Dean's voice came weakly through the wire. Charge 7. Harry looked upward. Dean remained beneath John beside the collapsed balcony. His hand pressed the detonator hidden inside his coat. Charge 7 sat beneath the central floor. The plan called for it only if Voldemort took the high ground. Conditions had changed. Harry pictured the blast radius, Bobby, Dumbledore, hostages still moving through the western exit. Too many people. No, Harry said. Dean heard through the wire. We lose the gun. We lose the floor. That's the point. Hostages aren't clear. Dean looked toward John. John understood Harry's refusal. The weapon did not decide the price. Hunters did. Dean released the detonator. Lucius saw the exchange. He turned toward the hostage corridor. The 3 ministry prisoners were almost clear. McGonagall and Tonks protected them, while Kingsley, injured but standing, held the retreat door. Lucius cast at the ceiling above them. Harry shouted. Western collapse. Dean triggered Charge 4 instead. The controlled explosion opened the floor between Lucius and the hostages. His spell struck falling stone. McGonagall pushed the prisoners through the door. Kingsley followed, the route sealed, hostages clear. But Charge 4 also opened a passage into the lower maintenance system. Death Eaters began entering it. Every layer solved one problem and created another, nothing universal. Voldemort moved toward Harry. The full shield remained. Beetles crawled across it. Their salt bodies produced faint flickers, but the detection field was gone. Harry could not see the weak point. You have no anchors left, Harry said. He needed Voldemort speaking, needed him focused. The Dark Lord stopped 10 feet away. And you believe that makes me weak. It makes you mortal. Everything is mortal. His red eyes moved toward Bobby's wrapped hand. Some merely understand the cost sooner. Bobby's face hardened. Voldemort raised his wand toward him. Harry stepped between them. The shield shifted with the movement, always facing the nearest threat. Directional attention. Harry saw the pattern. Voldemort could maintain a full sphere. But when preparing high-output spells, the rear protection thinned. The fake shot had almost forced the transition. Now the real gun's disappearance restored his caution. They needed him to believe the Colt had become inaccessible, not merely hidden, destroyed. Harry looked toward the marked central floor. Dean, no answer. Charge 7. John's voice came through. You just said no. Hostages are clear. Bobby and Dumbledore aren't. Harry looked at them. Bobby stood beside the fountain. Dumbledore knelt behind it, clutching his wounded shoulder. Both were inside the blast edge. Move east, Harry said. Bobby understood. He dragged Dumbledore toward the fallen statues. Voldemort watched. He knew something was coming. His shield tightened. Harry ran west. Voldemort cast. The curse struck behind Harry. Stone became spikes. One tore through Harry's robe and cut his back. He kept moving. Bobby and Dumbledore crossed the edge. Harry pressed the wire switch. Now, Dean triggered Charge 7. The center of the atrium erupted. Stone lifted in a circular wave. The black hand holding the Colt shattered. The gun flew upward. So did several tons of floor. Voldemort's shield took the blast directly. The sphere held, but the force drove him backward. The Colt struck a broken beam above the maintenance level, then fell into darkness. The floor collapsed over it. Hundreds of tons of stone sealed the lower chamber. The gun was gone, not destroyed, but Voldemort could not know that. Harry allowed horror to enter his face. No acting required. Recovering the Colt now might be impossible before the battle ended. Voldemort looked into the crater. Then at Harry, he saw defeat. His shield narrowed, not completely. The rear half faded. He began attacking. The kill box had created the transition. The gun was beneath the floor. The shooter was wounded. Every carefully prepared line was broken. The opening existed while the weapon did not. Voldemort cast at Dumbledore. The headmaster blocked with a borrowed wand from McGonagall, but the weapon cracked. A second curse struck him in the chest. Dumbledore flew backward. He did not rise. McGonagall screamed his name. Voldemort moved before she could reach him. He cast toward the eastern columns. The stone melted. Moody's hiding place became visible. The retired Auror fired 2 spells. Voldemort blocked both and returned one. Moody apparated. The damaged iron network shifted his arrival. He appeared partially inside a broken statue, his wooden leg trapped. Voldemort cast. Tonks threw herself between them. Her shield broke. The curse struck her across the side. She fell beside Moody. Sirius descended from the balcony, dueling Bellatrix while moving. John helped Dean toward the western retreat. Death Eaters poured through the lower maintenance passage. The Coalition began losing the ground. Voldemort had nearly won. Harry saw the truth without the diadem's certainty. Not a final answer. Evidence. Dumbledore down. Tonks injured. Moody trapped. Dean unable to shoot. Bobby with one useful hand. Colt buried. The remaining charges could collapse the atrium, but Voldemort's shield might survive. The hunters could escape. Maybe. The execution appeared impossible. Bobby reached Harry. The Colt's not destroyed. I know. Maintenance tunnel under the crater. Blocked. There's a service lift. Collapsed. Bobby looked toward the underground map attached beneath the ledger cover. Waterline. Harry understood. The atrium's decorative fountain connected to old drainage pipes. Charge 7 had opened the maintenance floor. Water from the broken pipes now poured into the crater. The current might carry smaller objects toward the underground service channel. The Colt was heavy, but the water was rising. Dean, Harry said into the wire. Where was the gun when the charge hit? Dean's breathing came through in broken bursts. North edge. Bobby traced the pipe direction. Current runs south. Toward the abandoned escape tunnel, the bakery lorry, Rufus. Harry pressed the emergency pulse, 3 short, 2 long, physical retrieval signal, no response. The copper wire had broken beneath the collapsed floor. They had no way to know whether Rufus received it. Voldemort cast across the atrium. The eastern columns fell. Bobby pulled Harry down. Stone passed above them. Harry looked at the water entering the crater. A dark object moved beneath the surface, not the Colt. A piece of broken statue, then another. Time disappeared. Voldemort's shield remained directional. The rear was exposed. The opening existed. They needed the gun now. Harry reached toward the water. His wand could summon ordinary objects. The Colt resisted magical handling, but Bellatrix had moved it 1 inch. Perhaps summoning could influence the environment around it. Accio water. The spell sounded foolish. It worked. A wave rose from the crater. Water, stone fragments, and metal debris lifted toward Harry. Voldemort turned. The shield rotated with him. The exposed rear vanished. Harry's spell brought the entire current forward. Something dark rolled inside it. The Colt. It reached the edge of the crater, then stopped. The gun resisted the final magical pull. It lay 15 feet away. Visible, Voldemort saw it. His complete shield returned. Harry had recovered the weapon and lost the opening. Voldemort laughed again. You teach me the trick before using it. He cast toward the Colt. The floor beneath it opened into molten stone. Harry fired his wand. Glacius! The stone froze around the gun before it sank. The Colt became trapped inside black glass. Voldemort attacked Harry. John reached him first. He tackled Harry behind the fallen fountain. The curse struck John's back, not green, silver. His body locked. He fell beside Harry, conscious but unable to move. Dad. John's eyes remained open. Breathing, alive, paralysis. Voldemort had stopped using killing curses recklessly. He had learned the Coalition redirected his magic through prepared connections. Another adaptation. He would disable everyone before deciding who died. Harry rolled beside John. Can you hear me? His father blinked once. Yes, Bobby arrived. His right hand reached for the Colt trapped inside glass. The surface burned him. He could not use the left hand to brace. Harry took Regulus's iron knife from Sirius's dropped equipment bag. Together, Harry and Bobby struck the glass. One-handed man. 11-year-old boy, ancient weapon inside ordinary frozen stone. The first blow cracked it. The second opened a line. Bellatrix saw them. She abandoned Sirius again and cast toward the fountain. Sirius anticipated it. He did not chase her. He cast at the floor in front of Harry. A stone wall rose. Bellatrix's curse struck it. The wall became dust. That second allowed Harry to strike again. The glass broke. Bobby reached for the Colt. His damaged left hand moved only slightly, the fingers curled around the grip. For the first time since the curse, the hand obeyed, not completely, not safely. Enough to lift the weapon 1 inch. Bobby stared. Pain crossed his face. The hand could not hold it longer. The Colt fell. Harry caught it. The weight shocked him. He had practiced with other revolvers. None felt like this. Cold metal, wooden grip, 1 loaded chamber. A weapon designed before electricity, aeroplanes, or the Ministry's modern security wards. 19th century machinery. Voldemort stood 20 feet away, surrounded by magic older and more complex than any hunter could explain. The revolver required no explanation. Aim, trigger, impact. That simplicity frightened him. His shield became complete. Harry could not shoot. Bobby looked toward the floor controls. Directional charges are gone. Salts transformed. Detection fields broken. What remains? Bobby looked around the ruined atrium. People. Sirius fought Bellatrix near the fireplaces. McGonagall protected Dumbledore. Moody remained trapped. Tonks crawled toward him. Dean lay beside the western stairs. John remained paralyzed behind Harry. Every system had failed. The Coalition had not. Harry understood the final layer of the kill box. Not iron, not salt, not stone, behavior. Voldemort believed he had learned how each person moved. John protected Harry. Bobby held the plan. Dumbledore dueled. Sirius chased Bellatrix. Dean fired from distance. McGonagall defended students. They had to break their own patterns. Harry placed the Colt beneath his robes. Voldemort saw the movement. The shield focused on him. Harry raised his wand instead. "You were right." Voldemort stopped. Harry stepped away from the fountain. "I spent the bullet." Bobby stared at him, not because he believed the words, because he understood the act required everyone to follow without explanation. Harry continued. "The Colt doesn't work." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "It killed Nagini." Bobby's ritual killed the soul piece. Dad's rifle killed the snake. True statements, incomplete conclusion. The gun was a story hunters told themselves. Voldemort looked toward Bobby. The older hunter lowered his gaze, acting defeated, or perhaps remembering every case where stories had been wrong. Harry held up the false revolver again. He had recovered it while behind the fountain. The real Colt and the fake one are the same. Voldemort's shield flickered, not lowering, questioning. "You expect me to believe this surrender?" "No." Harry threw the false revolver toward him. It struck the shield and fell. "Check it." Voldemort looked down. Harry gave him an answer that appealed to certainty. The Colt mythology was false. Muggle superstition. A child had believed in it because hunters raised him badly. Everything Voldemort already thought. The Dark Lord summoned the false revolver. It crossed his shield because he allowed it. He examined the barrel. Ordinary metal. No ancient inscriptions. No wards. The gun proved nothing about the real Colt, but Voldemort wanted it to. He smiled. The complete shield weakened, not gone. A thin forward barrier remained between him and Harry. The rear disappeared. Still no shot. Harry needed the front open. Dumbledore moved. The headmaster rose behind Voldemort, barely standing, one arm useless. A borrowed wand in his other hand. He cast. Voldemort turned. His shield rotated toward Dumbledore. The front opened. Harry drew the Colt. Voldemort sensed the movement. He began turning back. Too fast. Dumbledore cast again, not at Voldemort, at Harry. A simple levitation charm lifted Harry 3 feet sideways. The Colt's line changed faster than Voldemort could rotate the shield. White light flashed along the defensive edge as the broken detection field briefly revived through Dumbledore's spell. Weak point. Harry aimed. Voldemort's wand moved. A green curse formed. John remained paralyzed. Bobby could not reach him. Dean raised his head from across the atrium. Sirius broke Bellatrix's wand arm with a binding spell. McGonagall held the collapsing ceiling. Moody dragged his trapped leg free. Every person bought a fraction. Harry's finger touched the trigger. Voldemort looked at the Colt. For the first time, he understood it had not fired before. His shield began closing. The gap narrowed, half a second, then less. Harry Winchester squeezed the trigger. Chapter 13. The last bullet, Harry Winchester squeezed the trigger. The Colt did not roar, not the way legends suggested it should. The sound was sharp, mechanical, and almost ordinary. A metal hammer falling, powder igniting, and pressure driving one piece of carved lead through a 19th-century barrel. The weapon kicked hard against Harry's wrist. The bullet crossed the ruined ministry atrium. Voldemort's shield was already closing. White light rushed across the gap in his defense. The transparent barrier thickened between the Dark Lord and the boy holding the gun, too fast for a spell, too slow for a bullet. The Colt round touched the weakest edge of the shield. For one impossible instant, the projectile appeared to stop. Harry saw the bullet flattened against pale light, the ancient markings along its surface burning dark rather than bright. Voldemort's magic pressed against it from every direction. The shield held, then the bullet continued. It did not shatter the barrier, it passed through. A small circular hole opened in the magic, no wider than the round itself. The shield remained intact everywhere else, a fortress defeated by something that did not need to destroy the walls in order to enter. Voldemort's red eyes widened. His wand had already moved, green light gathered at its tip. The killing curse began as two words inside his throat. Harry heard only the first. Avada! The Colt bullet struck Voldemort in the chest. No thunder followed, no column of fire, no ancient symbols appeared in the air. The bullet entered black robes and disappeared. Voldemort stopped speaking. The green light left his wand without direction. It passed over Harry's shoulder, struck the ruined ceiling, and vanished into stone. The Dark Lord remained standing. For half a second, nothing happened. Then his wand slipped from his fingers. It hit the floor. Voldemort looked down at his chest. A small hole marked the black fabric. No green light poured from it, no smoke. No soul fragment attempted to escape. His expression contained no pain at first, only disbelief. He raised one hand toward the wound as though he could correct it through touch. The fingers stopped several inches from his robes. His knees folded. Lord Voldemort fell. The sound of his body striking the ministry floor was quieter than the gunshot. Harry kept the Colt aimed. Everyone did. John remained paralyzed behind the fountain, eyes fixed on the body. Bobby stood with his damaged hand hanging at his side and his right hand gripping the edge of a broken statue. Dumbledore swayed on his feet behind Voldemort, the borrowed wand still raised. Sirius held Bellatrix inside silver restraints near the fireplaces. McGonagall supported the remains of the ceiling with both hands and every piece of magic she could command. Dean lay near the western stairs, blood covering his coat. Moody leaned against the fountain with his wooden leg broken beneath him. Tonks remained beside him, one arm held against her injured side. Nobody celebrated, they watched the body. Harry's arms began to shake. He tightened his grip. The Colt's hammer rested over an empty chamber. There was no second bullet. If Voldemort stood again, the legend had been wrong. The campaign had given them one applicable shot. They had spent it. Bellatrix broke the silence. No, her voice was small. Sirius looked at her. The woman who had laughed through every battle, curse and death, now stared at Voldemort's body like a child watching the sun disappear. No, she pulled against the bindings. The silver ropes tightened. Master. Voldemort did not move. Bellatrix screamed. The sound tore through the atrium. She threw herself forward with enough force to drag Sirius several steps. Her wand arm remained bound, but black magic burst from her skin. The ropes began to burn. Sirius strengthened them. Bellatrix did not look at him. "Get up!" Her voice struck the walls. Death Eaters across the atrium stopped fighting. Some turned toward the body, others looked toward the fireplaces. Lucius Malfoy stood behind a cracked pillar, his wand held loosely in one hand. His face had become colorless. Bellatrix screamed again. "You cannot die." The words carried a demand, not grief. Voldemort belonged to her certainty. His immortality had given structure to every choice she made. If he remained dead, then every sacrifice, murder, and betrayal became something she had chosen for a man who could fall like anyone else. She could not accept that. Bellatrix tore one hand free from Sirius's bindings. Her fingers reached toward Voldemort. "Master!" A black shape rose from the body. Harry's heart stopped. He raised the Colt despite knowing it was empty. The shadow lifted several inches above Voldemort's chest, thin, human-shaped. The Death Eaters inhaled as one. Bellatrix laughed through tears. "Yes." Bobby stepped forward. "Wait!" The black shape twisted. It did not possess eyes, but Harry felt it facing him. For an instant, the shadow resembled the creature John had seen in Godric's Hollow, the broken remnant that had survived without a body. Harry's scar remained cold. No connection opened. No second mind reached toward him. The shadow rose another inch. Then the salt beetles crawling across the floor returned to white grains. Voldemort's transfiguration ended with him. The salt touched the shadow. Nothing reacted. The dark shape wavered. Dumbledore watched closely. "That is not a soul." Bellatrix turned toward him. "Liar!" Dumbledore's voice remained weak but steady. "It is residual magic." The shadow collapsed, not into Voldemort's body, into the bullet wound. Then it vanished. The salt lay still. Bellatrix's hope disappeared with it. She released a sound too raw to be called a scream. Her remaining restraints broke. Sirius raised his wand. Bellatrix moved toward Voldemort's body. She did not attack Harry. She did not attack Dumbledore. Every instinct she possessed narrowed toward the fallen master. Sirius cast. Stupefy. Red light struck Bellatrix's back. She staggered but remained upright. He cast again. She fell to one knee. Still, she crawled forward. "Master." Sirius lowered his wand slightly. Bellatrix reached the edge of Voldemort's robes. Her fingers touched the floor beside him. She looked at his motionless face. The red eyes remained open. Nothing remained behind them. Bellatrix looked toward Harry. He expected rage. What he saw was worse. Emptiness. "You killed him." Harry kept the gun raised. "Yes." Bellatrix smiled. The expression was broken and calm. "You think that ends us?" "No." The answer surprised her. Harry looked across the Death Eaters. Some still held their wands. Some were moving toward exits. Some appeared ready to continue fighting simply because they did not know what else to do. Dropping one body doesn't repair a war. Bellatrix's smile weakened, but it ends him. She reached inside her robes. Sirius reacted. So did Harry. Bellatrix did not draw a wand. She drew a small silver knife. Its blade turned toward her own throat. Sirius struck her hand with a binding spell. The knife flew. Bellatrix fought him as he pulled her arms behind her. "Let me go." "No, he is dead." "Yes." "There is nothing left." Sirius looked at Voldemort's body. Then at his cousin. "That doesn't mean you get to leave the rest of us with what you did." Bellatrix spat in his face. Sirius did not release her. Moody dragged himself closer, broken wooden legs scraping across the floor. He pressed his wand against Bellatrix's shoulder. Bound. Heavy chains appeared around her. This time the metal carried Ministry arrest seals. Bellatrix screamed Voldemort's name until Tonks silenced her with a spell. The sudden absence of her voice made the atrium feel even quieter. Lucius Malfoy lowered his wand. One by one, several Death Eaters followed, not from remorse, calculation. Their master was dead. The Ministry would rebuild. Names would matter again. Lucius understood survival through surrender better than most. Dolohov did not. He raised his wand toward Harry. John remained paralyzed. Dean was wounded. Harry's Colt was empty. Dolohov saw a child who had spent his one advantage. He cast. Bobby moved in front of Harry. Again. The curse never reached him. McGonagall released one hand from the ceiling support and transformed the broken floor beneath Dolohov into water. His feet sank. Moody cast from the fountain. Sirius cast from beside Bellatrix. Dumbledore cast with the borrowed wand. 3 spells struck Dolohov before he could free himself. He collapsed. The final resisting Death Eaters lost their nerve. Some threw down their wands. Others fled through fireplaces. 2 attempted apparition. The remaining iron rails distorted their exit, sending them into the sealed containment rooms. The battle ended without anyone announcing it. There was no final enemy charge, no cheer. only weapons lowering as people recognized there was no longer anyone directing the other side. Harry continued aiming at Voldemort. Bobby touched the Colt's barrel. "Kid." Harry did not move. He could still. His voice failed. Bobby looked at the body. "Could." Dumbledore approached slowly. His robes were torn. One shoulder hung lower than the other. Blood marked his beard. He stopped outside Harry's line of fire. "May I examine him?" Harry looked at John. His father blinked once. "Yes." Harry lowered the barrel enough for Dumbledore to pass. The headmaster knelt beside Voldemort. He did not touch him immediately. First, he cast a detection spell. White light moved over the body. Nothing responded. A second spell followed, then a third. Dumbledore placed 2 fingers against the side of Voldemort's throat. He waited. Harry counted. 1, 2, 3. Dumbledore removed his hand. No pulse. "That doesn't prove anything," Bobby said. "No." Dumbledore lifted Voldemort's wand with a cloth. The U would remain inert. He placed it near its master's hand. It did not move. The wand no longer recognizes living intent. Could be unconscious. Dean called weakly from across the atrium. John's eyes shifted toward him. Dean had managed to sit against the stairs. Tonks crawled toward him. Dumbledore performed another spell. The air above Voldemort's chest shimmered. Harry recognized the effect from the Horcrux hunts, soul detection. Every living person produced something, a faint shape, warmth, movement. Voldemort produced none. Dumbledore sat back. The soul is absent. Bellatrix made a muffled sound behind the silencing spell. Bobby stared at the body. "Absent where?" Dumbledore understood the question. Not whether the soul had left the body. Where had it gone? A ghost could remain. A fragment could attach to an object. A spirit could cross into another person. A spell could preserve memory. The Colt's legend claimed none of those routes remained. Legend was not evidence. Dumbledore cast toward the floor. A circular magical field spread across the atrium, examining walls, bodies, objects, and air. No fragment appeared. Bobby looked at Moody. "Devil's traps. Empty. Sirius. No possession signs. McGonagall. No magical transfer." Harry touched his scar, cold. "Nothing." John tried to speak. The paralysis held his jaw. Harry moved to him and searched his coat. Inside was a small syringe Bobby had prepared for magical nerve attacks. The liquid combined adrenaline, holy water, and something McGonagall called diluted Wiggenweld restorative. Harry injected it through John's sleeve. John's body convulsed. His hand moved, then his shoulders. He took a breath through clenched teeth. "Harry, I'm here." John grabbed the front of his robes. "You hit." "No, sure." "Yes." John examined him anyway, face, arms, chest. The cut across Harry's back had begun bleeding through the robes. John found it. "You're hurt." "It's shallow." "That doesn't mean clean." Harry looked toward Voldemort. John followed his gaze. "Is he dead?" Dumbledore answered, "Yes." John continued staring at the body. "Dead like a wizard?" Dumbledore's expression changed. The question was not an insult, it was classification. Temporary death had defined Voldemort for decades. Destroyed body. Surviving soul. Return. Dumbledore looked at Bobby. The hunter understood. He approached Voldemort with a flask of holy water, salt, iron, and a small mirror. Each test had a limit. Holy water reacted to demonic possession. Nothing. Iron reacted to certain supernatural manifestations. Nothing. Salt disrupted soul projections. Nothing. The mirror showed no second image, hidden face or movement behind the body. Nothing. Bobby removed a silver pocket watch. He placed it over Voldemort's chest. The watch had once belonged to a hunter killed by a revenant. Bobby had modified it to react when dead flesh attempted to move. The hands remained still. "Dead like a corpse," Bobby said. Harry's grip around the Colt loosened. The gun slipped from his fingers. John caught it before it struck the floor. The empty revolver rested in his hand. For 10 years, John had carried weapons into rooms without knowing whether they would work. Tonight, he opened the cylinder. A single spent casing remained, no loaded chambers, no hidden second chance. John removed the casing and placed it in his pocket. Harry stared. "Why keep it?" "Evidence." Bobby almost smiled. "Sentimental evidence." "Shut up!" The words sounded ordinary, that nearly broke Harry. He sat on the floor, not deliberately. His knees stopped holding him. The ruined ministry rose around him, broken statues, salt, blackened stone, water entering the crater. Wounded friends. Death, eaters restrained beside fireplaces, Voldemort's body lying 20 feet away. Harry had imagined victory before, not often. Hunters learned not to picture endings because jobs rarely followed the image. Still, some part of him had expected to feel something. Relief, triumph, justice. He felt tired. The Colt shot had not restored James and Lily. It had not repaired Bobby's hand. It had not removed the bite scars from Tonks's shoulder. It had not returned Sirius's years in Azkaban. It had not made Dumbledore's secrecy harmless or John's fear disappear. Voldemort was dead. The damage remained alive. Bobby lowered himself beside Harry. The movement was awkward with only one hand available for support. "You did it," Harry said. Bobby looked at him. "The shot. The plan? No, you found the ledger. Dumbledore found the Horcrux theory. He didn't know how to hunt them. Sirius found the locket. Regulus found it first. Dean got the cup out of the vault. Griffook broke it. Dad killed Nagini. You separated the fragment." Harry looked at the body. "Then who won?" Bobby's black glove rested on his knee. "Everybody who made the shot possible." "That sounds like nobody. Better than one person." Harry thought of the magical stories surrounding him since infancy, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the child marked to defeat the Dark Lord. Those stories placed war inside one pair of hands because simple stories were easier to repeat. The truth was messier. John found Harry before Hagrid. Bobby opened a forgotten ledger. Dumbledore shared knowledge too late, but not never. McGonagall learned to trust methods she disliked. Sirius released his claim over Regulus's choices. Dean carried the marked cartridge. Tonks survived Nagini long enough to expose the venom route. Moody mapped invisible enemies. Hermione found patterns in answers. Ron stayed when leaving would have been safer. Creature completed a dead master's final command. Griffook allowed goblin law to become part of a human war. Regulus died before any of them understood what he had begun. Even Voldemort contributed to his defeat by believing every object, follower, and life belonged to him. The Colt had not won. It had completed an answer built by everyone else. Harry looked at Bobby. "Your hand. What about it?" It was too high. Bobby studied the black glove. Yes. Was this worth it? The question stopped him. Bobby did not offer comfort. He did not say one dead Dark Lord justified every cost. He did not turn his injury into proof that sacrifice was noble. "I don't know yet," he said. Harry nodded. The answer felt honest enough to stand on. Across the atrium, Tonks reached Dean. She examined the wound in his side and cut his shirt open. Dean protested. "That was my favorite. It has a hole I can sew." "You cannot sew skin while unconscious." "I'm not unconscious." Tonks pressed the wound. Dean nearly became unconscious. John looked toward them. "I have to stay," Harry said. John's first instinct remained movement toward the injured son. He looked between Harry and Dean. Dean raised one hand. "I'm good." Tonks pressed harder. Dean changed the statement. "I'm alive." John remained beside Harry. Sirius handed Bellatrix to two surviving Aurors. She fought the chains until Moody added another layer. Lucius watched her with the distant expression of a man already preparing testimony. Sirius approached Voldemort. He stood over the body. For years, Voldemort had shaped every loss in his life. James, Lily, Regulus. Azkaban, even when absent, the Dark Lord remained the center of the story. Now Sirius looked at him and found only a thin corpse in ruined robes. "He looks smaller," Sirius said. Dumbledore stood beside him. "He is, because he's dead. Because we no longer need to imagine what he might become." Sirius looked toward Harry. James would have hated the gun. John's eyes narrowed. Sirius almost smiled. He would have called it ugly, loud, and unfair. "It is unfair," Dean called from the stairs. Everyone looked at him. Tonks continued working on his wound. Dean grimaced. Gun doesn't wait for speeches. Sirius looked back at Voldemort. James would have liked that part. Harry stared at his father's body. No, James's memory. He could imagine James Potter inside the moving photographs, young and laughing, wand raised. Then he imagined John teaching him trigger discipline. Two fathers, two worlds, neither answer complete alone. Dumbledore knelt beside Voldemort again. We must secure the body. John's expression hardened. No magical tomb. I did not suggest one. No preserved remains, no public display, no relics. Bobby nodded. Bodies become anchors. Dumbledore looked toward the damaged colt. You believe someone might attempt to use the corpse. Somebody always does. Sirius looked at Bellatrix. She stared at the body without blinking. Dumbledore understood cremation. Controlled, Bobby said. Observed by both traditions, McGonagall added. Nothing removed, Moody said. No ashes stored, John finished. Dumbledore inclined his head. Agreed. Harry looked at Voldemort's face. The wizarding world had feared the name so completely that people stopped speaking it. Now they would burn the body without monuments. No tomb for followers to visit. No bone for resurrection. No relic for collectors. Nothing to possess. That was appropriate. Voldemort had built immortality by placing himself inside objects. His final end would leave no object behind. The first Ministry reinforcements arrived 20 minutes later. They entered through the visitors' corridor with wands raised and found the war already over. The acting minister stepped into the atrium surrounded by guards. He stopped when he saw the body. Then he saw Harry. The colt remained in John's hand. The minister's expression transformed from shock to calculation. This must be documented carefully. Bobby looked at Harry. The story was already changing. The ministry official approached Dumbledore. We will need to establish the magical mechanism responsible. John laughed quietly. The minister turned. What is amusing? You! I beg your pardon, you walked into a room after everybody finished bleeding and started deciding what happened. The minister's face hardened. This is a matter of national security. It was a matter of survival 5 minutes ago. We cannot allow the public to believe a Muggle firearm defeated Lord Voldemort. Dean raised his head from Tonks's treatment. Why not? It would cause panic. Among who? The magical population. Because guns exist. Because the circumstances are more complex than a single shot. Harry stood. The minister looked relieved, assuming the famous survivor would support him. Harry did, for a different reason, he's right. John turned toward him. Harry looked at the colt. The gun didn't defeat Voldemort. The minister nodded quickly. Precisely. The diary did. The minister frowned. The locket did. The cup, Nagini, the ring, the diadem. Harry looked around the coalition. Every person who found the rule for one piece did. The minister's relief disappeared. The public cannot be told about Horcruxes. Why? The knowledge is dangerous. Dumbledore looked at Harry. The old argument returned, restricted knowledge, private mistakes, enemies learning in silence. Harry touched Bobby's ledger. Then tell them enough. Enough for what? To know the war didn't end because one child had a special gun. The minister glanced at the body. The boy who lived executing the Dark Lord will become a powerful symbol of magical resistance. Harry's expression hardened. You didn't hear me. The minister continued, as though Harry had not spoken. The official record will state that Harry Potter, under Professor Dumbledore's direction, completed an advanced magical operation. Winchester, Bobby said. The official looked at him. What? His name is Winchester. The minister examined Harry. His birth name is Potter. My name is Harry Winchester. For school purposes, perhaps. For all purposes. The official smiled carefully. Mr. Potter, emotions are understandably elevated. John stepped closer. The minister's guards raised their wands. John still held the empty colt. They reacted to it despite knowing the bullet was spent. The legend already existed. Harry placed one hand on John's arm, not to stop him, to show he could answer for himself. You can write Potter in the report, Harry said. Bobby looked toward him. The official relaxed. Harry continued. Write that Potter fulfilled a prophecy. Write that Dumbledore created a magical breakthrough. Write that the ministry led the operation. The minister became suspicious. Harry looked around the ruined atrium. Then Bobby writes what actually happened. The older hunter's right hand rested on the ledger. The damaged left remained hidden inside its glove. The ministry could produce a clean story. Bobby would produce the useful one: names, methods, failures, costs, limits. The truth did not need official permission to remain true. The minister turned toward Dumbledore. "I expect your cooperation." Dumbledore looked at Voldemort's body, then at Harry. "You will receive an accurate account of the magical actions performed." The official smiled. Dumbledore continued, "And a list of every non-magical contribution without which those actions would have failed." The smile vanished. McGonagall approached. "I will provide the Hogwarts record." Sirius joined her, "And the Black family record." Moody lifted his damaged wooden leg. "Aura report?" Tonks looked up from Dean. "Medical report." Dean groaned. "Can mine say I looked heroic?" "No," Tonks replied. "Then it's inaccurate." For the first time since the shot, a few people laughed, not loudly, not because anything was fully repaired. The sound was brief and exhausted. But it belonged to the living. Harry looked toward Voldemort again. The body remained exactly where it had fallen. No movement, no shadow, no miracle, nothing happened. That was the proof. Voldemort's life had been built around preventing nothing. He feared the silence after death enough to tear his soul into pieces, murder strangers, and wage war against an entire world. Now the silence had reached him. It was not dramatic. It was not cruel. It was simply final. John handed the Colt to Bobby. The older hunter looked at his damaged hand, then took the revolver with his right. The weapon felt different now, empty, ordinary in a way it had never been before. A legend completed could finally become an object again. Bobby returned it to the wooden case. Harry watched him close the lid. "The job's done?" Harry asked. Bobby looked around the atrium, at the wounded, the prisoners, the body, the officials already attempting to control the account. "No." Harry waited. Bobby nodded toward the people needing treatment. "Job's done when everybody gets home." John helped Harry stand. Sirius lifted Dean with Tonks. McGonagall and Dumbledore prepared the controlled removal of Voldemort's body. Moody organized the prisoners. Bobby carried the Colt case in his right hand. The left remained motionless. They left the atrium together. Behind them, the ministry began writing history. Ahead of them waited hospitals, funerals, questions, and a world forced to learn that its most feared wizard had died from a bullet only after 6 months of people making him mortal. Harry paused at the exit. He looked back once. Voldemort remained beneath the broken statues of magical superiority. A pale body, a black robe, a small hole in the chest, nothing more. Harry turned away. The last bullet had been fired. What remained belonged to the living. Chapter 14. What the report doesn't say: the ministry's first version of the battle was 43 pages long. Bobby Singer read 3 of them before throwing it into the fire. The parchment did not burn. Blue flames curled around the edges, encountered a ministry preservation charm, and withdrew as if offended. Bobby stared at the unharmed report. Of course. He picked it up with his right hand, carried it to the sink, and held it beneath running water. The ink remained perfect. Harry sat at the kitchen table watching him. You could stop reading it? That would let it exist unpunished. Bobby dropped the report into a metal basin, poured salt over it, and added a spoonful of holy oil. John looked up from the weapons crate he was inventorying. That seems excessive. The report calls your shotgun a primitive distraction device. John considered. Use more oil? Bobby added another spoonful. The ministry parchment resisted for 8 seconds. Then the preservation charm failed with a tiny pop. Flame consumed the report. Harry watched the name on the first page blacken. Harry James Potter. The official document did not mention Winchester anywhere. It described John as an unidentified American Muggle combatant. Dean became an auxiliary marksman. Bobby was identified as a civilian researcher with no recognized magical qualification. Creature did not appear at all. Neither did Regulus Black. Griffook's contribution had been reduced to Gringotts' cooperation. Tonks's near possession through Nagini's venom became a routine magical injury. The Colt was described as a modified ballistic delivery instrument carrying an unidentified curse-breaking projectile. The report credited Dumbledore with designing a 6-stage magical strategy to render Voldemort mortal. Dumbledore had written a 12-page objection. The Ministry placed it in an appendix. Bobby's hand received one sentence. One civilian suffered non-fatal contact damage during the Little Hangleton operation. Contact damage. Bobby looked at the black glove covering his left hand. Then he added the 4th page to the basin. They spelled Hufflepuff wrong. Harry leaned closer. They're the Ministry? Then they should own a dictionary. Dean entered the kitchen carrying 2 mugs. A thick bandage remained beneath his shirt. Tonks had ordered him not to lift anything heavier than a book for 6 weeks. Dean interpreted the instruction as a challenge. He placed 1 mug beside Bobby. Coffee. Bobby lifted it with his right hand. The action looked ordinary until someone remembered he had once carried a coffee mug in whichever hand happened to be closer. Now, every object required positioning. Cup on the right, ledger on the left side of the table so his working hand could reach it. Shirt buttons fastened before holsters. Shotguns placed where he could lift them one-handed. The curse had changed the geography of his life. Bobby took a drink. Dean nodded toward the burning report. Anything good? Apparently Dumbledore defeated Voldemort by inventing bullets. Dean looked impressed. Busy night. Harry picked up the remaining pages. The final section carried the official conclusion. Following the destruction of the Dark Lord's protective magical anchors, Harry Potter fulfilled his historically recognized role by delivering a Ministry-coordinated execution curse through a Muggle projectile. Harry read it twice. John closed the weapons crate. What? Harry passed him the page. John read silently. His expression did not change until he reached the line about historically recognized roles. Then one corner of his mouth tightened. Prophecy. They don't use the word, Harry said. They don't have to. The Ministry wanted the war to make sense in familiar language. A dark wizard rose. A chosen child survived. A wise headmaster prepared him. The child fulfilled destiny. The government restored order, clean, circular, safe. That story left no space for an American hunter driving through Godric's Hollow because frightened villagers refused to look toward a house on a hill. It left no space for a 4-year-old repairing a salt line in a motel room. No space for Bobby's forgotten ledger, Regulus's choice, Creature's failure, Dean's marked cartridge, or the 43 seconds during which Voldemort's soul returned to one body. The Ministry had not exactly lied. Harry had fired the bullet. Dumbledore had destroyed Horcruxes with them. Magic had been used throughout the campaign. Every false history began with selected truths. Bobby held out his working hand. Give me that. Harry passed him the remaining pages. Bobby dropped them into the fire. The Ministry's version curled into ash. What happens when they send another copy? Dean asked. We burn that one. They'll keep sending them. Plenty of oil. John sat across from Harry. You want to challenge it? Harry looked toward the basin. The green ink had disappeared. Would they change it? No. Then why? Because your name's yours. Harry touched the Hogwarts ring on his finger. The school had issued it after the battle. A small silver H surrounded by 4 animals. The inscription inside originally read, Harry Potter, defender of Hogwarts McGonagall, had returned it to the engraver. Now it read, Harry Winchester, student Harry preferred the second. Defender sounded like a position someone else might expect him to keep forever. Student meant he still had things to learn. The people who matter know, he said. John looked at him for a long moment. That enough? Harry considered. James and Lily Potter mattered. They could no longer speak his name. Sirius mattered. He had learned to say Winchester without sounding as though the word injured him. McGonagall mattered. She corrected anyone who used Potter after Harry corrected them once. Dumbledore mattered, though Harry was still deciding what trust meant between them. The Ministry mattered because its choices affected thousands of people, but mattering did not make it worthy of deciding who Harry was. For now, Harry said. John nodded, not because he agreed completely. Because Harry had answered. That was the agreement between them. Voldemort's body was burned 3 days after the Ministry battle. The cremation took place inside the old chapel outside Godric's Hollow. No public ceremony was announced. No journalists were invited. No official monument was permitted. The ministry wanted the body transported to the Department of Mysteries for examination. Bobby refused. The department sent 12 legal orders. Moody misplaced all of them. Dumbledore argued that studying Voldemort's remains might reveal unknown magical techniques. Harry asked what would happen if one of those techniques allowed someone to preserve part of him. Dumbledore withdrew the request. The body lay inside an iron coffin surrounded by salt and 6 different magical containment fields. Before the fire began, every person present conducted their own examination. Dumbledore confirmed no soul remained. McGonagall confirmed no transfiguration concealed another body. Moody checked for escape enchantments. Bobby tested for possession, reanimation, and spirit attachment. John opened the coffin and placed 2 fingers against Voldemort's throat. Harry watched. "He's been dead 3 days," Sirius said. John did not look away from the corpse. "I know." He checked anyway. No pulse, no warmth, no movement. They closed the coffin. The fire was not conjured by a wand. Dean poured ordinary fuel over the wood. McGonagall added magically preserved rowan branches. Bobby placed iron nails at the 4 corners. Dumbledore used the Elder Wand to prevent anything from leaving the circle. John handed Harry the match. Harry looked at it. "Why me? Your choice." The ministry expected Harry Potter to burn his enemy. A symbolic conclusion. The boy who lived destroying the body of the Dark Lord. Harry almost handed the match back for that reason alone. Then he looked toward his parents' grave beyond the chapel wall. Voldemort had entered their home and treated their lives as obstacles. He had killed James, killed Lily, marked Harry, destroyed families across 2 wars. The fire was not about destiny, it was cleanup. A hunter finishing a job, Harry struck the match. The flame appeared small, ordinary. He dropped it. Fire spread across the fuel. The iron coffin heated slowly. For the first hour, nothing happened except burning. Everyone remained. Nobody left to eat. Nobody spoke more than necessary. At one point, black smoke formed a shape above the fire. Several wands rose. John lifted a shotgun. Bobby opened the exorcism book with one hand. The smoke dispersed in the wind, only smoke. They waited another hour. The coffin collapsed inward. Bone became ash. Robes disappeared. The U-wand burned separately inside a second containment circle. It resisted longer than the body. The wood twisted, releasing sparks shaped like green stars. Dumbledore watched with an expression Harry could not read. "That wand carried many terrible acts," McGonagall said. Dumbledore nodded. "It also began as an instrument without intention." "Like the Colt?" Harry asked. Dumbledore looked toward the wooden case beside Bobby. "Yes." The Colt rested empty inside. The last original round was gone. The revolver could still fire specially prepared ammunition if they discovered how to create it, but nobody knew whether such rounds would carry the same absolute effect. Bobby had already written a warning in the ledger. "Do not assume the weapon retains its legend without original ammunition." The most powerful gun in the world had become an unanswered question again. Harry found that comforting. Power should never be allowed to escape questions for long. By dawn, Voldemort had become a basin of gray ash mixed with melted metal. The ministry representative stepped forward carrying 6 sealed containers. John blocked him. "No. The remains must be recorded." "They were." "I require samples." "No samples. This is ministry authority." Moody shifted his wooden leg. The ministry official reconsidered his tone. Bobby opened his ledger. Body burned. Bone reduced. Wand destroyed. Ash tested negative for soul, spirit, curse, and active magic. "That is not an official record." "It is now." The official looked toward Dumbledore. The headmaster stood inside the chapel doorway, silver beard moving beneath the morning wind. "No part should remain capable of becoming a relic," Dumbledore said. The official's face tightened. "But historical research has taken enough from the dead." Harry looked toward James and Lily's grave. The sentence applied in more than one direction. Voldemort's ashes were divided between fire and running water. Not stored, not buried. not scattered at a place followers could visit. Half remained inside the furnace until nothing identifiable survived. The other half was mixed with salt and poured into the river beneath the chapel. No incantation accompanied it. No one said the name. The current took him. Voldemort had spent his life trying to place himself everywhere in objects, followers, fear, history. In the end, he was allowed to remain nowhere. Hogwarts reopened 6 weeks later. The castle carried scars. One tower remained closed because death, eater curses, had turned the interior stairs into teeth. The eastern greenhouse had been destroyed. 3 classrooms changed location permanently after the Room of Requirement operation. Professor Flitwick found Tobias Bletchley attempting to enter the same wall again. This time Tobias was not possessed. He simply wanted to prove it could not happen twice. Flitwick assigned him 6 months of detention. The Great Hall had been repaired before the students returned. Floating candles filled the ceiling. 4 long tables stood beneath banners restored by house elves. A 5th banner hung behind the teachers, black letters on white cloth. "What are you leaving out? The ministry requested its removal." McGonagall refused. Harry stood outside the Great Hall in ordinary clothes. His Hogwarts robes were folded inside his trunk. John waited near the entrance. Parents and guardians filled the corridor, reuniting with students or speaking to professors. Every few minutes, someone recognized Harry. The reactions followed patterns. Some stared at the scar, some looked at his hands, searching for the colt, some whispered Potter. One woman pushed her young son forward and asked Harry to explain what it felt like to fulfill prophecy. Harry told her he had homework. She did not know whether he was joking. John did. "You going back?" he asked. Harry looked through the doors. Ron sat beside Hermione at the Gryffindor table. They had saved a seat. Draco Malfoy sat alone at the Slytherin table. Lucius had avoided immediate imprisonment by providing names, properties, and financial records belonging to Voldemort's surviving network. Narcissa had taken Draco away from the manor. Their family name still carried wealth. It no longer carried certainty. Draco looked toward Harry. For a moment, neither knew what expression belonged between them. Draco had carried the first Horcrux into Hogwarts. Harry had helped save him from it. Lucius had nearly delivered his son to Voldemort's memory. John had called Draco a child carrying a loaded weapon. Harry raised one hand slightly. Draco hesitated, then nodded. Not friendship, recognition, a beginning small enough not to make promises. "I don't know," Harry said. John leaned against the stone wall. "School's still there. So are the Hunters. Hunters will be there next year. How do you know?" "I don't." Harry looked at him. John had changed since the battle, not dramatically. He still checked exits, still slept lightly, still distrusted magical tea, but he no longer used certainty to make fear sound like a command. "I could attend part of the year," Harry said. "Maybe. Study through winter. Hunt during breaks. Maybe. Bobby can teach from the house. He can. Dumbledore still hides things. He does. He admits it more quickly now. Small improvement." Harry smiled. McGonagall approached from inside the hall. She carried a thin folder. "Mr. Winchester." John looked toward Harry. The name still affected him, not with surprise anymore, with something quieter. McGonagall handed Harry the folder. "Your revised school records." Harry opened it. Harry James Winchester beneath the name was a second line, birth family. James and Lily Potter neither erased, both present. Harry looked at McGonagall. "Who approved this?" "I did." The ministry was not consulted. John smiled faintly. McGonagall looked toward him. "Do not appear pleased, Mr. Winchester. I have not approved the shotgun. It saved the school. It damaged 12 windows. Windows can be replaced. So can shotguns." John's smile disappeared. McGonagall almost looked amused. She turned to Harry. "Your place remains available. Should you choose to return, you will be treated as a student, not a symbol. I cannot control how every person sees you. But the school will attempt to remember that children are not instruments of war." Her gaze moved briefly toward Dumbledore at the staff table. He heard the sentence. Harry suspected it was meant for him too. McGonagall continued. You are not required to decide today. Harry looked at the Gryffindor table, then at John. What would you choose? John's answer came slowly. For me. That's not the same question. I know. John looked through the great hall at moving staircases, floating candles, children waving wands near food. His discomfort was visible, so was his effort to see more than danger. You like learning here? Yes. You have people here? Yes. Something else tries to possess you, call home first. Harry smiled. That means stay. It means choose without using me as an excuse to leave. John stepped away from the wall. And don't use James and Lily as an excuse to stay. Harry looked at their names inside the folder. Both worlds offered reasons. Neither got to become the answer alone. Harry entered the great hall. He sat beside Ron and Hermione. John watched from the doorway until McGonagall told him guardians were not allowed to stand there indefinitely. He moved exactly 3 feet backward, technically outside. Harry stayed at Hogwarts for the remainder of the term. Bobby's hand did not recover. The healers continued sending treatments. Potions improved circulation. A nerve restoration charm allowed the first 2 fingers to twitch. A silver brace made it possible for Bobby to hold a book open if someone positioned it correctly. He never regained ordinary movement. At first, he refused help. He attempted to repair a carburetor one-handed and dropped it on his foot. He tried loading a shotgun by bracing it against the table. The shell slipped. John removed the weapon. Bobby swore at him for 8 straight minutes. Dean created a modified loading stand. Bobby criticized the design, then used it. Harry returned to the salvage yard during winter break. Snow covered the dead cars. Protective symbols darkened beneath ice. The kitchen looked almost unchanged except for new handles Dean had installed on cabinets so Bobby could open them with his wrist. The Colt case sat on the table. Beside it lay a new ledger, black cover, unmarked spine. Bobby sat before it holding a pencil in his right hand. You're late. The train stopped. Trains do that at stations. This one stopped between stations. Magic. Cow. Bobby nodded, more reliable. Harry removed his coat. What are you writing? The report. Ministry already wrote one. That was fiction. Harry sat. Bobby turned the ledger around. The first page carried the title, the last bullet beneath it. A record of the Voldemort campaign. Harry read the opening line. On the night of 31 October 1981, Hunter John Winchester entered Godric's Hollow while pursuing an unrelated magical death pattern. He found 2 murdered adults and 1 surviving child. No prophecy, no heroic title, a location, an event, people. Bobby turned the page. The Colt's known mythology, the failure outside Prague. The Hollow Man, limitations written clearly. The 3rd section described Harry's childhood training. Salt circles, iron, fire, the difference between survival and hunting. Dean had added notes in the margins. The motel demon was uglier than described. Bobby crossed it out. Dean wrote it again. The Horcrux campaign occupied most of the ledger. Each anchor received a separate case file, diary. Salt limited projection. Iron disrupted return route. Communication was the feeding mechanism, locket. Claim and ownership strengthened influence. Destruction required collective refusal of possession. Cup, duplication preserved the vessel. Unique finality disrupted reproduction. Nagini. Venom enabled temporary distribution. Kill delayed until fragment returned completely to original host. Ring. Harry stopped reading. Bobby's handwriting changed across those pages. Letters slanted. Lines became uneven. The first part had been written before Little Hangleton. The final section had been written afterward with his right hand carrying every task. Knowledge curse targeted the strategist. Compartmentalized planning limited exposure. Killing curse redirected through established anchor connection. Horcrux destroyed. Permanent injury sustained. Harry looked at Bobby's glove. You wrote permanent. That's what it is. The fingers move sometimes. That isn't the same as recovery. Harry returned to the ledger. The diadem section emphasized uncertainty. The Colt section occupied only 4 pages, less than each Horcrux. The final shot had been mechanically simple. The preparation required chapters. Bobby's last entry described the ministry atrium, every failed trap, every adaptation, the fake shot, the shield transition, the real bullet, Voldemort's death. At the bottom, Bobby had written cause of permanent death. Colt round delivered after confirmed reintegration of all surviving soul structures. Beneath it, primary cause of victory. 6-month multi-tradition coalition campaign. Harry read the final line. Firing the weapon earlier would have failed. He looked at Bobby. This is what happened. Close. What's missing? Bobby handed him the pencil. Harry stared. You want me to write it? Your case too. Harry touched the paper. The ministry had already decided what Harry Potter's story meant. Chosen child, prophecy, magical triumph. Bobby offered no explanation, only blank space. Harry wrote beneath the final entry, the gun did not make Voldemort mortal. Everyone before the gun did. Bobby read it. Little dramatic. It's true. Truth can be dramatic. Harry added another line. James and Lily Potter saved their son before any hunter arrived. Bobby nodded. Harry continued. John Winchester found him and did not leave. Then, Regulus Black discovered the secret and died leaving instructions. Creature carried those instructions until someone listened. Bobby Singer found the rule the Colt could not break. He stopped. Bobby looked toward the pencil. You gonna mention everybody? Yes. Long book. We have pages. Bobby glanced toward the shelves. Fair. Harry wrote the names Dean, Sirius, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Moody, Tonks, Hermione, Ron. Griffook, people wounded, people unnamed, people who transported equipment, opened doors or held one line for 1 second. When he finished, his hand ached. Bobby read the list. Ministry won't like this. It isn't theirs. Bobby closed the ledger. The black cover held no title on the outside. Who gets to read it? Harry asked. Hunters, wizards, if they ask properly. What's properly? Without calling anybody a poacher. Harry smiled. Bobby carried the ledger toward the shelves. The left hand could not support it. Harry took one side. Together they placed it beside the Older Men of Letters volume. The Hollow Man's failure sat beside Voldemort's end. One record warning what happened when a hunter fired too early. One record explaining what patience cost. Bobby stepped back. The job's done. Harry looked at him. Bobby had refused to say it in the ministry, not until the wounded were treated, not until Voldemort's body was burned, not until the methods were written, not until the truth existed somewhere beyond memory. Done, Harry repeated. Voldemort job. The qualification mattered. Outside, the Impala horn sounded. Dean had repaired the driver's door. John stood beside the car loading bags into the trunk. Sam sat in the back seat reading one of Harry's Hogwarts books upside down. Harry looked through the window. Where are we going? Wisconsin, Bobby said. What's in Wisconsin? 3 people disappeared near a frozen lake. Spirit, maybe. Wendigo, wrong feeding pattern. Cursed object, could be. Harry reached for his coat. Bobby watched him. You don't have to go. School's closed. Could stay here. Harry considered the house. Bobby's books, the new ledger, a place more permanent than any motel. Then he looked toward the Impala. The magical world believed Harry Potter's story had reached its ending. The Dark Lord was dead, the prophecy fulfilled, the famous scar inactive. A clean conclusion. Hunters knew better. One finished job did not end the world's hunger. Things remained in forests, houses, tunnels, and frozen lakes. Some had names in Bobby's books. Others waited for someone to survive long enough to write the first entry. Harry pulled on his coat. I'll go. Bobby reached for the Colt case. His left hand failed to close around the handle. He stopped. Harry saw the frustration enter his face. Bobby moved his right hand toward it. Harry picked up the case first. It felt lighter without the bullet, still dangerous, still worth respecting. I've got it, Harry said. Bobby looked at him. The sentence could have meant too much. The weapon, the next hunt, the burden. Bobby refused all of those meanings. You're carrying a box. Harry nodded. Just a box. Good, they left the house. Snow crunched beneath their boots. John looked at the Colt case. Stays locked. I know. No ammunition experiments in the car. I know. Don't point it at Dean, even empty. Dean leaned through the driver's window. Why was that specifically necessary? Harry placed the case inside the trunk. Experience. John closed it. Sirius stood near the scrapyard gate. Harry had not noticed him arrive. He wore a dark coat instead of wizarding robes. Snow gathered in his hair. You're leaving? For a job? You have schoolwork. I brought it. Sirius looked toward the Impala. I was told hunters traveled in better vehicles. Dean stepped out. Who told you that? Nobody. Exactly. Sirius ignored him. He approached Harry. Their relationship had not become simple after Voldemort's death. Sirius still carried the life he imagined with James's son. Harry still carried the life that had actually occurred. Neither could replace the other. Sirius no longer tried. I found something at Grimmauld Place, he said. He removed a small photograph from his coat. James, Lily, Sirius, and Regulus stood together outside Hogwarts. They were younger than Harry had ever seen them. Regulus remained several steps from the others, attempting not to smile. James had one arm around Lily. Sirius appeared to be shouting at the photographer. On the back, someone had written 4 names. Sirius had added a 5th beneath them. Harry Winchester. Harry looked up. You weren't in the picture, Sirius said. I noticed. Names don't always record who was standing there, Harry understood. The photograph was not claiming he belonged to their moment. It was recording that their choices had reached him. He handed it back. Sirius shook his head. It's yours. Harry placed it inside his jacket beside the cracked photograph John had taken from Godric's Hollow. James and Lily moving forever behind broken glass. Sirius and Regulus preserved before the war divided them completely. Different records. Neither complete. You could come, Harry said. Sirius looked toward the Impala. Dean smiled from the driver's seat. No magic inside the car, Dean said. Your car contains 12 enchanted objects. Those were approved. By whom? Me, Sirius considered. What are you hunting? Maybe a spirit, Harry said. Maybe a Wendigo? Wrong feeding pattern, Bobby called from the porch. Harry continued. Could be a cursed object. Sirius looked toward the road beyond the scrapyard. For most of his life, roads meant escape from his family, from Azkaban, from memories. This road offered something different. A place in a car moving toward a problem no one had decided how to solve yet. I'll follow on the motorcycle, he said. Dean looked disappointed. Good choice. Sirius mounted the enchanted motorcycle Hagrid had once used to reach Godric's Hollow. John stared at it. That thing stays on the ground. It can fly. It stays on the ground. Sirius smiled. No promises. John entered the passenger side. Dean started the engine. The Impala rumbled awake. Harry climbed into the back beside Sam. Bobby stood outside the house. Harry lowered the window. You're not coming. Bobby lifted his damaged hand. Doctor's appointment. Need help? No. The answer came too quickly. Harry waited. Bobby looked toward the glove, then toward the truck parked beside the house. Rufus is driving. Harry accepted that. Not every offer of help needed to become a fight. Bobby stepped closer to the window. Harry, what? The report. Harry looked toward the house. The black ledger waited on the shelf. What about it? Bobby placed his working hand on the Impala's roof. Ministry calls you Potter. Harry nodded. Hogwarts calls you Winchester. Yes. James and Lily gave you the first. Harry looked at the photograph inside his coat. You chose the second. Yes. Bobby glanced toward John. Don't let anybody turn either into a cage. Harry understood. Potter could become destiny. Winchester could become expectation. Chosen one, hunter, hero. Weapon. Every name offered a final answer if Harry stopped questioning it. What should I call myself? He asked. Bobby smiled faintly. Harry works. Dean revved the engine. John told him to stop. Sirius's motorcycle lifted several inches from the road. John pointed at it through the window. Ground. Sirius lowered it reluctantly. Harry laughed. Bobby stepped away from the car. The Impala rolled through the scrapyard gate. Snow-covered cars passed on both sides, rows of broken machinery waiting for parts, repair, or rust. Harry looked back. Bobby remained beside the house. His left hand hung motionless, his right lifted in farewell. The injury did not disappear into the distance, neither did the cost. It remained part of the story because Bobby had written it there. The Impala reached the open road. Sirius followed on the motorcycle. Hogwarts waited behind them across an ocean. The ministry wrote official history in Harry Potter's name. Bobby Singer's ledger carried another version. It called him Harry Winchester. Neither account could explain him completely. That was fine. Complete answers were dangerous. Dean inserted a cassette. Music filled the car. Sam complained about the volume. John unfolded the map. Harry opened the Wisconsin case file. 3 missing people, 1 frozen lake, no tracks leading away. A single black feather found beneath the ice. Harry read the first witness statement. Then the second. The details did not match. He smiled. "What?" John asked. "The police report says they drowned." "Bodies? None. Then they don't know." Harry looked out at the road. Voldemort was dead. The Colt was empty. The world remained full of impossible things. "Yeah," Harry said, opening Bobby's notebook to a blank page. "That's where we start."